Lara on strike for his first ball. Right on line, and he clips it away brilliantly towards fine leg. And 4 runs to Brian Lara. Lovely shot from Brian Lara.
Well, this is why Brian Lara's in there batting, because Lincoln Roberts was just a bit tardy, dropping his hands and bat out of the way. Now that ball has come off the wristband of his glove. In the old days, batting gloves didn't have wristbands. And if he'd been hit in the same place there in a glove without a wristband, he wouldn't be out. But that is part of the glove. And as such, that is out. If it had hit his arm, he would not be out. But that has hit part of the batting glove on the magnified shot. And Steve Buckner has made exactly the correct decision.
And one of the other things that Lincoln Roberts is about to learn overnight, Carl, is that with 9 or so cameras watching every delivery with big lenses and close-ups, you can't point to where the ball didn't hit. Another good over for Australia. 4 runs from it. A lovely clip shot to fine leg by Brian Lara to get off the mark. And the West Indies 9 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Excellent effort again from Glenn McGrath. Getting good pace and bounce, as is Jason Gillespie out of this Sabina Park pitch.
Glenn McGrath goes down to his position in front of the change rooms. Pretty happy that after 2 drop catches he finally got a wicket, but now it's Gillespie charging in. And this is what Lincoln Roberts is going to learn, that is hit flush on the glove, the wristband part of the glove. Shane Warne takes the catch and rings his bowling finger. And Lincoln Roberts then points to his arm, shakes his head at the umpire, and that young fella is a no-no. And I think one of the great things about particularly 2 Australian batsmen, Carl, Ian Healy, a former teammate of yours both for Australia and Queensland, and Michael Slater, the moment they are dismissed, off they go. They get on their bikes and get from the ground.
Well, there's things called a code of conduct as well, and I think that sort of behaviour is something that can be questioned. Worse than that, Lincoln Roberts has gone within a half of an inch of getting that $3,000 Rolex watch that he wears smashed to pieces. Don't know about wearing a watch out to bat.
A number of players that we're watchers started with fast bowlers, and a number of batsmen. Campbell has 1 watch on. Lincoln Roberts, in fact, he may well have been looking at his watch, Carl, so that when he writes his book he can say that I was dismissed at exactly such and such a time in my first test match. The reason I wouldn't wear a watch, certainly on that arm, is that that's the arm that faces the bowling, as you said with Lincoln Roberts. If you got hit flush on the watch and it smashed on your wrist, I don't think that it wouldn't do much for the watch, but it wouldn't do much for your wrist either. Trying to pick up the mechanism off the ground. So Campbell on strike, that very low grip on the bat. On target. And 6.5 from the Russian judge for Justin Langer's dive. No degree of difficulty.
Just not sure why Langer didn't get to that. Now, looking at Sherwin Campbell's gloves, they've got the blue and green wristbands attached as well. And I think these days most manufacturers of protective gear have their gloves designed that way. There's the positive side that they act as a wristband and absorb sweat, which would otherwise accelerate the rate that your batting gloves get sweaty. There's Lara's gloves. His also have that wristband, but in the old days, gloves didn't have that. That same dismissal 20 or 30 years ago wouldn't have been a dismissal. Lincoln Roberts would be not out.
Punched away through mid-wicket. We go from the sun into the shade and back into the sun again of the Kingston Cricket Club grandstand. Late in the evening. A shot from the Strawberry Hill Hotel. Some 40 minutes by car away from the cricket ground, up in the mountains. 3,000 feet above sea level, and Kingston is at sea level. The Blue Mountains themselves go up to 7,000 feet. Very spectacular. And the southern coast of Jamaica. The northern coast is perhaps the more famous of the two coasts, with Montego Bay and Ochos Rios, the waterfall area. Into the over, 13 for 2.
The West Indies, the last thing they wanted, they desperately needed to get through to stumps. No wickets down. It's been a pretty good day for Australia.
So the Australians, as is the tradition with the Australian cricket team, the first session that they field in any test match, be it the first morning or indeed after they have been bowled out like now, every Australian player wears the famous baggy green cap. So every Australian player, even those who traditionally like the white floppy, such as Mark Waugh, all wearing the famous baggy green cap for this first session that they field in each test match. Sometimes, of course, it could be from the first ball of the match. Today, with Steve Waugh electing to bat, it was after they were dismissed. And a nice little byplay between Glenn McGrath and Steve Bucknell. In the air again, this time is cleared of the slips cordon. A couple of bounces into the third man fence for 4. So finally Campbell plays the shot the way that he wanted to, over the heads of the fieldsmen, and he's hit that very well, but that's quite a long boundary down there, and it's 2 bounces in.
One of the reasons Steve Waugh dropped that catch before, it was travelling at such pace. Sherwin Campbell doesn't hold back. When he goes for these shots, he really has a bash at them. A full Monty.
Plenty of discussion regarding the dismissal of Lincoln Roberts. The law 432.1 says that the striker shall be out caught if the ball touches his bat or if it touches below the wrist, his hand or glove. Now the problem is with these days the manufacturers, as Carl Rackman pointed out, the wrist band is part of the glove. Now if you do perspire a lot, then what I would suggest is you have the old-fashioned style glove and then have a wristband on, so you have a gap between the glove and the wristband. And if that's the case, then you've got a chance. So a third man has been put in place from that pad for the catch, not to save the runs. And he's bowled him! inside edge, trying to slash it away through backward point. So McGrath strikes, and Brian Lara can only contemplate at the other end what is happening to his batting side. So the continuation of the woes, and Campbell, after having 2 lives, has been dismissed, and the West Indies in strife.
Sherwin Campbell going for his shots. He might feel he's best off playing his natural game, but he tried to force that off the back foot. The ball came back, found the inside edge, and because his bat was angled, he succeeded in chopping it down onto his stump. So he's out bowled for 12. West Indies in tatters, 17 for 3.
Well, Dave Joseph has come to the crease, the man that I think should have batted at number 3. He batted there in his first test last week in Trinidad. He made 50. He took 3 catches today. He comes to the crease because Campbell tried to play a cut shot, but the ball was A, too close, B, too full, and C, it seemed back. So McGrath on fire to Joseph. And he tries to hit him away, does so well in front of point. So Joseph won't go down thinking about should he have played his shots or not. So he, like Lara, off the mark with the boundary. And a good shot to hit McGrath in front of point with a cut shot.
Well, one thing is for certain. The spectators at Sabina Park are getting their money's worth. There's been action aplenty all day. Dave Joseph gets off the mark with a good shot. Forcing shot through the covers off the back foot.
So another good over for Australia. West Indies 21 for 3.
Well, we were talking about the number 3 batting position when Lincoln Roberts came out in his first test. Now, Dave Joseph batted 3 in Trinidad. I'd argue that he should have batted 3 today and they'd still only be 1 down.
Raghunath made naught, Roberts made naught, and Campbell was bowled, and the reactions of Glenn McGrath and Brian Lara tell the tale of the 2 men. There's the exultation by Glenn McGrath, and Brian Lara at the non-striker's end thinks, dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, the last 20 West Indian wickets, from 3 down in the first innings last week in Trinidad when Lara and Joseph put on a very good partnership until the fall of the last wicket. The last 20 wickets have added just 85 runs for the West Indies. Gillespie drags one back. And Lara has been hit in the midriff yet again.
That has really come back at Brian Lara. Off a good length. Jason Gillespie always stands that seam up. He just hits the seam every ball, and that's come back quite a way and beaten the inside edge of Brian Lara's bat. and struck him in the groin region, somewhere there. He got hit there as well in the first test, but only just getting over that blow.
So it's a tough time for the West Indies batsmen. 2 Australian fast bowlers in great form. And I must say, Brian Lara's innings in Trinidad, the first innings of 62, was pretty spectacular. Only surpassed by Michael Slater's second innings century. The 3 was made off just 1 ball, out the next ball, caught at second slip by Mark Waugh from the bowling of Gillespie in that dismal, humiliating total of 51. I must say, he looks today in this innings very much the way that he looked in the first innings. Feet moving, bat straight, getting behind the ball. And he knows that he and Joseph have to resurrect the situation from 21 for 3. So, Carl, I would imagine as a fast bowler, even though you can be well on top at 21 for 3, you know when a batsman has come out with class, who is prepared to play well and play straight.
Well, we're dealing with Brian Lara here. I don't think the Australians are in any comfort zone where he's concerned. They realise what he's capable of. They realise he's not in the peak of his form. They also realise what a mistake it would be to do anything, make any mistakes that let him get back into top form. And he's capable single-handedly of getting the West Indies back into this game. If he did that, that'd put him on a roll for the series.
And no ball called by umpire Peter Willey. Gillespie transgressing over the front line. There were a lot of no balls in the West Indian innings. 17 in fact. 11 to Pedro Collins, who finished up taking 3 wickets. 5 to Courtney Walsh, who took 4 for 55 from 20 overs. It's another spectacular performance by Courtney Walsh. And 1 each to Ambrose and Perry. So Brian Lara facing Jason Gillespie with that much shortened run-up of Gillespie's. Taken some 12 to 15 metres from his run-up. And Lara goes out to him. And Steve Waugh at Gully makes the stop.
That ball was travelling at pace too. Brian Lara gave that the full swing. Steve Waugh's a bit like a duck in a shooting gallery there in the gully at the moment. It's a wideish ball, well pitched up, and Brian Lara's hit it uppishly. I don't think it carried to Steve Waugh.
So tucks Lara up, and one wonders how long it will be before Gillespie goes over the wicket to Brian Lara. So Gillespie bowling over the wicket now, as is the want of particularly McGrath. Gillespie has also gone around the wicket to Brian Lara. We saw Courtney Walsh go around the wicket with success this morning. Lara one hand off the bat and tucks it around towards fine leg. The end of the over, 23 for 3.
Brian Lara not looking comfortable. Gillespie bowling at good pace, and the movement back into him is troubling him, and the bounce is troubling him, and the scoreboard would certainly be troubling him. So he's got plenty to think about, Brian Lara.
West Indies 23 for 3. It's a lovely evening here in Kingston, Jamaica. Just after 5:30 local time. Still 8 overs remaining. 3 slips, 2 gullies, and a leg gully. McGrath, the West Indian captain, and well played by Lara. Got on top of it, dragged it down to Gillespie, and gets the single to put Joseph on strike. Joseph is on 4. He hit a boundary off the first ball that he faced. Lara did likewise, and Lara has moved to 6. So, for those of you who may have just joined us or just joined us late or early in the morning in Australia, there will be a short highlights package at the end of this day's play. There are still 8 overs remaining, and if you've been here at Kingston today, so far you have had your money's worth. Australia all out for 256. The West Indies 24 for 3 late on the first day. Changing the comms position, Michael Holding and Tony Cozier.
For Dave Joseph, very positive in his approach. And coming in for some strange reason at number 5 in the order.
Well, there was a man at short third man or fly slip earlier on when Sherwin Campbell was at the crease. Steve Waugh has decided that he doesn't need that man for Dave Joseph, but that's pretty much the direction in which the ball went. That's the story so far. Not too sure why Lincoln Roberts came in at number 3. A debutant who has never batted at number 3 for Trinidad, or hardly ever if he has ever done it. And now he's batting number 3 for the West Indies. I think a few things need to be explained. Dave Joseph, who batted at number 3 in Trinidad, got a half century. Well, the 5 slip is now in place. Dave Joseph on strike. He's looking quite composed, positive. 8 runs off just 4 deliveries. As I was saying, he came in at number 3 when Roland Holder got injured in Trinidad. Got a half century. So why didn't he come in at number 3 here at Kingston, Jamaica? Lincoln Roberts, a debutant at number 3. Well, stranger things have happened, I suppose. That was a sharp rising delivery from Glenn McGrath. He does bowl some good bounces, McGrath. Dave Joseph had to really rock back on this occasion. Look at his head go, and at least he kept it down. Quite a few gaps out there on the onside. Field placing by Steve Waugh certainly biased towards the offside. That's a lot of real estate there on the onside, uncovered. And the offside heavily packed. 3 slips, 2 gullies, a fly slip, and of course the cover.
End of the over, 30 for 3.
Two wickets for Glenn McGrath so far in the second innings. Has been a bit expensive. 5 overs to 24 runs, but the important fact, he has taken 2 wickets. Gillespie's partner, not as expensive. 4 overs, just 6 runs, but only 1 wicket. Well, we had a bit of a get-together a few moments ago. Brian Lara, Steve Waugh came up as well, along with the umpire. Pretty difficult to tell exactly what the conversation was all about.
Brian Lara just inserting a new box brought out by Corey Cullimore, young fast bowler. who was in the squad, was brought up here yesterday under the understanding that Rion King was injured and was unavailable, which didn't prove the case. Rion King was in the nets yesterday, bowling pretty quickly. Oh, well, that's over now. Here's Gillespie. Huge responsibility here again on Brian Lara. Both openers and the number 3 gone. Look at the West Indies top order. Campbell just struggling after a pretty good Red Stripe Cup. Raghunath in only his second test match and also struggling, lacking confidence. Roberts placed up at number 3 where he's never batted before. It really does place a lot of responsibility on those to follow. Question for the West Indies selectors, test match coming up, 2 to go. They're hoping that Shivnarine Chandapal and Carl Hooper will be back, but that won't solve the problem at the top of the order which they've had for so long. It's gone a very long way. We saw one from Pedro Collins go a long way in the West Indies innings on the other side. It must have hit something. Look at that deviation.
That was excellent glove work by Ian Healy.
Saved Shane Warne a toenail, I think, that take by Healy. It's not been a bad pitch by any means, but we've seen one creep along the ground to bowl Mark Ward, decisive dismissal, and we've seen a couple do as that one did. Just depending on how these two go for the next few overs. If they do remain out there, no doubt we'll see the leg spinners in action before the close of play. Ball still pretty hard. 6 overs remain after this. Gillespie decides to come around the wicket.
That pretty much has been the ploy at Brian Lara for some time. The only change I would think is that there isn't a deep point that man is in front of square.
End of the over, maiden, 30 for 3. discussion there between Lara and Warren. Discussion also between Lara and the umpires just during the previous over, just before it. Impossible to tell what the situation is. Light is very good, even though the shadows are stretching right across the ground now, as you would expect at this time of the afternoon. Hope you don't have a dinner date tonight, Mikey. Now, just coming up to 5:45 here in Jamaica. That's a fine shot down the ground, off the middle of the bat. Ball is pretty hard and running, and that's a shortish boundary, and that's 4.
Good looking shot that from Dave Joseph. Got right behind the line of the ball, pushed out that left leg and played right through. Well timed. Everything in place.
One of the late introductions to Test cricket from the Lara and Adams from Antigua, like Ridley Joseph. Correction, Ridley Jacobs. He settled into Test cricket quite quickly. He's looked the part. Got a 50 in his very first Test innings today, showing himself to be a really superb slip catcher. Took 3 of them today. And made them all look so comfortable.
That second innings in Port of Spain didn't get a start, Dave Joseph. And he'll be hoping to survive through to the end of play today and to start all over again tomorrow.
Very comfortably out of that one. A good delivery from McGrath. Bouncer right over the top of the off stump. Hands dropped, head back.
Certainly bowls some good bouncer, Glenn McGrath. He gets very close to the stumps at the point of delivery, so he's bowling wicket to wicket.
Gone, slow ball. Joseph slicing the catch to deep gully. Deceived by the change of pace. And the West Indies have lost their 4th wicket for 34. Dave Joseph going after it and hitting through the line too early.
That was good bowling by Glenn McGrath. He certainly deceived them with a slow delivery. You can see that Dave Joseph got nowhere near to the pitch of that ball with his feet. And he's disappointed, very, very disappointed. So is that man. They put together a pretty good partnership in Port of Spain. Not so on this occasion. It's 34 for 4.
Pedro Collins given the job of night watchman. Had it in Trinidad as well. Didn't survive the afternoon. And I dare say he'll find it difficult to survive this afternoon as well. They're just 5 overs to remain. That's a rather long time against high-quality fast bowling. And there's that slow ball, which accounted for the dismissal of Dave Joseph. Blew it the catcher. 34 for 4.
You'll see here that Dave Joseph got nowhere close to that ball with his feet. Man at point had a very simple catch.
Well, that's a perfect defensive shot from Pedro Collins first up. It's 34 for 4.
Brian Lara signaling into the dressing room for an arm guard. That was the signal he gave. He has one on, so obviously it's for his partner, Pedro Collins, who has none on. Not very wise to be coming out against these high-class bowlers without an arm guard. A sad tale. Unfortunately for the West Indies, a regular tale.
Gillespie round the wicket.
Brian Lara under a great deal of pressure, just watching the wickets go by at the other end, and he himself almost on his way back to the pavilion after that last delivery.
Fourteen wickets already in the day. Plenty of action, engrossing day's cricket. And at the end of the day, we'll be rolling a brief highlights package, trying to condense the action into that period. So much has happened today, and it isn't over yet. West Indies chasing shadows here. 34 for 4. Difficult times here for Brian Lara towards the end of the day. If he can survive it, come back tomorrow. Very different, of course, at the start of the day's play to the gloaming of the evening. I think that's about as close to unplayable as you can possibly get. Round the wicket, pitching perfectly, obliging the forward defensive shot, and then a late away movement.
It's not very easy to get back on those. Certainly doing quite a lot off the seam here, Jason Gillespie.
Gillespie has shortened his run in respect of the many injuries he's had, mainly as far as back is concerned, and he hasn't really lost any sort of speed. Maybe a slightly ominous sign for Australia. Just stretching Warren. I think he fancies a bowl this afternoon. Mightn't get one. Didn't get one in the second innings in Trinidad either. A long time he hasn't bowled in a match.
Yeah.
Lara takes a single, so he's not allowing the night watchman to protect him. Quite prepared to do the batting himself. 35 for 4.
Steve Ward just having a quick chat with his crew, trying to sort out the situation from the George Headley stand end. Glenn McGrath has come in to bowl again.
McGrath will continue. Steve Buckner just had a look at his light meter. The sun's still pretty bright on the field, but he looked back into the backdrop of the George Headley stand. Still 4 overs remaining, and we have seen umpires go off in this situation before, with the light streaming across the ground, and yet because of the contrast they've occasionally gone off here in the Caribbean, but certainly in this situation I wouldn't think there would be a cause for them to do so. Pedro Collins has got himself protected now with a forearm guard.
Pedro Collins has been sent out as the night watchman, and the theory behind the sending out a white night watchman is that he is supposed to take as much of the strike as he possibly can to protect the recognized batsmen. That's why the number 6 batsman wasn't sent.
Another good bouncer from McGrath.
But so far, I think Brian Lara is quite content to take as much of the bowling as he possibly can. I don't think he really trusts Pedro Collins to survive. And perhaps that last bouncer rather that we saw is one of the reasons why Brian Lara is quite happy to take the bowling. Not too sure how Pedro Collins would have handled that particular delivery.
Glenn McGrath comes around the wicket, a tactic he used to very good effect in Australia in the last series between the teams. Pedro Collins as the night watchman out there. Just umpire Buckner is just having a word with McGrath, having come around the wicket, just telling him to move off the pitch a bit. Not an official warning, but just an initial warning to him. Good probing bowling here from McGrath. Everyone around the ground, on the field, knows just how vital the wicket of Brian Lara is in the current situation, and especially this time of the afternoon. Can just hang in there tomorrow. Australians really applying themselves. Last ball of the over now. A maiden, a bouncer, which ensures that the night watchman, Pedro Collins, will have to get the strike. Pedro Collins not taking guard. 3 overs remain. Still having a look at the light meters. Umpires just discussing the light. Steve Waugh is up there interested in the conversation. 100 for him today, Steve Waugh, in his second test as Australia captain. 18th test 100 out of a score of 256. And it seems as if he just gets, when he gets 100 or 200, it's even against the West Indies. 300s against the West Indies, 2 of them even hundreds and 1 an even double 100. Here's Collins, the night watchman, facing Gillespie.
Steve Waugh certainly was very interested in the goings on with the 2 umpires. I'm sure if there was ever any inclination that the umpires might offer the light to the West Indies batsmen, that he'll be happy to bring on his spinners. As Tony Cozier said, the light out in the middle is pretty good. It's just the background. It's a bit dark in those stands. Absolutely no light shining into those stands. Stuart McGill there waiting for the ball to be thrown to him.
Pleading around the ground with umpire Bucknor to get the players off the ground.
Well, he's very keen for them to come off. I think he has seen enough for today.
Three balls remaining.
They're a happy bunch.
The question is, do they know it? Pedro Collins, who had a rather mixed day, came back really well in his last spell when he got all his 3 wickets for 22. About a number of no balls, 11 in all, in fact. Lara calls him down just to have a word with him.
I think there are a few signals being given with the body language there by West Indian players. They'll be quite happy to go in now.
The ball adds to the score. West Indies thankful for any run they can get now, but more thankful if the umpires would go off.
No ball adds to the score, but it certainly adds another delivery to be faced by Pedro Collins.
Slow ball just over his head. And he's off the mark. Gives Lara the strike. Still another 2 overs to go. Warren's warming up, so he's likely to come on to bowl the next over. Now, the light has, in fact, faded quite quickly. There's the Australian card. They won the toss today. Steve Waugh for the second time in succession in this series. And a rather stuttering start against an inspired Courtney Walsh. There were 46 for 3. Then the Wars added 112. Rather freak delivery. Dismissed to Mark Waugh. A shooter. Ground eater. End of the over. 37 for 4.
On the first ball of the second morning here in Kingston. Right on line. And it's a very good morning to Michael Holding.
Good morning, Hooksy. Good morning to the viewers around the Caribbean and in the United States. It might be still morning in some parts of Australia, but hello to you all down there. Shane Warne certainly got the ball to spin yesterday. I suspect that he'll get it to turn again today.
McGill comes around from backward square leg.
The important thing is, though, Hooksy, with the fast bowlers doing such a good job, an excellent job in Trinidad in the second innings, and a pretty good job here again, whether Steve Waugh will continue with Shane Warne after he completes this over, or whether he'll revert to the 2 fast bowlers.
So the first morning's over has been complete. Just 3 deliveries last night. Shane Warne had bowled 3 overs before the players went off for bad light. So West Indies 37 for 4. So will Shane Warne be given the bowling this morning? Mark Waugh behind him. And that's what's happened to the West Indies so far. Raghunath in his second test match, naught. Roberts in his first, surprisingly coming in at number 3. Made naught as well. Joseph late yesterday afternoon for 14. And Campbell dragged one on for 12. Jason Gillespie will bowl the first full over for Australia from the Blue Mountains end. Brian Lara on strike. 3 slips, 2 gullies. And speaking to Steve Waugh this morning, he said that both Gillespie and McGrath rolled extremely quickly yesterday afternoon. So what will happen this morning? It's Gillespie for his first ball of the second morning. Right on line. And immediately coming around the wicket to the left-handed Brian Lara. He also said to Michael that both spin bowlers for Australia, McGill and Warne, are desperate to get a bowl. He said that they are chomping at the bit to do some bowling.
I would think that's definitely on the cards. They didn't get a chance to put their hands on the ball in the second innings at Port of Spain, except when they were fielding, of course. And we have already seen Shane Warne get the ball to turn quite a bit on the surface.
And Lara gets around the corner. One of his favourite shots. And McGrath, just a little bit of stumble there. Went to the fence. That rope is very close to the fence. And Glenn McGrath couldn't get his timing right with his footwork. And in the end, it went to the boundary. So 4 runs to start the morning for Brian Lara.
Very fine glance that from Brian Lara. Not quite Pele. I think I am due to lose a bit of money today, Hooksy. I placed the bet that Brian Lara would get a century and the West Indies would pass the first inning score of Australia. Think I'm on a loser?
Well, I think you might be right with Brian Lara getting a century. I'm not sure about passing the first innings total, but Brian Lara looks in very serious form, as he did in the first innings in Trinidad, where I thought he played beautifully. Very solidly, the class player of the West Indies side, of course. And so much rests on his shoulders, so much pressure on him as a batsman, as a captain, as a man. And how will he handle it today? Steve Waugh said the pitch wasn't as fast yesterday as it was in 1995. He said if you got in there, you just had to have just a touch of luck early, because one ball could seam past the bat, one ball could seam and hit the edge of the bat. But he thought that once you'd been in for a little while, Michaels, an hour or so, it wasn't too bad.
I think it's a very good pitch for batting once you get your eye in, because as we saw yesterday, not too many balls misbehaved. That ball from the spinner, well, that just happened out of the blue. That was totally unexpected. But once you get your eye in on this pitch, you can get runs. And Lara is a class player. If he gets his eyes in on this pitch, I expect him to get 3 figures.
Well played by Lara, letting it go. So the Australians continuing this ploy of bowling around to the wicket to Lara. Jimmy Adams will come in next. Pedro Collins, the night watchman last night, faced his 13 deliveries. Adams and Jacobs, Perry and the 2 quicks, Ambrose and Walsh, who would be desperate for their batsmen to do something for them, to give them some rest, feet up for a while. Last ball of Gillespie's first over. Right on line, and so is Brian Lara. So 4 runs from the over, a boundary to fine leg. The West Indies 41 for 4.
So far this pitch, keeping up to the high standards that were set yesterday. Good consistent bounce, good pace. That's what you want from cricket pitches.
One of the parasols keeping one of the cameramen sometimes in the shade. Quite blustery here again this morning, as it was yesterday for most of the day. So Shane Warne to resume, bowling to the night watchman Collins. 3 men around the bat and a short cover. Hanson turn.
Quite a bit of turn. Big spin of the ball, Shane Warne.
Shane Warne might just get that bowling stint that he is so desirous of. Oh! Right on line again. Beautiful delivery. Steve Waugh said this morning he thought the pitch would turn and turn consistently, and that's what it's done the first 2 balls of this over.
That's good bowling. Previous delivery pitched on off stump. This one pitched on mid stump. How do you play those? As a night watchman, that is. Perhaps if you're a front-line batsman, you have a better chance.
So this has given the young man something to think about. He bowled so well late yesterday afternoon, and now he's got some work to do with the bat. This man's bowled well for many years. Short, and he's hit it up in the air, but will it be caught at mid-off? Running back is Elliott. He just can't get it. And he tried to pull it over mid-on and got the top edge back over the bowler's head. And Shane Warne can't believe that Matthew Elliott didn't have a dive at that. We'll have to see how far it was from him in the end.
The bounce, that's what defeated Pedro Collins here. But let's see how close Matthew Elliott got to this. Not very close. Would never had a chance, really.
Matthew Elliott there at mid-off. He is now at mid-on with Brian Lara on strike. So a little bit of a sniff for the Australians, but fortune for the West Indies. So Collins has a touch of luck this morning. He goes to 2. Brian Lara is on 11. And Warne around the wicket to the left-hander. Plenty of turn and a watchful Brian Lara. So this could be a great battle. It was last week in Trinidad in the first innings. Lara was prepared to use his feet to get down the pitch to warn, and he was run out for 62. And that looked like the only way the Australians were going to dismiss him before he got to 100. And what will Lara do today? So into the over, 42 for 4.
Splendid turn there for Shane Warne, and he isn't bowling into the rough really. There's a reasonable amount of rough outside the left-hander's off stump, but not too much. Still a long way to go for the West Indies.
Overs gone, and Gillespie will resume. 3 slips and 2 gullies to Collins, and a man at bat pad and a leg gully, and more played. And having a quiet chat to Jason Gillespie this morning, I asked him did he feel that he was bowling into the breeze late yesterday afternoon. He said not really. He said it was quite blustery and more of a cross breeze. He didn't have any problems. He didn't feel that it was upsetting his rhythm or his balance or his delivery. As the wind, the direction of the wind changed late yesterday afternoon. Over the wicket. And fast.
That's what I expected to happen today. A bit more pace, a bit more bounce. It has certainly dried out. Very, very hard surface out there at the moment. That's a good delivery. Well played for the night watchman. Couldn't have done a much better than that. Kept his eyes on it. That's the important factor. Very impressive figures.
And wayward for 4 byes. Ian Hindley had no chance. It went very quickly, and that is always a bit tough on the wicketkeeper to look up and see a boundary of byes against your name. But that was quick.
Absolutely no chance of getting to that, Ian Healy. You could see the seam being very upright, hit the seam, deviated off the seam, and kept on swinging as it passed to the batsman.
Pretty tough call on the wicketkeeper. It certainly wouldn't have been a normal cricket shot that had to be played to reach the ball. And yet, very rarely do we see wides called in test matches. And online, Gillespie. So every time Collins hits the ball, he's going to get the roar of the crowd to support him. Quite a good crowd for early on a Sunday morning here in the West Indies. Traditionally, many people on their way to church and come after church. Some people appear as though they've slept here.
I think a lot of them, after watching yesterday's play, hooks didn't want to come too late because they figured they would miss the West Indies innings. But I can assure them that they wouldn't have. I just get this feeling that things are going to change.
Always a worry when you get that feeling in your water, Michael. 4 and lovely shot. Punch that back past mid-on, and that'll go for a boundary. There's nobody at mid-on or indeed at mid-off. So the attempted Yorker was just smashed with the full face of the bat past mid-on. Lovely shot by the night watchman, and that brings up the West Indies 50.
And what a way to bring it up, the night watchman. Well timed shot by Pedro Collins. Very, very attacking field. So once you can get that ball in front of square, there are runs to be had. And that went straight back down the ground.
Now fast bowler to fast bowler with the bat in his hand. Who is going to outthink whom for this delivery? What is Collins thinking? Is he thinking the bouncer, or is Gillespie going to bowl the Yorker? Or the slower ball? So the end of a good over for the West Indies. Lovely shot from Collins to bring up a boundary. West Indies 50 for 4.
Quick little chat again between Pedro Collins and his captain Brian Lara. I would think Brian Lara would have said to him, that's a good shot, but don't get carried away. Remember what your job is. Try and spend as long as possible at the crease. Try and frustrate the opposition.
The battle resumes between the master bowler and the master batsman. Shane Warne, certainly in my opinion, without doubt, the greatest spin bowler the game has ever seen. And Brian Lara up there in that top echelon of batsmen. And here they are in a battle. Some foot marks out the front of the off stump of Brian Lara that may cause some problems as the game wears on. Perhaps not too many problems today. One of the reasons why Warne is deciding to go around the wicket, so he can give Brian Lara something else to think about. And that sharp turn. And I must say, I would think that perhaps a better fieldsman needs to be at backward square leg than Stuart McGill. It's a very important fielding position to the left hand, particularly Lara, who's so wristy. And Stuart McGill, not Australia's best fieldsman. Perhaps it needs a Greg Blewett or Michael Slater there. The amount of work that Shane Warne's putting on the ball, I don't think he's having any problems with his shoulder that, of course, has been the subject of much discussion over the last 12 months or so. He'll be pleased that the ball is turning and landing pretty well. No ball. Shane Warne unusual, and Shane Warne can't believe it either.
And there it is.
And Lara gives himself some room, but can't pierce that offside field. So what is the Australians' tactics? Are they trying to tie Lara down and try and get him to do a rash or make a rash decision? Australia on top with the West Indies 51 for 4. And that may well have gone up and bounced into Lara's gloves.
Seems as if it did pitch in that rough area outside the off stump. Bounced a bit higher than Lara expected. Pad then glove, but straight back down onto the ground. Angle of the bat plus the angle of his hands on the bat ensured that that ball went straight back down.
Just the no ball from that Warne over. 51 for 4.
Very tidy over from Shane Warne, giving absolutely nothing away. 3 overs, just 2 runs scored so far off his bowling, getting the ball to turn quite a lot as well.
A long way behind the West Indies, a long way behind for Michael Holding to collect. Brian Lara needs 89, the West Indies need 205. In the air, but well played in the end by Collins, got on top of it. Justin Langer is very, very good at bat pad. And just too square and away from Langer, so no problems. So Jason Gillespie, he is fully fit at the moment, no problems with him. And last night, as Steve Waugh said when speaking to Carl Racken at the end of the game, and reiterated again this morning, that he thought Gillespie and McGrath bowled very, very quickly last night. And no ball.
Gillespie certainly is getting the ball to deviate off the seam. Still a reasonably new ball. Should still have a bit of sheen on it, plus a fairly proud seam. And once you keep that seam upright, get the ball to pitch on the seam consistently, you should be able to get a bit of movement. Not very pleased that he was called, Jason Gillespie.
Jason Gillespie looked like he was practicing to be an umpire, signalling one short as he walked back to his mark before. Very affable until he goes across that white line, Jason Gillespie, and suffers from what is commonly known as white line fever. Very aggressive with ball or bat in hand. Aggressive in the sense of fighting really hard when he's a batsman and fighting really hard as a bowler. Just a young man, and what a job he has done for Australia in the few test matches that he has played. And that went straight. So that made it tough for Collins. But Collins doing a very good job as night watchman.
Good delivery again. Collins saw two previous deliveries coming back into him quite sharply. This time the ball just holding its own. Don't have to move the ball quite appreciably in both directions. If you get it to go in one direction a bit, all you have to do after that is to bowl a straight delivery. The batsman will be playing for the ball to go in the direction in which it went previously.
And outside edge of the bat. But there are a lot of men lurking in that cordon. 3 slips, 2 gullies. Michael Slater, the fieldsman there. So 5 men in that area. 3 slips, 2 gullies. Greg Blewett is at left of screen at cover. And Justin Langer just on your right there at bat pad with Stuart McGill lurking at leg gully. So very aggressive field that Steve Waugh has given his fast bowler. Rightly so, with the score at 52 for 4. And Collins played at that.
Failed in his task in Port of Spain, Pedro Collins, entered as night watchman there, but certainly hasn't failed here. Did what was required yesterday, spent the entire time at the crease, and has come back again this morning. Just about 22 minutes play this morning so far. 6 not out. Career best. And getting better.
And a beautiful delivery. He's bowled some off cutters, and now he's getting the ball to leave the right-hander. So that is food for thought for Collins, but he survives. 52 for 4.
10 overs, 1 for 18, Jason Gillespie. He too is giving nothing away. Well, these Australian bowlers hardly ever give anything away. It's a matter of patience. Wait and wait and wait, if you can survive, that is.
The view from Strawberry Hill, about 40 minutes away, and there's the ground. So Warren resuming to Brian Lara. Lara, Ian Healy, Mark Waugh at first slip. So Shane Warne's appealed, and he will never get in the team bus at the end of the day's play, Shane Warne, and think to himself, I wonder if that ball was out during the day, or perhaps I should have appealed.
Well, he's appealing because he's convinced that Brian Lara isn't playing at the ball. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you think the ball is heading towards the stumps and the batsman hasn't offered a stroke, you can be given out. A bit wide for the umpire to know that that ball definitely would have hit the stumps, though.
Tense moment for Lara and Collins. He knows the opposition team, Australia, are on top, and this is the wicket they desperately want. And Lara is going to make it as tough as he can for them. And plenty of speculation about Brian Lara's captaincy, about the fact that Sachin Tendulkar has leapfrogged him as far as the star batsman class is concerned. And tries to pull it away, didn't quite get it. So Elliott does well at mid-on. Not quite so well with a throw.
Didn't time it very well, Brian Lara. But still had enough bat on the ball to get it through. If Elliott hadn't performed that great fielding. Not a good throw, as Hooks has said, but at least he prevented the ball from going through the field.
Warne deciding to go over the wicket now. And immediately gets some room to Lara. The brilliant piece of work at extra cover by Steve Waugh. Good piece of fielding. So it finished up being a maiden, an unusual maiden, 52 for 4.
Always very important, the fielding of any team, especially when you have got spin bowlers. Got to try and make sure you give them as much support as possible. Two couple of bad balls that could have been punished, but excellent fielding prevented that.
So nice shot from the mid-wicket camera. Gillespie again with the ball in his hand. Collins on strike. The shortened run-up of Jason Gillespie. On line again. Steve Waugh, we don't see him in the infield too often, normally in a catching position, gully or silly mid-off. And not a great bounce, but Steve Waugh was able to get his hand to the ball and stop it from going for any runs. Steve Waugh, a century yesterday. 18 test centuries. So right up from the 3,000 feet high in the mountains. There is the ground view from Strawberry Hill, the hotel, 3,000 feet up in the Blue Mountains. That's where the camera is situated. About 8 kilometres away from the ground, 40-minute drive. And he goes again through mid-on, and that's another boundary. So that may start to give Steve Waugh something to think about. Should I put a man to mid-on, or should I let the youngster keep trying to head across the line and whack them to mid-on? I think you let him keep trying.
Well, so far Pedro Collins has waited until the ball has been reasonably well up to the bat before he has tried to play that particular shot. That's what he has to do. He has got to make sure it's of full length before he plays through the line of the ball. Again, another very good shot. 3 slips and the 2 gullies remain.
And in the air, Langer can't get across. So good delivery from Gillespie. I don't think Pedro Collins had too much knowledge of where that was going or where it went.
Luckily for him, it went on the offside and not the onside. That was right off the bat.
Collins has added 9 this morning with 2 boundaries. Lara has added just the 1 boundary off the second ball that he faced this morning. And a bit of jumping around now going on at the crease. But the youngster survives.
It's been half an hour now of survival for Pedro Collins. That's a pretty good job. 50 minutes batting in total, Pedro Collins. 20 minutes yesterday. Half an hour today. I think the night watchman's job might be his for the rest of this tour.
Last ball of the Gillespie over, just 4 runs from it so far, a boundary. And that's a quick bouncer again. He played it pretty well. So the end of the over, 56 for 4. So it's been a tough initiation for Pedro Collins, but he's done it very well. And he doesn't want to make any mistakes with his captain at the other end. I'm sure that his captain is pleased with the way that Collins is performing. .56 for 4, and that is the West Indies dressing room. So a change in the commentary position from the George Headley stand end. Glenn McGrath, Australia's premier fast bowler, will come on. He'll bowl around to the wicket to Brian Lara. Lara is on 11, Collins, the night watchman, on 10, and the change in the bowling has been matched by the change in the commentary box. It's Tony Cozier, and with him Carl Rackman.
Thank you, Hooksy. Changing the pace in the outfield. I'm not sure if there's a change in pace in the commentary box. McGrath taking over from Warren. Warren 4 overs, 2 maidens, and just a couple of singles off him. Starts off with a good delivery. Lara playing deliberately inside the line of the ball, but McGrath from first ball just about right on target.
And coming round the wicket, as they've done so much to Brian Lara in this series and before. Of course, Jason Gillespie in the second innings in Trinidad got him caught behind the wicket, bowling over the wicket.
Another fine day here in Kingston. Lovely weather, as it was yesterday, bright and sunny. And clearer, as you can see from our camera up on Strawberry Hill looking over Kingston. It's a lot clearer today than it was yesterday, although yesterday still was very bright. Lara kept on 11. Might well have had 2 boundaries off Warren in the last over, but the pressure kept on by 2 diving saves, one from a pull by Elliott mid-on, and then one from a stroke through the covers by Steve Waugh meant that instead of 2 boundaries, he got nothing at all.
Brian Lara looks to me to be absolutely as determined as is possible to be. His concentration, application to this point, and those 2 shots you refer to were really the first scoring opportunities he'd received, and didn't quite hit the first one in the middle, really did hit the second one, but the Australian fieldsman saved 8 runs. But if we go back to the Trinidad Test in the first innings where he batted so beautifully, he was quite aggressive then, and he really went after Shane Warne in particular, and played a very dominant innings. And in fact, he was run out. He looked well and truly on his way to 100 there. But so far today, it's been a very, very measured effort, very watchful.
It's the end of the over. Maiden over from McGrath to start off with, 56 for 4.
Brian Lara's got his footwork going nicely. And the important thing is the good support he's receiving from Pedro Collins. Came in as night watchman yesterday afternoon, and he's still there, so he's done a good job.
And a fair crowd in today, with the mound, as usual, filling up very quickly. Gillespie continues his 5th over of the day. Well, not quite down for the count. Brian Lara got one in a similar area yesterday. And down he goes.
Well, guys all over the world watching can sympathise with what's going on there, the pain that Pedro Collins is in, and any girls watching, I'm sure you can imagine just how bad that would be. Oh no. Ouch.
Waited 12 runs last night to see someone hit the deck. But Lewis and Holyfield kept on their feet. This morning, Collins floored by that one from Gillespie.
Well, Pedro Collins, take your time, my friend. There's no hurry.
I don't know if you saw, there was a documentary on one of the television channels where one of the physios with one of the English First Division Premier League teams was saying that when that type of thing happens, you should rub the ball of the big toe just under the big toe. For some reason, that has the effect of easing things out. I don't see that that's been done there by Dennis Waite.
Does it matter which foot, the big toe on which foot?
But it really was a direct hit, and poor Pedro Collins will be in discomfort for some time. When we bring that back again, we'll warn viewers at home that the footage you may see may be distressing to some. Darren Ganger is out there. He's carried a bottle of water. I don't know what that will do.
Well, the bowler, Jason Gillespie, his main intent is to get a wicket, but he just thought to himself, that would have hurt. Now, to give a lot of credit to Pedro Collins, he came as night watchman yesterday, and he's still there. He's scored 10 runs. He's played a couple of excellent straight drives this morning for boundaries off Gillespie. And one of the reasons he's still there, in contrast to some of the recognised batsmen above him, is that he is getting in behind the line of the ball.
Well, just checking, it's still there. The box, the protected box, that is. But the question now is whether he'll have to retire hurt. This has gone on for some time now. I think Steve Buckner is saying, look, we've taken up enough time. Can you continue? And he's going off. He's going to retire. So he's not out. He's done the job which he was sent in to do and more as the night watchman. He'll get a good reception from the crowd. And he'll get the attention he needs when he goes into the dressing room. So he'll retire hurt and will be able to come back to bat later. And that will now bring in Jimmy Adams to replace him. But he's been out there overall for an hour, and you really couldn't ask more of a night watchman than that. To exist for half an hour on the previous afternoon and half an hour this morning and still not be out. And Jimmy Adams now comes in at 56 for 4 on his home ground.
Well, that's exactly right. He's done a very, very good job, has Pedro Collins, and obviously he's in a lot of pain. We must be very sympathetic towards him and just hope there's no lasting damage done. Jimmy Adams coming to the crease. So two recognised batsmen now together. And a very experienced man in Jimmy Adams. Australian bowlers now have two left-handers to bowl to, so fieldsmen won't have to be changing from one side to the other, nor will the bowlers have to be changing their line. So it'll be easier on the one hand for the Australians, but they have now two recognised batsmen to contend with.
Pedro Collins and Brian Lara put on 22 with 10 to Collins. Lara, in fact, has only had one scoring shot this morning. That was off the second ball, which he deflected very fine. Australians will know of Jimmy Adams very well. Played in the 95 series, also played in Australia on the last tour, 92, correction, 96, 97. That average was at one stage above 70. He really had a very good start to his Test career, but it's gone back quite dramatically since then. Highest score, double 100 unbeaten, was against New Zealand in 1996, just after the World Cup, when the players came back and had 2 tests against New Zealand. Well, no short leg, and he gets off the mark with a very good bouncer, fending it off, didn't know where it had gone. And a short leg in there might just have been able to hang on to it.
That went behind square leg, more in a leg gully region, and Australians over the years have oftentimes had a leg gully in position for Jimmy Adams. Now in comes a leg gully, obviously for Brian Lara now, and I would suggest he may stay there when Adams is back on strike as well.
Just wonder about the Mound Stand's timing of their music. Just gave us a few bars there in the middle of an over. Now, I don't think that's correct already. Just wait till the end of the over and they give you a few bars. But during the middle of an over, after a batsman has fended off a bouncer, not on.
That's the DJ in his sound equipment.
Chase around here, they'll come back for 2. So Lara's second scoring shot, and the West Indies move on to 59 for 4 at the end of the over.
So 59 for 4, the West Indies. They did so well yesterday with the ball after Australia won the toss and elected to bat and bowled Australia out for 256. They managed to get themselves into all sorts of trouble. But through some excellent efforts by Pedro Collins, who's retired hurt, Brian Lara with him, they're righting the ship.
McGrath just had the 1 over, and Adams just taking his yard. He'll have a strike now. Jimmy Adams has just come in to replace Pedro Collins. Collins having retired hurt. Adams in his 13th test against Australia, averaging just below 30 against Australia. Just had the 1 substantial innings on the last tour, but a very important 74 not out there. West Indies won that match at Melbourne to come back 2-1 in the series.
Well, interestingly, we saw that delivery in the last over, and there's no leg gully at the moment. This position just there that Adams bumped one up in the previous over from Gillespie. But obviously Steve Waugh wants as many catching positions as possible in the slips cordon. He has 3 slips and 2 gullies. Just can't see himself clear to spare another fieldsman for a leg gully.
A lot of work to do for the remaining specialist batsmen in the team, Lara and Adams, and the 2 most experienced batsmen in the side. Ridley Jacobs, the keeper, is in next. He's done pretty well in his early test matches. In his 6 tests so far, did very well in South Africa, where he topped the batting averages in the mid-40s.
McGrath and Gillespie both bowling with very good pace today, as they did yesterday. Tremendous opening bowler, Glenn McGrath. He has 3 for 28. Gillespie 1 for 25 to this point. Stuart McGill hasn't bowled as yet. Bowled very well in Trinidad to take 3 wickets in the first innings. Nose spin bowlers were required, of course, in the West Indies second innings. McGrath and Gillespie getting all 10, 5 each. But you would expect him to be called on today.
Three test matches going on at the same time around the world today, starting with the one in New Zealand, then coming across, and one in Dhaka in Bangladesh, and now this one. They've finished off their day's cricket a lot earlier. There's the Pakistan-Sri Lanka test match, the Asian Test Championship final, dominated by Pakistan and dominated by Wasim Akram, who has taken a hat-trick for the second time in test cricket in that second innings. Only bowler in test cricket to have done it twice. Another maiden over from McGrath. 59 for 4. So those scores, Pakistan dominating, 2 double hundreds in that innings. Ijaz Ahmed, his highest test score of 211, and the same for Inzamam with a double hundred. Very hot apparently in Dhaka, so Inzamam would have lost a few pounds there. He does have a few to lose. So there are the scores. Pakistan, Sri Lanka. Pakistan on the way to taking the first Asian Test Championship in that final in Dhaka in Pakistan. Chandana, the leg spinner, on debut, with Sri Lanka depleted by the absence of the usual captain Arjuna Ranatunga, and also Muralitharan, both out with injuries. And I see Tilakaratne keeping wicket, so Kalaritharano seems to be down as well. Lara pulled away, dropped his handkerchief, and Lara spotted that.
Steve Waugh has a red one. Most of the other players, if they carry anything, carry some white toweling. And the bowlers, see Stuart McGill has his tucked into his pants there, and Jason Gillespie looks to have his in his pocket, and there it falls away. So Brian Lara said, start again, son.
No ball from Gillespie. It's his second. Score now moves on to 59. Correction, it's gone up now to 60. The other test match is going on at Lancaster Park in Christchurch in New Zealand, very badly affected by rain. New Zealand all out on the first day for 168. 4 days gone, and South Africa batted through to 442 for 1 at the end of the fourth day. Herschel Gibbs 211 not out, Jack Callis 148 not out, and 1 day to go. So if there's a good day there, New Zealand will have some difficulty in getting through that test. They got through the first test match quite comfortably in a similar situation. It wasn't as much rain, but they were a long way behind and had to bat out the last day, and they did, losing only 3 wickets on that last day. New Zealand will go in tomorrow presumably, with the weather permitting, and Alan Donald won't be there for South Africa. He's been injured. It will be a setback for him and for South Africa. So there are the scores. Here now, West Indies battling away after their tottering start yesterday, are 60 for 4. Pedro Collins, the night watchman, having to retire hurt. Well bowled from around the wicket. First one from Gillespie, passing the outside edge.
Good bowling from Jason Gillespie. It's a difficult thing to do when you come around the wicket to immediately get spot on line. The footings are slightly different. Generally, the footings are 100%. As you can see there, the difference from the over the wicket to around with bowlers' footmarks, and only Pedro Collins had bowled some overs from that side of the pitch. yesterday. So with firmer footings, a slightly different angle of approach and a different direction, you've got to deliver the cricket ball. So coming around the wicket, coming up with an almost unplayable first up is pretty good work. See all the Australian slips fieldsmen there. 3 slips, 2 gullies. Very fine gully, the one fourth from the wicket keeper. And then Steve Waugh in his traditional position, orthodox gully.
Yeah.
Good running. And good understanding between the two. Jamie Adams was off right away. Short McGill coming in from mid-on into the mid-wicket area really didn't have the time enough, even though he was onto it quite quickly. Adams would have been home even with the underarm flick and hit the stumps, and home comfortably.
The West Indies, and I hope I'm not speaking too soon, but they're coming up to an hour's batting this morning without actually losing a wicket. I don't think that's happened in the series so far.
Beautiful delivery. Came back in quite sharply to end the over at 61 for 4. It's not an over. A warning for running on the pitch from umpire Peter Willey. I saw him just move away and under the mistaken impression that it was the 6th ball of the over.
When that happens, the other umpire is informed, and the fielding captain, Steve Waugh, of course, is informed. And Jason Gillespie has had one official warning for running on the wicket. So he'll just have to be mindful of his follow through after delivering the ball.
And that was a quick one. Maybe a reaction from umpire Willey's warning at the end of the over, 61 for 4.
Umpire Willey, of course, was an off-spin bowler. Played for England. And he himself would have bowled in very close to the stumps, as off-spinners do. Very experienced cricketer, and now umpire Peter Willey. That first followed through step there of Jason Gillespie, and you can see why he's received a warning, because that is right in a line, stump to stump. And there is the footmarks of the first follow through of most of the bowlers during the course of the game to this point.
Lara's put it away, and it'll go all the way for 4. Just pirouetting on that back foot. So a boundary for Brian Lara, just his 3rd scoring shot for the day. His 4th, in fact, scoring shot for the day, 65 for 4.
And he hasn't played a false shot, either defensively or attacking. He really means business, Brian Lara.
Well, that's a 4th shot now. Good response from McGrath. And Lara not in position to play the hook shot.
Well, that's excellent fast bowling. That was a yard quicker and a little bit more bounce, and that beat Brian Lara for pace. Sort of ploy that former West Indian fast bowler Andy Roberts was very, very good at.
Pulled out of that one. That's the second now bouncer of the over, signalled by umpire Steve Bucknor. And knowledgeable as they are, this crowd here appreciates they're watching a real battle between a champion fast bowler and champion batsman. Had it in Trinidad between Lara and Shane Warne. Had it here yesterday, Courtney Walsh with the 2 wars. It's a team game, of course, but you get these individual battles during the course of a game which keep the spectators enthralled. And we're lucky to have so many great players in this series and to already have had so many tremendous confrontations.
And talking about the crowd as well, Tony, the attendance yesterday and today has been really excellent. There was talk that West Indies' demise in Trinidad would cause the crowds here to be less than supportive, but that certainly hasn't been the case.
So that's the end of the first hour's play of the morning. Drinks are going to come onto the ground, and the West Indies haven't lost an actual wicket in moving to 66 for 4.
Welcome back. 66 for 4, and drinks being taken on this second morning, and there is a high shot of the capital of Jamaica, Kingston. Very close to the ground, probably about 2 kilometres away, that's all. The bay in the background. Pretty busy city, and there is a shot from the Strawberry Hill Hotel, 3,000 feet up in the Blue Mountains. Down to the ground there up your top left of your screen, just by the city skyline. And that is the Strawberry Hill Hotel, some 8 kilometres away from here. High up in the mountains, high up in the Blue Mountains. And that is the end from which Jason Gillespie will resume after drinks. So nothing has happened this morning apart from Pedro Collins retiring hurt for 10. He was the night watchman last night. Jimmy Adams has been quiet as per usual, and Brian Lara has been stoic in his attitude today. So that's what happened this morning. 29.3 overs, just over an hour's play for 12.3 overs, 29 runs. As we welcome Jeff Thompson for the first time this morning.
Thank you, David. Good morning to all our viewers. Good morning here. Probably night time a lot of other places around the world.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara. Up on his toes. And the outfield is very quick, and it should get to the boundary, and does. So, beautiful shot in front of the wicket off the opening bowler.
Fine shot here from Lara. This is a nice greeting too. Not much bounce there. That one kept a bit low, but he's back on the back foot. Punched that through mid-off. You see, absolutely hammer that one. Slow pace too as well. It's a little bit indifferent here. Gillespie, we've seen bowl some really sharp deliveries here this morning. That one, not much bounce and not much pace. He's around the wicket again. That's the difference I'm talking about there. That one was a lot quicker. Bit of seam as well, away cut. But Lara in pretty good form, let that one go past. Gillespie will have to watch. He's already been warned for bowling around the wicket. Has a bit of trouble getting off the wicket. Has run down several times already. But just watch this one, just seam away a little bit. Extra bounce as well. Good carry there to the keeper, Healy.
Brian Lara on strike. We were talking earlier today about the world standings and how Tendulkar is the superstar of batting at the moment. Brian Lara has scored 10 Test centuries, and it's Sachin Tendulkar 19. Interestingly enough, though, when Lara scored his 10th century, Tendulkar had scored 11. So since that time, Tendulkar has added 8 hundreds in his last 15 tests, and Lara has not scored a century in 6 matches. Lara's last was in St. Vincent against Sri Lanka in 1997 at Arnisvale. So Tendulkar certainly has gone quite comprehensively past Lara. Lara with that spate of big scores, 277 against Australia in Sydney, 375 in Antigua, and 501 against Durham. That 501 best described as one broadcast in Australia. Gee, Brian Lara's had a good game. He's made 500,000. Tendulkar is certainly the star of the centre stage at the moment. Again, Lara lets it go. And again, as Jeff Thompson was talking about, the ball just died. Went through the keeper on the second bounce.
Yes, it's been a little bit indifferent. This one here again a bit wide of the stump there, but it is a slow ball. You see the way it's come out of his fingers, the way the seam was just wobbling. And that's the reason why it's died. Lara not coming into that shot, trying to get him forward and hopefully hit it in the air. But he hasn't got too much cover for a slow ball out there. He's only got 2 men in front of the stumps, so mid-off and a mid-on. Should have hit it in the air, but he'd be pretty unlucky to pick those 2 out. They're fairly wide for the normal positions.
And again, very wide. It's a very watchful Brian Lara. He really is giving a lesson in concentration this morning. The West Indies haven't lost a wicket this morning. They are 70 for 4.
Well, West Indies going along quite nicely here this morning. Brian Lara, the captain, on 23. Unfortunately, Pedro Collins had to retire hurt. But he'll be able to bat later on. Jimmy Adams brought to the crease. It's been fairly slow out there for Jimmy Adams, but the main thing is a wicket hasn't fell so far for the West Indies as compared to yesterday afternoon. Disaster. And they've added 33 runs.
.28 overs gone. The carnage was last night. Stumps, it was 37 for 4. They moved along quite nicely in the first hour and a bit this morning. This is the second day. McGrath to continue from the George Headley stand end. 3 slips, 2 gullies. No bat pad for Jimmy Adams.
There's the field setting to Jimmy Adams. 3 slips. They're obviously pretty confident in this area here for the edge. 2 gullies. McGrath and Gillespie both able to jag the ball away from the left-handers. It's a difference here. They're bowling over the wicket.
So Australia would desperately love a wicket this morning very quickly. The 2 recognised batsmen in now. Lara and Adams at the crease. Lara on 23, been there for over 2 hours. Adams on 1, been there for half an hour. So that's the sort of concentration that has been shown this morning, and it shows in the face of Lara.
Well, I was interested to see Steve Waugh leave Shane Warne on this morning, David. I don't know about you, but I just thought that played Lara in a little bit. After last week's test match, Lara played Shane Warne pretty confidently. He had 3 balls in a over overnight, and I thought that'd be the end of him, but he opted to leave him on for a few overs, and it didn't cause Lara too much trouble. And to me, that sort of just gave him a good sider for the pace bowlers later on. Shane Warne on the screen. We just saw Stuart McGill limbering up, so we could see another change shortly.
And some pace in that delivery, but no problems for Adams.
Well, this pitch has played pretty well this morning. It's what you'd expect the second day of a test match. A little bit of moisture in it yesterday caused a few concerns for the early batsmen, but then it settled down pretty well. Australia bowled yesterday afternoon for 24 overs, a real handy time to bowl. You can see the pitch there. This is the second day. There's a few cracks there, as Michael Holding said in his pitch report, but no real drama there. They're not very wide at the moment.
Right on line, and Adams looked to go, but he wouldn't have got too far. Justin Langer coming in very quickly, and Brian Lara would have got about not even halfway, I wouldn't have thought.
Yes, they couldn't really do with the run out at this stage. He hits it, he waits a while before he takes off, but Lara doesn't want any part of it. As you can see, this pitch, no real dramas there. We did see a couple of cracks, Michael said, that were crumbling.
Try to have a go at it, but the dash at the end of the over means that the West Indies 70 for 4.
Another good over there. The man on screen, that McGrath. It's a maiden over. That's the damage there. The West Indies still trailed by 186. Lara and Adams, the last of the recognised batsmen. So a long, long way to go for the West Indies here, but the pitch playing pretty well. Australia not able to make the inroads they did yesterday afternoon this morning.
Shane Warne bowled 3.3 overs this morning from the George Headley stand-in. Now it's Stuart McGill's chance to bowl from the Blue Mountains end, the opposite end. And that is quite a stunning beginning to your career. Into his 10th match with 50 wickets already. So he replaces Jason Gillespie, who this morning bowled 7 overs, none for 22. He's at mid-off. So McGill to the 2 left-handers. Only has the man out at backward square leg. So a huge gap at mid-wicket should he drop one short. And he does at times tend to drop the odd ball short, Stuart McGill. Man there at backward square leg on the fence. So 5 men on the offside, just 4 on the leg side. One of those is catching at bat pad. So what can McGill do? Nothing. Well, pretty tough for bowlers to count up to 7. And he's made a mistake.
See, I rest my case, David. It's not only quick bowlers that struggle to remember their run-ups.
Just acknowledges to Brian Lara that he's sorry, and all in readiness for McGill's first ball of this test match. And that's the problem. No man out there, and that is a boundary to Brian Lara first up. So mid-wicket is going to be a problem for Stuart McGill. Should he bowl short or full? And sometimes with the leg spinner, you may be better off having the man out there for the first couple of overs just while he loosens up.
Well, I don't know why he apologised the ball before. This one he didn't get it out right along. Brian Lara just whacks that through the vacant mid-wicket area. Mind you, it wouldn't matter how many fields when you had for that ball. You'd expect that one to go to the fence.
Didn't see Lara apologising to McGill. So half a shout because he didn't play a shot, but he's a long way down and a long way across. And with the ball turning on this pitch, it's nearly impossible for the umpire to say absolutely categorically, definitely, that that would have hit the stumps.
Well, he's got a fair way down, as you can see there. David Hook said, and a long way outside the off stump.
Good bowling, and Lara tried to hit it to mid-on and didn't quite get it. So the battle continues.
Well, a bit of fun here between the batsman and the bowler. McGill, I'm glad he didn't get that throw too badly there, because there was no one at all behind Healy.
So another shout by McGill. All that's trying to do, McGill and the wicketkeeper and slips fieldsman appealing, is just try to get Lara to play a shot. They don't want him putting his bat behind his pad. They want him to start thinking about playing a shot, and the more they appeal, the more they hope that it puts that thought into Lara's mind. And tucked away nicely. They stroll through for the single. Gra does the fielding.
Well, now Jimmy Adams on strike. They've opted to bring in the man on mid-off. Steve Waugh himself, the captain's coming there on the right of your screen. So silly mid-off, silly mid-on. Mark Ward slip.
So the end of the over, 75 for 4.
Well, we've seen another bowling change here this morning. The man at the top has just been brought on, Stuart McGill. It's only taken him 10 matches to reach his 50 wickets. But he hasn't had a bowl so far in this match, and he did get a bowl last week in the first test in the second innings. So he'll be looking forward to a bit of a trundle out here today, no doubt.
Well, the bookends of that statistic, McGill and Thompson. Stuart McGill into his 10th match, already 50 wickets, amazing strike rate. And Jeffrey Robert, every 52 balls, Jeff Thompson got a wicket at test level. Every 43 balls, Stuart McGill.
Yeah.
Lara looks for a single, doesn't go because he gets sent back by Adams. Nice soft hands by Brian Lara, but Blewett came in very quickly. No, says Adams. Nice and loud and nice and quick. And Lara responded immediately. No bat pad for Lara with McGrath coming around to the wicket. The man's just a square leg behind the umpire.
There's Brian Lara's stats for the Australia, averaging 40, almost 45. Best of 277. That was a very good innings. That one absolutely smashed them everywhere.
Good bowling, just squared up Lara. Lara seems to be adjusting a little bit better to the around the wicket bowling. I guess he's had enough practice over the last 4 years.
Well, he's still not playing straight at it there, is he, David? He's bringing that bat from outside in and chopping across it. That is a bit of a worry, rather than just playing straight at the batsman, hitting at the line of the ball. I think that's the problem he has with it. But like you say, he's gradually adjusting to it. There's the offside field to Lara, 2 slips and 2 gullies there. Onside, of course, the man at square leg.
Brian Lara really has shown a spate of concentration since coming to the crease last night. Over 2 hours for his 28, and he has shown the same form this morning. Really is concentrating very hard, and I don't think he's too far away from being in some stunning form.
Yes, he's been pretty steady here this morning. Very determined. There's been the other West Indians too at the other end. Pedro Collins, the tail ender, really was doing his best while he was out there. Had to retire hurt, so he can come back again later.
Right on line, and Brian Lara has that habit of jumping into his shot occasionally, but on that occasion the bat came down nice and straight. A maiden over for McGrath, West Indies 75 for 4. Go down and have a spill in the shade.
Bit of sarcasm in that one, Hooks, I've noticed. It's not that they can't field down there, it's just that you're supposed to get a rest behind there, but sometimes spin bowlers don't oblige.
Yes, and they get through their overs much more quickly as well, so you go down for the rest and have a quick drink and you're back in it. Half volley into the foot of Steve Waugh. Chance to run out if he hits, but doesn't do so, Michael Slater. Good running by Lara in the end.
Jimmy Adams smacks this one right into the heels of Steve Waugh. Says, you get it, mate. But Lara, very quick between the wickets, made his ground quite easily.
Lovely shot through the covers. That is beautiful placement. The off drive of the morning. And that is how to play a cover drive against a leg spinner. Foot to the pitch of the ball and the free flow of the bat.
Well, these are the shots we're used to of Brian Lara. Just a bit too much width here. And look at that beautiful shot there. That's Slater there trying to get down to that. And he's a very quick fielder and he's fairly deep. Couldn't cut that off.
Good bowling. Oh, Stewie.
Stuart McGill has been hit for 2 boundaries by Brian Lara. One a full toss over mid-wicket and then that lovely cover drive off the wide half volley. Lara's moved to 32. Adams on 2. Lara used his feet in the first test against Shane Warne, but he hasn't left his crease too much today in the few overs that Warne and McGill have bowled. good ball to finish with, 80 for 4.
Good over for the West Indies this time. 5 from that one there from Stuart McGill. Just hasn't settled in here so far as you'd expect. He hasn't had a lot of bowling in these test matches here in the West Indies so far. So he'll be looking forward to a bit of a spell out here just to get the feel of the ground. Much different pitch to last week's one. The bouncy a bit more consistent. He's going to have to work a bit harder on his line of length.
Players taking a little bit of time to get to their crease. Pretty tough for the leg spinners when they have two left-handers at the crease. That's why they like to break this partnership and get the right-handers back in.
What a difference a day makes. 7 overs yesterday, 3 for 28 today. 5 overs just for 5 runs.
Brings Lara back on strike.
Yes, I'm certain the Australians, like you say, would be happy to get rid of one of these left-handers, get the right-handers on strike, and of course the right-hander will come in to be an obvious more a tail ender, a lesser batsman, but they do enjoy bowling to the right-handers, I think, more in general.
On line, and again the outside half of the bat. Bat coming down to that angle from offside to leg. Picks the bat up with a very high back lift, and it comes across. And that's what squares up Brian Lara. Exaggerated because McGrath is bowling around the wicket. But when the bowler bowls around the wicket to a left-hander, then it's imperative the left-hander plays a lot straighter. The ball is coming into the body. McGrath is trying to bring it into the body, then away off the seam. And that's why Lara's had some problems, as do a lot of left-handers caught in the slips off the opening bowl around the wicket like that.
Well, that's what he's trying to do, get him to slice that one, hopefully in the air. You see Lara just practicing the shot, but see, draws him. He's not quite to the pitch of the ball. He really had to play forward to that one, but he was going back. It's just a bit of confusion there. The bowler has set in his footwork, which is good because Lara's footwork this morning hasn't been too bad. He's been in there for, well, a good hour and a half so far. So to upset the footwork is not a bad piece of bowling there from McGrath. You see just those scuff marks there. Pitch looking pretty good. Just these ones here, but they're really... That's what McGrath's trying to hit, but they're just a touch too wide from coming around the wicket.
Lovely signal by the laconic Steve Bucknor. Just then, Brian Lara pulled away from Glenn McGrath. There was a gentleman running or walking from one side of the side screen to the other. Brian Lara quite rightly waited for him. So Steve Bucknor just stood, walked about 10 metres towards the man, waited till he turned around and looked at him and put his arms outstretched as if to say, well, what are you doing, mate? So nice way to be embarrassed in front of 15,000 people. Online, a half shout, but going around the wicket. Pretty hard to get an LBW. So man of the series, and Glenn McGrath must be one of the favourites at this stage. The fabulous Rover 400. So that is the man of the Test series. And for the one-day series, 7 one-day matches following these 4 Test matches, the Rover 200 for the man of the series. So Glenn McGrath at the moment, probably one of the favourites at this early stage. Right on line, and that's the end of the over. 81 for 4.
Slow grind for the West Indies here this morning, with no wickets that fell so far. That's the main thing in their favour at the moment. A long day ahead of them. Been out there for 33 overs already, 81 runs, 4 wickets. Of course, they all fell yesterday afternoon. This morning's been a much different situation here. batsmen really toughing it out.
Some good team spirit in this Australian side. Jason Gillespie, who's there at mid-off, was way down on the fence, and he ran some 100 metres to have a quiet word of encouragement to Glenn McGrath. Might have had a thought of how to get one of these batsmen out, something that he saw when he was bowling. So team spirit is there with the Australian side, and why wouldn't they be?
Oh, it's that!
Jimmy Adams has the nickname of Jimmy Paddams. Does use his pads a lot against the spin bowlers.
Well, the reason he shouted here is, see, he's tucked the bat behind the leg. No real shot there. And umpire Peter Willey, no interest.
Full toss, and Adams tries to sweep it around. He gets away with it, but McGrath prevents the boundary. And there's the difference in the fielding. McGrath's throw accurate, flat and quick. Yesterday, Raghunath out there had a few problems trying to get the ball back on the full.
Well, he had the motor there as well, because that's just over the edge of the wicket area, and when it hits them it does speed up, but that's a very fine throw. Mind you, it's with the breeze as well.
So a bit of bounce, and what happened there? Did he get a little glove, a little bit of bat on it, or is umpire Willie going to signal leg byes? It's the latter. So 2 leg byes to the West Indies total. It goes up to 83 for 4. And no shot offered, so that should be signalling dead ball, but it wasn't by umpire Willie. In fact, now he signals. Now, as I understand the law, he has to signal, or he should have signaled that immediately batsman got to the end after 1 run. Now, for some reason, umpire Willie, quite rightly, it was a dead ball, no shot offered by Adams. Umpire Peter Willie allowed the players to run back for 2 before signalling. Full toss, got to be placed, and it's not. Good fielding, blew it.
Well, I think he probably figured that they were going to make 2, David, and he'd be up the other end anyway and just cancel the runs. It's the only thing I could think about. It was obviously going to be 2 around there. There's nobody behind square on that onside, so it's simple runs. Should he get a touch on it, that's what he's trying to do.
Bad ball, and that's the problem Jimmy Adams has at the moment. He's not in very good form, and that should have been pulled hard towards fine leg, but he tried to just turn it and missed. West Indies 85 for 4.
Stuart McGill just struggling with his line here to the left-handers. Hasn't really been at home here this morning. Ian Healy just giving him a bit of encouragement, saying, I think he's saying there that you might be just pulling away a bit too quick rather than following down the pitch. Now, McGill not just too happy at the moment, but I'm sure better things are around the corner for him.
McGrath to resume from the George Headley stand end. Just some 25 minutes or so remaining before lunch on this Sunday morning. Hot day, good day for batting. Pitch, not too many vagaries. And a beautiful ball. So it's half a shout by the men behind the stumps, and Glenn McGrath thought, well, I may as well get in for my chop as well and ask. And now he wants a long conversation.
Well, I think he's wondering, well, if he hasn't hit that, why isn't that LBW? But it's a little bit high as well. It's hit the top of the pad. You see, it's just hit him outside as well. I think it would have been just missing. Steve Bucknell, the man that counts, obviously thought it was missing. He said, mate, I don't really know what you're asking about.
And again, that outside edge of the bat's coming into play. So McGrath has got his rhythm right, and Lara is just struggling to find the full face of the bat to the ball. So in the last over, McGill had a big LBW shout in the previous over, feeling that the batsman wasn't playing a shot. So the batsman, of course, can be given out if the umpire believes the ball would have hit the stumps if he doesn't play a shot. And this is what happens here. Batsman left hand doesn't play a shot. He leaves the bat behind the pad. Now, if the umpire feels that ball is going to go on and hit the stumps, the umpire will say out. And one of the problems that the umpire has on these sorts of pitches is that Steve Buckner or Peter Willey, depending on who the umpire is seeing the ball turning quite a lot from Warne and to McGill, and it's nearly impossible to categorically suggest that it will hit the stumps. And a chance for a run out if Blewett hits. He's going to throw. He's given some overthrows away in the last week or so, but on this occasion, no overthrows and no hitting. So a short, sharp single to Lara.
Yeah, Greg Blewett's very quick to their cover region there. And we saw last week, he attempted this a few times, and the man backing this up is Stuart McGill. Lara makes his ground quite well. And McGill was the one culprit last week we saw didn't come into the picture too often. This time he got there and he did hold the ball up and said, I'm here this week.
There's a lot of byplay between the two of them last week after they were celebrating that victory about the 8 overthrows. And into the gap, beautifully played by Adams. Nice bit of placement. So the Australians desperate for a wicket. They haven't had one this morning. Play's been going for an hour and 40 minutes. And the only incident we had as far as a wicket is concerned is that Pedro Collins has left the field retired, hurt. Still not many problems for Steve Waugh, the opposition side 87 for 4. But he just likes to break the rhythm up of the West Indian batting lineup at the moment by getting a wicket. Having a chat to Matthew Elliott, who's standing next to him in slips. Pedro Collins has come off the table and about to put his pads back on. No ball. Collins, who did his job as night watchman, batted for an hour, and this is why he went off. Yow. And he was in a fair bit of bother for a while before finally going off. You don't see many batsmen leave the field of play, those sorts of things, but he was hit flush and he's having a bit of a smile about how it looked on TV. Curtly Ambrose is smiling in the background. I guess you can smile when it's not happening to you. 88 for 4.
Well, pretty relaxed atmosphere out there in the West Indian camp today. Bowlers especially, smiles on their faces, in contrast to yesterday afternoon. After a good day in the field from the bowlers, to see that batting disaster, it's been a different story here this morning at Sabina Park. And the mood's changed. West Indies 4 for 88.
For 4, the West Indies dressing room just a little bit more relaxed now, and certainly Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh getting a bit of a rest. Well, the batsmen show plenty of discipline and concentration out of the middle and have done this morning, led by Brian Lara, and now Jimmy Adams likewise. So changing the commentary position is Tony Cozier, and with him Carl Rackerman.
Just about 20 minutes to go now until lunch, so West Indies have soldiered on well this morning. Got the encouragement of the crowd.
Good bowling. Good bowling, Stu.
4 overs at the start from Shane Warne. In fact, 3 overs and 3 balls, just finishing off his over yesterday afternoon. McGill now in his 4th over from the northern end. McGill just settling in now to a better rhythm and beginning to drop it better than he was earlier. And that's a maiden over from McGill, 88 for 4.
Stuart McGill started with a big full toss trying to Brian Lara and got dispatched to the mid-wicket boundary, and that was his best over. Tony Cozier said earlier, just not quite right, over pitching a bit, but getting better now, Stuart McGill. Shane Warne will now come into the attack, replacing Glenn McGrath. And Australia will be just starting to get a little concerned about the work that Brian Lara is doing. 33 not out, and he has to this point played almost immaculately. A couple of play and misses yesterday afternoon, but today there may have been one, if any. Played every ball on its merits. So he will recommence his battle with Shane Warne. Shane Warne bowling round the wicket too, Brian Lara, and he's got some footmarks that aren't deep, but they're just rough on top to aim at. Outside Lara's off stump.
Just a deflection of the field at short leg. Wouldn't have gone for a single. He was backed up in the mid-wicket area even if it had missed.
So those footmarks, that one, and before when Jason Gillespie was bowling, he was warned for running on the pitch. He actually came down on about that area there.
How was that?
And that's pretty much where Shane Warne pitched the ball in that footmark I just showed you. But it's also the next one that's wider for a quicker, shorter ball that gets vicious spin. That's also important. So it's not just this first footmark, that's almost a bit too full. But it's this next one here. Shane Warne can bowl a bit quicker and a bit shorter and get sharp spin out of that.
So maiden over to start off with from Warne. We've had 2 in succession now, and the West Indies are 88 for 4.
Good start that for Shane Warne. Right on the spot. There's plenty of turn on offer this pitch before anyone arrived for this test match. Everyone heard about the reputation this pitch has this year for taking spin.
No ball from McGill. We've seen one call for no ball overstepping. McGill now, and he is over there. No question. Adams just looking for that little tickle down the leg side. He's got to be careful here. Here's Warren in the previous over, just aiming for those footmarks that Carl was talking about. McGill doesn't have quite the same facility at the opposite end. It's a big turner. I was saying Adams has to be careful with just little tickle down the leg side. He's just trying to deflect it with the previous two deliveries. He does get a fine edge. Healy is there waiting for it. Lara's going to come down now, and I'm pretty certain that's what he's not going all the way, but Adams, I suppose, experienced enough to know the potential danger. Well put away, goes all the way. A low full toss, and Adams strokes it through the extra cover area. So he goes into double figures now.
We don't get them to turn too much. The full toss. Adams taking full toll of that with a boundary. Tossed it up, looking for a bit more loop, Stuart McGill. But just didn't quite get it right. Well played, Jimmy Adams. Now, this pitch that's been turning this year, you can see there not just the bowler's footmarks, but you can see a bit of grit around the place. And compared to 4 years ago, this is a slightly different soil, and it gets a little more dustier. So that's why that's not just the bowler's footmarks, it's everywhere that the pitch takes turn from.
End of the over, 93 for 4.
Four years ago, this wicket was very, very shiny and gleaming like polished furniture, and there's not that same shine with this different soil they've used now. Just a little bit of dust that gets created on the surface of the pitch facilitates turn.
Still a lot of work to do for Lara, Adams and the remaining batsmen. 163 still behind. It's been a good effort by them this morning, but they need to go on well into the afternoon. War now. They relayed the pitch here last year, the square, after the debacle of the test match against England, and the soil very similar to that used at Newlands in Cape Town in South Africa. And in fact, because of that, the authorities here, Patrick Gordon, who's been overseeing the pitch here, Kingston Cricket Club control the pitch, in correspondence with the Western Province Cricket Association, who are in charge of Newlands in South Africa, and a lot of correspondence going back and forth between them about preparation. Just run it down towards third man. Lara will look for a second and decides to come for it. Up to 95 now. He moves on by 2 to 35.
Well, I was with Patrick Gordon and Michael Holding before the start of play yesterday, and I can tell you that Patrick Gordon's face lit up when Michael Holding told him how impressed he was with the pitch.
Another no ball from Warren. Leg spinners just overstepping here, which is unusual for spin bowlers to go over. And judging by the signal from Steve Buckner there, he went over by quite a way.
Great contest out there in the middle at the moment. But you can understand the ground staff here at Sabina Park, the pressure that they would be feeling coming into this test match after last year, their match being abandoned. They just had to come up with a very, very good wicket, and it appears that they've done that.
Have to go through an examination from the ICC. They sent down Mike Smith, the former England captain, here in September. They played a match between the West Indies A team, which was off to India and Bangladesh, against Jamaica, officially recognized as a first-class match over 4 days. Richard Edwards, who was also involved in the pitch overseeing here in the Caribbean, was up here as well. Lara's got it through. Unlikely to go all the way, didn't have that much on it, but they'll come back for a third. And that ends off the over as the West Indies move on to 99 for 4.
Brian Lara starting to look for some more opportunities now to score. That wasn't that short. He created a bit more room with his footwork and managed to get the ball away square of the wicket.
The spectators here now in better spirits, West Indian supporters, than there would have been yesterday afternoon.
Like it.
And that raises the West Indies 100, just the single. So the West Indies 100. They haven't lost a wicket this morning, although the night watchman Pedro Collins had to retire hurt. And that's given a lift all around the ground, and no doubt within the West Indies dressing room as well. Opportunity missed. Another full toss from McGill. Adams careful.
Yes, another full toss from McGill, and he's just not got his control right. Another single that West Indies 100 coming up now, 101. That is a mile better than 3 for 34. You can see there the partnerships, nothing to speak of early days. And Joseph, the last wicket to fall, that partnership with Lara and Collins, of course, is unfinished because he retired hurt Jimmy Adams has come to the crease, and now Adams and Lara have put on 45. So it's been an excellent fight back from the West Indies this morning. Collins, of course, can resume his innings.
And we'll come back for the second. Good running, good positive running to finish off the over with a couple to Lara. He moves into the 40s now. He's on to 41. He's 103 for 4.
Well, the crowd in very good spirits today. They're watching this West Indian resurgence.
There's the last ball of the previous over. Good running by Lara, and ideal running. That's the kind of thing that coaches will use when they tell their charges not to run blind. Always run with your face to where the ball has gone.
Brian Lara had played the ball backward of square leg, and they'd set off for the single. You see both he has the bat in his left hand, Adams has the bat in his right hand, and they're both in a position to look. And you see Adams waiting for Lara's call, and Lara said yes. It's really excellent running between wickets. Shane Warne now going back over the wicket, having operated around the wicket previously. He still hasn't taken those footmarks out of play, even though he's over the wicket, the amount of turn he's able to get. What we haven't seen yet this morning is a wrong-un. You didn't see too many in Trinidad either. He uses the wrong-un very sparingly. You'd have to imagine the wrong-un would be a fairly potent delivery. The amount of turn he's getting, and with those footmarks outside the left-handers off stump, commits the batsman to playing, and if suddenly the ball goes the other way. Pretty dangerous delivery, but Shane Warne's choosing not to employ it at the moment.
Oh, I like it.
Coming up to the last ball of the over. We may just have time for one over before lunch. It all depends how quickly Peter Willie gets up from his position at square leg to the stumps. So the end of Warne's 7th over. West Indies 103 for 4.
Shane Warne's been right on the spot this morning. Unlike his leg spinning partner in crime, Stuart McGill, who's over-pitched a couple, Shane Warne has controlled the ball beautifully.
So just 1 over to go before lunch, and Steve Waugh's going to the medium pace of Greg Blewett to bowl it. Just for a bit of variety for the last over before the break. West Indies 103 for 4. Resumed at 37 for 4. So 1 over to go. Greg Blewett.
We saw yesterday afternoon, particularly Pedro Collins, getting a lot of reverse swing. Now this ball is 41 overs old and just starting to come to the time when some reverse swing might start happening, and Greg Blewett is very good at exploiting that. Tucked away backward of square by Brian Lara. Ball on leg stump. If there's any reverse swing happening, you can bet your last dollar that Greg Blewett will get it to move. No real evidence of it yet. So the ball mightn't be sufficiently roughed up on one side or soft enough. Don't often see a ball that's really hard going reverse. It's one of the quirky characteristics of this reverse swing, that it's only the old ball that starts to go at all, if at all. Not every ball will swing reverse. But you need the ball to have a bit of age on it. You need it to be a little softer.
Went through a period there where there was a lot of controversy about the method of getting that reverse swing, the method of getting the ball roughed up on one side. Fingernails, bottle tops, all sorts of things were suggested. That seems to have died down recently. The backward square leg now goes out to about 20-25 yards inside the boundary.
Yeah.
So that's a 50 partnership between these two. Lara 44 and Adams 11. 22 between Lara and Collins, the night watchman, which was broken when Collins had to retire hurt. But between these two, that's the 50. That's the end of play before lunch. Off goes Jimmy Adams, and a really superb morning for the West Indies. Came here this morning in deep depression, the spectators would have done. 37 for 4. Their batsmen at the top order collapsing yesterday. Their night watchman and their captain together. The night watchman did his job and more than that before he had to retire Pedro Collins. And Brian Lara, the captain, he's got 44. Jimmy Adams has looked very solid. He's 11. And the spectators here around the ground giving Brian Lara a tremendous reception, and Jimmy Adams as well. The smiles are back on the faces. But still a long, long way to go for the West Indies. So 69 runs from the 27.5 overs in this session. Just 3 balls bowled yesterday in the last over, and the West Indies haven't lost an actual wicket. Pedro Collins having to retire hurt after being hit on the box. And there is the West Indies card. They're replying to that Australian first innings score of 256. Lara batting through the morning. He was there at the start, and Adams has come in to join him. He's got 11. So there's the bowling. Australia using both their fast bowlers, both the leg spinners, and just the one exploratory over from Blewett, the medium pacer, before the break. So there it is then. The West Indies 106 replying to Australia's 256. They're exactly 150 runs in arrears. They've got 4 wickets standing. We've had an engrossing morning, and the West Indies have done very well to get through it without the loss of a wicket. Here now are the highlights.
And Lara gets around the corner. One of his favourite shots, and McGrath just a little bit of stumble there. Short, and he's hit it up in the air, but will it be caught at mid-off? Running back is Elliott. He just can't get it. Full and lovely shot. Punch that back pass mid-on, and that'll go for a boundary. There's nobody at mid-on or indeed at mid-off. And he goes again through mid-on, and that's another boundary.
Well, no short leg. And he gets off the mark with a very good bouncer. Lara's put it away, and it'll go all the way for 4.
Lovely shot, beautifully played by Lara, up on his toes, and the outfield is very quick, and it should get to the boundary, and does. And that's the problem. No man out there, and that is the boundary to Brian Lara first up. Lovely shot through the covers. That is beautiful placement. The off drive of the morning. Welcome back to the West Indies versus Australia at Sabina Park here in Kingston, Jamaica. This is the second day. And after a disastrous last hour or so last night, the West Indies fought back this morning, and what a 2-hour session it was for them. No wickets lost and 69 runs scored. And Lara gets around the corner. One of his favourite shots, and McGrath just a little bit of stumble there. Short, and he's hit it up in the air, but will it be caught at mid-off? Running back is Elliott. He just can't get it. Full and lovely shot. Punch that back pass mid-on, and that'll go for a boundary. There's nobody at mid-on or indeed at mid-off. And he goes again through mid-on, and that's another boundary.
Well, no short leg. And he gets off the mark with a very good bouncer. Lara's put it away, and it'll go all the way for 4.
Lovely shot, beautifully played by Lara, up on his toes, and the outfield is very quick, and it should get to the boundary, and does. And that's the problem. No man out there, and that is the boundary to Brian Lara first up. Lovely shot through the covers. That is beautiful placement. The off drive of the morning. Well, some stoic resistance by the West Indies, and what a sight it was. The Australians tried everything, but they were unable to get a wicket. Only the injury to Pedro Collins, which meant that he retired hurt, but that just brought Jimmy Adams to the crease, and he and Brian Lara safely saw the West Indies through to lunch. Some nice fight, Michael.
Finally, the West Indian fans have something to cheer about. It certainly was good batting by Jimmy Adams and Pedro Collins initially, and by Brian Lara rather, and Pedro Collins initially, and of course when Jimmy Adams came out, he continued the good fight.
Now, Brian Lara's played so well in Trinidad in the first test. He really looks like he's got his batting mind in good form, Michael. He looks good, he's solid, his feet are good.
That's definitely the case. He looks as if he's out there and he means business, and he looks as if he wants to get a lot of runs. Not that he doesn't look as if he wants to get a lot of runs all the time, but just the look on his face, the motivational aspect that he has brought into the game. You know, I think this is definitely Brian Lara trying to prove to everybody, listen, I am here. People have said that I'm no longer as good as I used to be, but I'm going to show you what I am capable of doing.
And he set a nice example for young Pedro Collins, who I thought last night and again this morning before he was injured, played very well.
Yes, he did a good job. He did exactly what was required. He went over 20 minutes yesterday evening. He batted through the 20 minutes. He saw the fast bowlers through. Came back again this morning, frustrated the fast bowlers right through for another 35 minutes. He did exactly what was required.
And a nice gesture at lunchtime here. Your old team, Courtney Walsh's team, a nice presentation by Jackie Hendricks.
Yes, I think the Jamaica Cricket Board of Control decided that they wanted to honour Courtney Walsh here today with getting over 400 wickets. And of course his teammate there, Curtly Ambrose, the man who has taken so many wickets alongside him. The great pair, those two, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, have done such good work for the West Indies over the years.
Well, this second session is going to be important again. The Australians need to try and break through, and Lara and Adams need to try and stay there. Simple as that.
Yes, it's as simple as that. It's a matter of Lara and Adams trying to stay there. It's a little bit different for the bowlers than the batsmen. Certainly the batsmen have to go out there and start all over again. So the bowlers in the first few minutes have pretty much the advantage in that they are catching the batsmen coming out who need to start all over again. But if they get their eyes in, they should continue.
And the money that you wagered this morning is still wavering.
Still wavering. Look, I committed myself very early this morning. I told everyone that I saw that I thought the West Indies would certainly bat a lot better today, and I expect them to go past the Australian score.
And Brian Lara to make 100. Well, that may be the case as well, because Brian Lara is still there. Glenn McGrath will bowl the first ball after lunch on this second day. And what a great sight it was to see the fight back and see the smiles on the faces of the many, many West Indian supporters that are here to support their team, which has been down and out for a little while, but they showed some terrific courage and fight in that pre-lunch session. To take you through in the commentary box, Tony Cozier, and with him, Jeff Thompson.
So ready for the resumption after lunch. Lara in strike to McGill. McGrath. Australia using their 4 main bowlers this morning, and just an over from Greg Blewett before lunch. And the West Indies getting through the session without losing a wicket. Although Pedro Collins, the night watchman, had to retire hurt.
Yeah, there's been no real drama out there this morning, Tony, that's for sure, for the West Indians. No chances at all.
Well, that's one of the very few balls that's beaten the bat. Second ball after the break, a lot of cautionary words from around the ground.
Well, that's the first shot we've seen Brian Lara loose shot at all in this innings. No foot movement. See the feet just standing there. You watch his feet. And he just plays about 2 foot away from his body. So a bit of fortune there. I suppose they really need a bit of fortune. At the moment, they didn't get much luck last week, although you make your own luck.
Good to see, too, Jimmy Adams come down after that shot and speak to Brian Lara. Good that he is out there, an experienced cricketer. Gets on very well and very close to Brian Lara. Had it been a junior batsman, there was no way he would have felt it in his place to go down and speak to his captain. But they've been together for a long time. Adams making his test debut in 1992 in that dramatic test match against South Africa in Barbados. and he had a big part to play in the victory.
Well, as you'd expect, a little bit rusty after lunch. Feet aren't quite where he'd wanted to be at the moment. He played superbly this morning, as he did yesterday afternoon as well too, Brian Lara. He's really worked hard. Just got to switch on again after lunch. Often it's a bit more of a detriment than anything to get a break. Even as a bowler, I used to hate breaks when I was going well, and as a batsman, the same thing again. You've got to crank up again and start again.
Down but not out for Brian Lara. Very good bouncer from McGrath.
Well, he's been trying to get the feet moving. He walks straight almost into this one. It just ducks down, goes behind his right ear roll. Didn't quite bounce as much as he thought either. You see there, he's had to do the limbo virtually to get underneath that one. Not all that far away from his stumps either. I think the lack of bounce just got him into trouble there.
Very good first over from Glenn McGrath. Very testing. The West Indies remain 106 for 4.
Bit of an eye-opener there from Glenn McGrath. First over after lunch, a maiden. Brian Lara on strike. And the first time we've seen in this inning so far. A little bit at sea. Didn't quite pick up his footwork. Didn't quite pick up the length. Really got himself into a bit of trouble. But still there in the West Indies. Just regathering here on this the second day, the second test here in Sabina Park.
Shane Warne's going to take up the bowling for Australia from the Blue Mountains end, from the northern end, the end opposite to which he operated before lunch. 7 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 8. He had 2 spells, one at the beginning when he finished off the unfinished over of yesterday afternoon, and then coming back for 3 overs from the southern end. Now he's switched, and he'll bowl into the breeze, not quite as strong as it was yesterday, and Adams will have the strike.
He's bowled pretty steady this morning from the top end, but now switched to the commentary end, the Blue Mountains end, the mountains behind our commentary position here. There's those mountains. That's the view I'm talking about. And there's the view when you're up there, 3,000 foot Strawberry Hill looking back towards Kingston. A very good hotel. A few of our crew have visited so far and dined up there, wined and dined. Plantations up there, coffee, strawberries, various things over the years exchanged.
Little nudge around the corner. Adams has tried that shot several times against McGill from the northern end. First time really he's got hold of it. Picks up a couple.
But Jimmy Adams, not really a sweeper. You see that work Shane Warne's put on the ball there. He just prefers to go back, keep the straight face of the bat, and just glance him more than anything around the corner. This time just tucks the bat end behind the pad. Those 2 close end fieldsmen there making him play with a bit of caution. See him either side of your screen there, silly bit on, silly bit off. Steve Waugh 1, Justin Langer on the left hand side.
A leap of anticipation, shouts of catch. Eventually coming off the pad, 108 for 4. Justin Langer, the fielder.
Bit of a half shout there from the Australians. Justin Langer, that last delivery, Shane Warne's over. Just 2 runs from it. So already after lunch, the Australians just asserting a bit of pressure back onto the West Indian batsmen. Not a lot happened for the Australians out there this morning. Shane Warne has switched ends, bowling for the Blue Mountain ends. No success from the other end. 7 overs from there this morning.
There's the last ball of the previous over. Shouts of catch it. Yes, a glove there. So he dropped it. Justin Langer, the fielder. No wonder there was excitement and those shouts of catch it.
Well, that's right. This obviously shows, see, it's sharp to his left hand. And actually, I don't even know if they got a hand on it in the end. He was trying to grab at it. See Adams trying to hit it, but he's pushed hard with his hands, not soft hands. Langer tries his best. Did get a finger on it by the look of that ball. It has come to a halt. But say only the bottom 2 fingers, just not enough. So a half chance there for the Australians.
Well, I suppose all the periods we go into in any test match are critical. This, especially here, Lara will remember, perhaps, the Durban test match against South Africa in the West Indies second innings, when he and Shivnarine Chandapal had 160 batted through the session between lunch and tea, and were just about putting the West Indies back into contention in that test. And then immediately after the tea break, Lara was out to a brilliant catch by Herschel Gibbs. In the next over from Sean Pollock, Chandapal followed, and the domino effect materialized and the West Indies collapsed to be all out. That was right after tea. They know how important it is to re-establish themselves after an interval.
There's that view again, as we said, from Strawberry Hill, former coffee plantation up there. There's the coffee beans. And this man won't have to tell me about that. You wouldn't realise his coast, but I've got a few coffee trees at home. I thought I'd be smart, thought I'd try my luck at this. But I can guarantee it's not that easy. You have to get the husks off them, you have to soak them, then you've got to dry them out, then you've got to get the sap off them, then you have to sort them. Oh, I didn't realise what I was in for.
That's going to miss the off stump. But a good testing spell here for McGrath. Bucknor says not out, and Lara has been placed under real pressure here.
Well, no shot, as we said before, if it pitches outside off with no stump, but going on to hit the stumps, but you can see that one there just not coming back enough.
Just wide and dropped. Now, is that the chance that Australia will rule? Mark Waugh, who doesn't drop many. McGrath really worked hard for that. Lara escapes. He gets a single for it. And the West Indies are 109 for 4.
Disappointment, Mark Waugh's face there. Last delivery from Glenn McGrath's over. Bit of fortune again for the West Indian batsman Brian Lara again. Playing at that last delivery, getting an edge. The Australians unable to hold on to it.
So Lara lucky to be still there. Real pressure from the Australians. They've come out regrouped after the first session when they didn't take a wicket and looked a little bit flat this morning. And here's that last ball of the previous over.
Yes, Brian Lara, no footwork again. And look at this. Mark Waugh, second step, superb catcher. Really did the hard yards getting there, but unfortunately just couldn't hang on to it. So fortune again. Brian Lara, the culprit again.
Didn't get hold of that one either, but will pick up 2. Looked to hit that over mid-on and rather dragged it down towards mid-wicket.
Well, he's really struggled to get his footwork going here, Brian Lara. You see, he's just playing off the crease there. That's a superb effort there from Mark Waugh, like Superman, but unfortunately, those super hands let him down. Hot chance. Lara really struggling here since his lunch break. Just looks a different man. His feet just aren't moving in the right direction.
Outside edge found. Really superb bowling from McGrath to put him under pressure after the break. And if he had held on to that, that would have been absolutely sensational. McGrath's out there. They'll just get 1. The strongest arm in the Australian team, and arguably the strongest arm in international cricket. Just wonder why some sponsor hasn't picked up the opportunity of staging a throwing the cricket ball competition. Certainly, I remember when we were at school 30 years or so ago. Well, let's say 40. Let's be honest. And he has a very strong arm. So perhaps we can interest the sponsor in that.
Well, they used to do it at home a bit in the breaks, Tony, but I think the biggest problem is if one of the guys throws his arm out in a friendly competition in the lunchtime, I don't think all would be too happy with the camp. Just having a welcome drink in the shade down there. That's what happens when you're a bit of an experienced player. The younger blokes go out in the sun.
Just the one. They'll respect McGrath's arm. Just talking about a competition which would be completely separate, held on its own, with each test country putting forward their 3 longest throwers for a prize, let's say first, second and third, of several $100,000. Back to the cricket. End of the over. 113 for 4.
Well, 4 runs from that over. Shane Warne. Brian Lara still just trying to get himself going. He's trying to get after Warne. We didn't see him attack too much this morning. But since this lunch at a German, he's come out and tried to play a few shots and really trying to get himself moving towards the ball. He's on the 48, just too short of his 50.
Lara at the non-striker's end now. Jimmy Adams taking guard from umpire Bucknor and marking it out quite deliberately because he'll face McGrath for the first time. McGrath will go over the wicket to Adams.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it, what missed chances do. They might be hot, they might be hard, but the Australians are so used to taking them. They virtually took everything that come their way last week. And 2 more wickets have fallen after lunch. West Indies would have been in very big trouble. Still not out of trouble here at the moment. So like we said this morning, 2 hours play this morning and not a chance at all. And already since lunch, a couple of overs and 2 chances gone.
the breeze has picked up a lot since the lunch break, perhaps just before that. Same thing happened yesterday. So McGrath will be bowling with it at his back, and it is very strong, as it was yesterday.
Well, I think it's a bit more strength in it today, Tony. It got in a lot earlier. It was in before we even started play today, as compared to yesterday, but definitely a bit more strength. Well, not a bad delivery again. McGrath just testing him out the short ball. Adams kept it down. Plenty of catches there. Should he edge one of these? 3 slips and 2 gullies. McGrath, you see him there in the picture, man at point, man at mid-off. So pretty packed offside, and a fairly packed red stripe stand there in the distance. Well, still struggling a bit there. That's a half edge here. Just see the movement there from McGrath. Still getting movement out here. That's an off cutter. He's finding a thickish outside edge. He just rolls the bat and keeps it along the ground. Elliott, the fielder there.
McGrath keeping the pressure on, right on target. Just nothing offline at all. Length is perfect. High quality bowling here to keep the West Indies batsmen. They batted through the morning, didn't lose a wicket. Now they've come back up. The Australians are energized. You can see they appreciate how critical these early overs are after the break. Another maiden over for McGrath. Already testing stuff here as the West Indies are 113 for 4.
Well, 3 overs from Glenn McGrath since lunch. Just 1 run. He's really putting the pressure on these West Indian batsmen. The last recognised pair virtually for the West Indian side. Been a bit unlucky. He's had the missed chance, very hot chance to Mark Waugh, but basically it's really put the pressure on the West Indies here, just trying to turn this game around.
Warren against Lara now.
We see that big shout again. The reason again being no shot. It's pitched long way outside off. It's a long way, just going pretty straight, not as much spin.
Got him!
Coming back for a second, even on McGrath's throw, and 2 runs to Lara, bringing up his second half century in 3 innings in the series. And what a reception he's getting around this ground. There were fears that he would receive a rather hostile reception after what happened in South Africa. It's not been the case at all. Those fears have not materialized. He got a good reception yesterday, and now a very warm reception from this crowd on his half century. Short and pulled away. It'll go all the way for 4.
Well, there's a good answer to the doubters. The signs tell the story. Warren just didn't quite get this right. Lara quickly onto the length of this, pulling it through whitish mid-on. Length not just quite right. Lara watching that one right onto the bat, just whacking it wide and mid-on. No chance for the fielder there.
Different Lara after the lunch break. It seems as if he's gone in at the break and said, right, I've seen out the morning session, now time just to try to dominate. 143 balls, that was his 7th 4. Another no ball from Warren. 3rd no ball from him for overstepping.
Yes, just trying that little bit harder, Shane Warne. Pushed the previous ball through quicker. Again, just trying to get up a little bit more, get a bit more purchase on it. Just overstepped the mark.
End of the over, 120 for 4.
Another lovely day here, Sabina Park. The second day of the second test. Beautiful sunshine, good crowd in too as well. After yesterday's, well, ordinary day, you'd say, for the West Indies. They come back here backing their side, and they haven't let them down so far.
Good crowd in the ground today. Not packed, it wasn't yesterday either, but pretty reasonable crowd for the second day of the test. We've got some engrossing cricket, not least the competition between McGrath and the 2 West Indies left-handers. It'll be Adams now in the strike.
Well, a bit of a different shot there. Jimmy Adams, of course, sort of got himself into a tangle here. Ended up poking at a delivery he probably should have watched go past. Lucky for him, he's probably played a little bit late more than anything, but he's got to get into a bit of tangle there. Usually lets him go. In the end, had a little dab at it. Been pretty disgusted with himself there, but he can afford to breathe easy. 14 runs. It's been there a while. It's been a struggle for him. See that nice balanced delivery there. Glenn McGrath's side-on delivery. Hardly gives you anything. Tries the short delivery again there. See that little glance. Looks at the corner of his eyes. Thought, I'll just try him again on that short ball, see if he does go for it this time. But Jimmy Adams, nothing at all to do with that one.
Typical crowd response here in the West Indies to a solid forward defensive shot. No. Adams annoyed at himself. He's under pressure here, and it's the pressure that's mounting that's causing him the problems he's had. Superb spell here from Glenn McGrath, admonishing himself, Adams.
Another good delivery, but just cutting away. Adams, no foot movement again. He's just fishing outside the off stump, we call that. That's what pressure does when you don't get the runs. Nice tight bowling. And just unfortunately there for Glenn McGrath, just doing too much. Just going past that outside edge. So it's a good spell. He's been unrewarded so far since the luncheon break.
Well, Australia have had an opportunity to dismiss each of these batsmen. First of all, Shane Warne to Jimmy Adams. Pad, glove, both difficult chances, but chances which the Australians would feel that they should hold. Justin Langer there at short leg, and then the big one, Brian Lara, edge, and Mark Waugh, who's such an outstanding fielder in the slips, diving and getting there, but not being able to hold on. Another maiden from McGrath. Things are really tight here for the West Indies. 120 for 4.
Maiden's ruling for Glenn McGrath here after lunch. Another good over there. More pressure mounting. Jimmy Adams playing and missing. You just wonder how long this can hold up. Bit of encouragement there from Healy. Matthew Elliott in the background as well. Not easy work. Pitch just flattening out, settled down on this second day. The bowlers having to struggle a lot more than the first day's play.
So Glenn McGrath, 4 overs, just 1 run, and a chance to remove Lara after lunch. Shane Warne has had 3 overs after the break. And here he is now to bowl to Lara. Lara 54.
You can just see that spin Shane Warne puts on that ball. That seems superb. Upright, that's how it's got to be.
Fielder has been put in that short fine leg. We've seen both Adams and Lara just deflect the ball, and Lara has tended as well to sweep. And if there is a top edge sweep, that man is in there for the catch. Really is a gripping contest going on. Tremendous effort here now from the Australians, trying to dislodge this spear, and this man especially.
Very much a contrast to last week, Brian Lara. Queen's Park, Trinidad came out against Shane Warne, all guns blazing, just got after him right from the first ball. But here in this match, so far, he's been very reluctant to go down the pitch to him. It's more waited for Warne to bowl the bad delivery, which doesn't come too often, of course.
And a fault shot there from Lara. There is that short fine leg fielder, got himself into rather a tangled sweeping. He's hoisted up, down towards Lawan, into the mound stand. A superb shot from Lara for 6. Now there's the first time we've seen him use his feet. He's got the maximum of the last ball of the over, and the West Indies are 126 for 4.
Well, he couldn't have hit that in a better place. Right at the mound stand, the last delivery. Shane Warne's over. I was just saying how Brian Lara didn't go down the pitch to him this match, but all of a sudden down he went, and over went the ball.
So big 6 by Brian Lara, lovely use of the feet. There it is again, down the wicket he goes, good clean follow through, and all the way into the celebrating mound stand. Lara has moved to 60, the West Indies 126 for 4, as McGrath continues from the Headley stand end. And as he does so, I have a change in commentary, and my pleasure to introduce our guest commentator, Simon Crosskill, who is from RJR Radio here in Jamaica, a very experienced sports commentator, and with him, well, also a very experienced sports commentator, David Hooks.
Well, thank you very much, Tony. We've got a match on our hands, it would seem, here at Sabina Park. 126 for 4. No ball signaled, and it could be 4 runs. It's a chase. So 3 more runs to the total. 130 for 4. And I suppose a rare transgression from Glenn McGrath. Just doesn't let the batsman settle. They're just overstepping. And 3 runs, the end result. First run thing. Now this has really gotten the crowd going.
Good piece of fielding by Justin Langer. He realised he had to get rid of it very quickly. He did in an awkward throwing motion, but it wouldn't have made any difference had he hit or not. But the most important aspect there of Langer's fielding was he realised that urgency was required. Certainly has been a great just over 2 hours, 2.5 hours of cricket here this morning on this second day of this test match. All appeared lost and forlorn last night at 37 for 4. But the West Indies have shown what test cricket is all about. When you are in strife, your back's up to the wall, you fight it out, you don't try and thrash your way through it.
Full toss knocked away. Didn't quite hit it as well as he might have liked. Not good enough to pick up 2 more runs, and obviously to keep the crowd behind the batsman. 133 for 4. Really just glanced away, Hooksy, and not looking to power it away.
No, the slower ball. I think the batsmen these days concede, Simon, the slower ball and say, OK, I won't do anything rash or foolish with the slower ball. If I can get some runs off it, then so be it. That's a bit of a bonus. And occasionally you sit up and you think, well, why didn't they whack that for 4? But I think over the period of a series, you were seeing less and less slow balls get batsmen out.
As you saw from the graphic a little while ago, 77 balls for Adams, and a typically patient innings from the Jamaican batsman. But what has crept into his game is almost the inability to take singles of late, and when you see him pushing it around the ground and running the quick 1s and 2s, that's when you know that the Jimmy Adams of old is somewhere near back to his best. Last ball of the over from Glenn McGrath coming up. And a single from that last ball, taking the score up to 134 for 4.
Jimmy Adams, a hometown hero. Brian Lara, just a West Indian hero, really doing their country proud and doing themselves proud. So the West Indies 134 for 4 from their 51 overs. Brian Lara, who made 62 in the first test, is playing beautifully again.
Well, I tell you what, it's almost no matter what happens here at Sabina Park, she and the rest of the people who are on the mound are determined to have a good time. One of the aspects of the 1995 defeat here at Sabina Park was that people seemed to be enjoying themselves while the West Indies were going down, and it caused a few of the purists a few problems. Shane Warne to continue from the Blue Mountain end.
I thought last year in India, when Sachin Tendulkar had such a wonderful series against Australia, over 800 runs in the test matches in one day, and in fact he hit a 4 or 6 every 9 deliveries. I thought that Shane Warne bowled very well that series, and I think he's bowling well again today, but the batsmen are playing him very well.
Look, see, there was a lot of talk about this pitch taking spin beforehand. Has it lived up to expectation?
Yes, it has. I think that Steve Waugh made the comment to me this morning on the ground that he felt that it would take spin. I think when you consider it's a second-day pitch, just after lunch, it's turning a fair amount. I mean, it's not turning enormously and not causing problems to too many batsmen.
Again, Adams using the pad. And again, that's an element that crept into his game that seemed to begin his problems. A prolific scorer to begin with at the early part of his career. A model of concentration.
It's just a matter now of Steve Waugh for Australia trying to shuffle his bowlers around and find the right combination that works. Sometimes it may not be the obvious two, such as McGrath and Warne. It may be Gillespie and McGill. But he's got to shuffle around to find out the combination.
Good ball, Shane.
Encouragement from Ian Healy for Shane Warne, but Adams right over the delivery. There you go, textbook fashion, bat and pad close together. All the way, that's going down to the boundary for 4 runs. Races across the practice pitches. And Warne conceding another boundary. Adams onto it quickly. Too short. And smacked away for 4 runs. Taking the score on to 138 for 4.
Well, some rare smiles by Brian Lara and from Jimmy Adams, but why not? The partnership is 104 in a couple of hours, so they really have done the job asked of them, and they are making the Australians fight every inch of the way. Well played, Lara, well played, Adams. So Shane Warne just a little short, and Adams, you see how he rolls his wrists very quickly. He's not a big 6-hitter, Jimmy Adams, but straight into the ground as quickly as possible, and an easy boundary once he hit those practice pitches and sped away to mid-wicket. 138 for 4. Lara 61. That 4 takes Adams to 24.
It's going to be a change of bowling from the George Henley stand end. Jason Gillespie replacing Glenn McGrath. Just have to check with you, Hooksy. I mean, you saw the first test in Trinidad and Tobago, and you would have been following the recent decline of the West Indies. What are these two batsmen doing in this particular innings that's making the difference?
Well, of course, Jimmy Adams wasn't there in South Africa, and I thought that he was out of form last week in Trinidad. But as you said, Simon, he's doing what he does best. That is bunt the ball around, knock it and run, and change the strike. Brian Lara, I thought, was outstanding in the first innings in Trinidad. Upseated by the century to Michael Slater, that's all. But first innings he was fabulous, and this is the way that he played a long time. Normally after 220 minutes you would expect Brian Lara to be 100, 110, 115, but he's just saying to the world, to his teammates, to the management, to the West Indies Cricket Board that, hey, my batting is in good form. Give me the chance, give me the opportunity, and everything may flow from that.
So the first ball from Jason Gillespie, a new spell, and coming in from the George Headley stand-in for the first time in the innings. There you go. The graphics coming up. Spell 1, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9. Second spell, 7 overs, none for 22. And they're from the Blue Mountain end, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 31. Very good stop in the field. Lara really punching that one away powerfully. And Slater diving to his right, making a good stop. And such a feature of cricket nowadays. There you go. Had to make quite a bit of ground and then set off goalkeeper fashion. Well done, Michael Slater. And that can also, as I'm sure Hooksy will tell you, demoralize the batsman. You make a good shot and the fielder is there making a very good stop.
Particularly when it's tight and you're looking for any run you can get, and the bowlers are bowling well. You just need the odd little boundary every 3 or 4 overs just to keep the pressure off yourself.
Bit of movement there for Gillespie away from the bat after pitching. Lara allowing it to go through. There's Michael Slater. And I've got to tell you, a lot of us here in the West Indies are surprised that he's not in the World Cup squad. Very entertaining batsman, and a batsman certainly that West Indian fans will appreciate because of his attacking style.
You're surprised, Simon. We're flabbergasted that he can't make the 19. He's perhaps the most in-form opening batsman in the world at the moment. We just saw his fielding then. He scores at a great rate, and I appreciate Australia's had Adam Gilchrist and Mark Waugh as openers, but you would have thought that you could find a spot in the 19 for Michael Slater. Perhaps it might be a pre-World Cup draft where each side, I think, should be allowed to pick somebody from around the world that's not in the other squad. And I think that every country would pick Michael Slater if they had the opportunity.
Well, there you go. 42 matches, 987 runs. I suppose a relatively ordinary average of 24, but 950s, and probably, yeah, looking at Slater, probably in the best form of his life. What, some 4 centuries in Test cricket in his last 6 or 7 innings, or Test matches rather. Lara on the attack. That ball coming off a thick inside edge. And again, a feature of the West Indies play this morning is a quick running between the wickets.
Just not getting his foot down the pitch far enough, that's all, Ryan Lara. It was the right shot, just that the foot didn't give himself the opportunity to hit the ball with the full face of the bat.
In complete contrast of the last ball of the over, Adams just watching it through to the keeper. 153 for 4, and the ground is alive, the contest is on, and even the Australians, not the Australians on the field, but must be happy that at least there's some fight coming their way.
Brian Lara in great form. Jimmy Adams, what a support role he is playing as well. Jimmy Adams, 24 and been there over 2 hours. Lara, 73, nearly 4 hours. So they have withstood this Australian attack this morning. No wickets have fallen today. Collins went off, retired. Hurd, after doing a very good night watchman's job late last night and early today, he's batted for an hour. So he's to come back as well. Also Ridley Jacobs. So plenty of work to do for the Australians.
Gillespie to continue from the southern end, bowling to Lara.
Brian Lara just 2 runs shy of 5,000 in Test cricket, and an average of a tick under 50. It was over 60 about 3 or 4 years ago. So just a bit of a lean patch since his last Test century against Sri Lanka in 1997 at St Vincent. He's only averaging 33, just over 33 in that period, but it's still a fabulous record.
Yes, in fact, his first 31 tests, he was averaging 60. No ball signal, just as well. Lara again. Just mistiming the shot, coming off that inside edge.
Just not quite getting that front foot to it again. He just needs that little step to be a little bit further, that's all. And, well, maybe the shadow of the boots and the angle of parallax had caused some problems there for umpire Bucknell.
And still the attack going around the wicket, something that was almost perfected in the series 96-97 back in Australia. And they go over the wicket to Adams, but around the wicket to Brian Lara. What a fantastic record nonetheless. It has dropped off, but really has been the mainstay of West Indies batting despite his falling off in form. Vicious delivery there from Gillespie, probably the quickest of the Australian bowlers, really dug that one in. And Lara, just that little initial movement, and then fortunately for him, watching it go well wide in the end.
Jason Gillespie has a little habit of getting back to the top of his mark, stopping and puffing, and away he goes.
Good stop there by Elliott. Diving effort by Elliott had slipped. Really such a feature of the Australians, their fielding, whether it be in the slips, out in the covers, down a deep backward square. Jason Gillespie really does seem to concentrate at the beginning of each delivery, almost like a world-class athlete, a long jumper maybe.
Brian Lara has been at the crease 235 minutes for his 73, and they are the areas he has scored in. So very predominant on the leg side. One of those, of course, because he's faced some leg spin bowling today where he's turned a lot of balls behind square leg, some of the 25 that he has scored in that little part of the circle.
Last ball of the over left alone, 154 for 4.
So Gillespie had good rhythm last night, hasn't been too bad today, just a couple of overs into a new spell for the first time from the Headley stand ender, and he is desperate to get one of these two men out. It's a great contest at the moment. West Indies fighting back.
Absolutely brilliant day here at Sabina Park. It has been right throughout this test match so far. Very warm, but a cooling breeze blowing across the ground. Change of bowling from the Blue Mountain end. Stuart McGill about to come back into the attack, replacing Shane Warne. Warne's last over costing him 12 runs. That might have prompted Steve Waugh to make the change. And what an amazing entry into Test cricket for Stuart McGill. We've been watching and listening to his efforts. 12 wickets in his first Test match in Sydney. But no wicket here in this innings. Did get Adams in the first innings of the Trinidad Test.
Always tough for leg spinners to bowl to a left-hander, and therefore, by my mathematics, that makes it twice as difficult to bowl to two left-handers. And I think sometimes McGill would be better off starting with a man at mid-wicket on the fence, as well as the man at backward square leg when he comes on for a new spell with his left-hander on strike.
Adams just missed time in the drive.
How good is your mathematics?
Oh, my 2 times tables are okay. And with Ridley Jacobs possibly to follow next, another left-hander. So the mid-wicket area is free for any ball that's pitched short, and the left-hander can hit with the spin.
Well, not pitched short there, but could be 4 byes. And it goes into the boundary now, just below the George Headley stand. Well, the West Indies will take them any way they come. The 100 partnership is up between Lara and Adams. And McGill seemed to have this problem in his previous spell. It's a better delivery. In his previous spell, he's just tended to pitch it down the leg side and have it spin away further. And that brought about 4 byes there. This partnership the West Indies have seen for any wicket for some time.
Interesting time, interesting balance this game is in at the moment, because Australia quite clearly on top. But this partnership now very good, and Australia needs to break it just to change the momentum again, because Jimmy Adams won't get flustered, and Lara is in great form.
And there again, the last ball of the over again, just straying down that leg side. 158 for 4. Drinks coming onto the field.
So the West Indies are 158 for 4. And Brian Lara not out 73. Jimmy Adams not out 24. No West Indian wickets to fall today, and the crowd are loving it. They saw some very disappointing West Indian batting yesterday, and that on the back of the capitulation in Trinidad a week ago. And today they're seeing some real fight, and a very fine innings from Brian Lara to this point. And the local Jimmy Adams, who plays for the Kingston Cricket Club, plays for Jamaica, and today representing the West Indies. Return of the Prince. Much was said leading into this game about the reception Brian Lara might get here. Well, he's got a tremendous reception, I can tell you. Before he'd faced the ball, the crowd very welcoming towards him, and things have only improved since there. And Michael Holding made a prediction at the start of play that he thought Brian Lara would score 100 today, and that in fact the West Indies would go past Australia's total of 256. And it was looked upon as a fairly brave prediction at 5 minutes past 10. The first ball of the day was bowled. Well, things are looking much more likely that Michael Holding's foresight may be accurate, Tony Cozio.
I don't know how much money it would earn him if he does get on 100, but I don't believe his foresight yesterday as far as the horse racing at Kimanis Park was quite as spot on. But it really has been a tremendous fight by the West Indies, and Lara has led it, of course, and led it magnificently. But let's not forget the others who have helped him. Pedro Collins at the tail end of the innings yesterday came out as night watchman, batted through the last half an hour without any real alarms, and this morning batted on for another half an hour, hit 2 fours down the ground, didn't look in any trouble before he was hit on the box by Gillespie and was forced to retire hurt. And then in came Jimmy Adams, who himself is under some pressure in this team, and he's played very solidly as well. Ready to resume now, Gillespie to Lara. Australia came out after lunch, having regrouped, and very purposeful, very aggressive. They didn't seem all that aggressive this morning. Seemed a little bit flat in the first session, but they had 2 chances, 1 each to the batsman. Very difficult chances, and both were missed. Well stopped, very good save. That was travelling Steve Waugh, a specialist gully fielder. Lara really gave that everything.
Steve Waugh has had quite a number of balls come at him in the gully in this innings at some pace. Yesterday he actually dropped a catch that everyone will forgive him for, as hard as you saw Lara hit that ball then. Sherwin Campbell yesterday hit one, I would suggest, twice as hard. And in fact, Steve didn't actually get a clean hand on it, hit him on the wrist, and there's quite a bruise there as a result. But there's been that one, the one we just saw then, and others, and anything that's gone to the gully has really been travelling.
Of course, the ball yesterday from Campbell would have been virtually new ball, so it would have been that much harder. Seam would have been upright, and the blow really would have been painful. very well bowled. Superb delivery from Gillespie. To beat Lara at 73 in really good form and set, but that would have beaten most batsmen.
Yes, on a wicket that's playing pretty well, and exactly the point you just made, the older, softer ball, the ideal line, committing Lara to play, and just that movement away from the bat, just enough. Tremendous delivery.
Right after lunch, Jimmy Adams offered a chance of Shane Warne. Very difficult one to Justin Langer in at short leg, very close. Glove onto it, and a dive there, just couldn't get the fingers under it. It's quite difficult. And then Lara, tremendous effort by Mark Watt, second slip edge found. Got the two hands to it, and normally Mark Watt does hold on once he gets his hands onto it, not that time. Adams is 13 then, Lara 44. Good maiden over from Gillespie, working up ahead of steam here. 158 for 4.
Jason Gillespie has bowled particularly well in this match. 17 overs, 1 for 33. Glenn McGrath has the other 3 wickets to fall. Gillespie's bowling has been top shelf. He's beaten the bat a lot. He's got movement both ways, principally because he hits the seam all the time.
Stuart McGill will continue. Adams in strike. McGill in his 8th over, had 6 overs in his first spell. A few full tosses in that spell. 21 runs came off those overs. Started with a maiden in this one. He's the only one who is appealing. Ian Healy is way down the leg side waiting to take the ball.
Worth a shout, but Jimmy Adams a long way forward, and that ball would have spun past the leg stump. Haven't seen either of the Australian leg spin bowlers, Stuart McGill operating at the moment, or Shane Warne, offer too many wrong-uns, particularly to these left-handed batsmen. I'm just a little puzzled by that. I haven't seen the ball go away from their bat past the outside edge at all.
Just the single.
Spinners don't get a lot of assistance out of having one side of the ball shiny, but Stuart McGill there doing his bit for his bowling partner at the other end.
First time we've seen Adams sweep. He's tended just to deflect the ball off his legs. Going into the sweep shot there. Not quite getting it where he wanted. Oh, 2 in a row. No run from either. 160 for 4.
Adams on 25, not out, and really doing a good job for his team, supporting Lara. He's quite happy to let Lara be the stroke player. And they're putting together a fantastic partnership.
So a partnership between these two now worth 104. Earlier partnership between Lara and Collins before Collins had to retire her was worth 22. So 124 runs added by the West Indies since the last wicket fell. Here's Gillespie, who had a very good last over. Banged away through the offside, will go for 4, short, and Lara climbing onto it. And that boundary carries Lara to over 5,000 runs in Test cricket. He becomes the 8th West Indian to reach that figure, and he really did put it away expertly.
.61 matches, 5,003 runs, Brian Lara. That ball just too much width from Gillespie. His line's been good today. Lara hit that up, but in the air. But there was a huge gap in the covers. A totally risk-free shot. Trying to turn 10 hundreds in his record into 11 here at Sabina Park. 78 not out.
Bit of misjudgment there from Adams. They've had good understanding, generally speaking. Adams said no, and Lara was very insistent yes, and it really was an easy single in the end. Once your partner says no, usually you'll stay, but Lara saw the opportunity was there and quite comfortable. No, he said. Is it just a slight misjudgment on his part? And Lara says, yes, come on, that's easy. And then a little discussion between the two of them, between deliveries. Man out there, just a single. So that boundary of the first ball, the over from Gillespie, carrying Lara up to 5,000 test runs. There's the list, and all really great West Indian batsmen. Viv Richards, or Sir Viv Richards now, of course, at the top. Sir Gary Sober's one behind him, and Gordon Greenidge. Present manager Clive Lloyd. Lara, the only one still playing. Alvin Kalitran down there, the coach of Kenya for the World Cup coming up.
Yeah.
Good positive running throughout this partnership. Mentioned that Clive Lloyd, the manager of the West Indies team here, of course. Alvin Kalitran, the coach of the Kenya team, and Gordon Greenidge, their third in the list. He's coach of the Bangladesh team and has been for the past 3 years or so. Led them to the ICC trophy, which carries them into the World Cup. Ron Canna, a former West Indies coach there. So a lot of them putting their lot back into West Indies cricket. And Sir Everton Weeks coaching under 13s in Barbados. I spoke to him last week and he said he really was encouraged by the youngsters he has under him, full of enthusiasm. Well bowled.
You don't see that too often. Ian Healy misgloving that fairly straightforward delivery, but somehow or other it wasn't an edge, and somehow or other it didn't bowl Jimmy Adams. I think that's what affected Healy's concentration, is the fact that he was expecting it to hit the stumps. He was distracted.
Well, that's the excuse I used to use when I was playing second grade cricket. When every ball dropped in my bat, I thought he was going to be bowled. But that really was very, very close to off. So a good spell here by Gillespie. Very testing spell. So that's the end of the over. 167 for 4.
Brian Lara seems to have fully regained his composure. Just the first, say, 10 or 15 minutes after lunch, he was a little astray with his footwork, but he's got his act together now.
McGill now to Lara. Through. Beautifully struck by Lara, but right through the field it was travelling. Another boundary for Lara, carries him to 84.
All day, Stuart McGill has just been over-pitching that little bit, and there's been a few full tosses mixed up in it as well. And this time, tossed the ball up, gave the ball plenty of air, but just that little bit too much length. And Brian Lara has crashed it through the covers right off the middle of the bat.
Well, he's certainly going now. Lovely use of the wrists there. Didn't get a run for it. Peter, but he won't have anything of it, and you hear what the crowd feels of it.
Well, was this a top spinner? In fact, it was. There was no turn there, and I'll just correct that. It was a leg spinner, but it just didn't turn much. That was the problem. It went virtually straight on. Lara playing the sweep shot, so his front foot was well down the pitch. That's where it struck him, playing forward, but hit him in line, and you've got to ask yourself, was that going on to hit the stumps? And my word, you'd have to say it was.
Pulled away, and that'll go for 4 more. One bounce into the boundary, too short to bother Lara in this mood. He's moved on to 88.
Well, Stuart McGill won't be seeing the funny side of that. It's not Brian Lara's fault that the next delivery after that let-off was a bad one, a short ball, and he obliged and hit it to the fence. And that often happens when a bowler feels convinced he's missed out on a wicket, and he's not concentrating as he should be on the next delivery as he's coming into bowl. His mind's on the last one.
That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow moves into the 90s. He's up to 92 with 3 boundaries in the over, and the West Indies have moved on to 179 for 4.
Haven't we got a game on our hands here? Plenty for Stephen Moore to think about. Brian Lara 92, 3 fours off that last over, and a big let off. Well, that's the rub of the green sometimes in cricket.
.12 runs in the over, 3 boundaries to Lara. West Indies have moved on to 179. And here's the last shot. A half volley, and placing it as much as anything else.
Well, meanwhile at the other end, Jason Gillespie is bowling absolutely beautifully with some real pace. McGill 9 overs, none for 35. 12, of course, off the last over. This spell, 3 overs for 14. So 2 overs for 2 before that over. And, of course, he'll be thinking about the one that should have been. In this spell, Jason Gillespie has really come up with some fine deliveries with an old ball, and it's not really going reverse much as yet, but because Gillespie hits the seam every time, he still manages to get some movement off this pitch that's playing better and better all the time. I think umpire Buckner's asking Gillespie just to be mindful of where he's following through. He has been warned once today for running on the wicket. That was from the Blue Mountains end. That was to the umpire Peter Willey. And this particular delivery coming up now from the previous over, just see how that comes back in between the gap between bat and pad that Jimmy Adams left. Ian Healy totally distracted by the quality of the delivery and an expectation that it was going to take Jimmy Adams off stump. And that was purely movement off the seam.
No ball, stifled the appeal. Whether umpire Buckner would have answered the appeal in the affirmative had it not been a no ball, we'll never know. Gillespie is around the wicket, so the angle to the left-hander will be coming into him. No ball it was, and let's have a look. Pretty far back, and you would have heard a pretty raucous appeal, I'm sure, had not umpire Buckner called the no ball. Might just have been missing leg, but it doesn't matter now. Just another run to the score.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're fielding behind square on the offside, at the moment, the mood that Brian Lara's in, you better have your wits about you, because balls are coming thick and fast. That time it was Greg Blewett. He's quite deep. Not long ago it was Steve Waugh that it had to stop. The ball travelling equally as quick, and you can see he's only half as far as Blewett from the bat.
He's hit that very well for 4. It's going to pick up pace on the practice pitches. Another boundary for Lara carries him now on to 96. Now raises him to his highest score here at Sabina Park.
Just short of a length outside the off stump. Brian Lara has just crashed that through the covers. Marvellous stroke play.
So Lara within 4 of 100. Last ball of the over. Crowd all around in anticipation. Not this time. End of the over, 185 for 4. Lara is 96.
Well, the crowd are abuzz and enjoying this marvellous innings. All around the ground, marvelling at the genius of Brian Lara in full flight. That man there will be much happier than he's been at different times in the last couple of tests. Well, this one and the first. Getting quite a long rest for a change.
Celebrations all around the ground. And Brian Lara, who after the South African tour was being berated all around the Caribbean, even by his own board, is now once again the center of attention. Fine stroke, well timed by Adams, and he'll look to give Lara the strike, and they'll come back for the third. So Lara has the strike now. The policemen around the ground are beginning to deploy themselves because they know that this crowd here cannot contain itself. West Indies cricket has been through some depressing times in the last 5 months, and no one has had more depressing times than the man in your picture, Brian Lara. What a show of character it has been from him here. Within 4 runs of 100. They're massing, ready for the invasion. But he still has to get 4 more. Well, he might have thought he would have got 4 for that, just the single. Didn't quite go where he wanted. He was aiming for mid-wicket. Got it down to the backward square instead.
The last wicket fell 155 runs ago. Quick single. Safely home. No trouble there for Jimmy Adams. So he's got the strike back to Brian Lara. So 156 runs ago now, but 50 overs, very significantly for the West Indies. 50 overs of batting since they lost a wicket. So that's the field, trying to contain Lara, pressure him.
Up to 98 with that single. This crowd is in a frenzy. The mood around the Caribbean, certainly for the last 5 months, and more especially last Monday when the West Indies were dismissed for their lowest total ever in Test cricket, was one of absolute dejection. And the contrast here is marked. No, says Adams, you step there and get the 100. End of the over from McGrath, 191 for 4.
Well, these two batsmen really causing problems for Australia and for Stuart McGill. 98 not out, Brian Lara. 31 to Adams. 191 for 4. Trailed by 65 runs. It's now a real possibility of the West Indies taking a first innings lead. Who would have thought? So Jason Gillespie will continue, and will continue round the wicket to Brian Lara, just 2 runs short of this century. And how exciting is this going to be? To tell you all about it, David Hooks and Jeff Thompson.
Right on line, Lara takes a single, a chance for Randolph Blewett, hits and just misses. And by the reaction of Michael Slater at mid-off, you would think that if he had hit, Lara would have been run out. Well, what a thrill on 98. He'll get the heart pumping.
Well, there's no reason for this. The way he's been hitting the ball. And I tell you what, I think that would have been out, possibly. And it's ever so close. Greg Blewett, we saw him chance his arm last week. He missed out a couple of times and then he zeroed in. But just watch. Yes, he would have been just short of the line.
Slow ball and induced a false shot, actually, somewhat surprisingly. It was quite wide and full, and I think Jimmy Adams was so intent on just pushing it into the gap that the ball hit the bat before they had time to get himself organised.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to give the strike to Brian Lara instead of just batting how he's been batting so far today, and it's been pretty well. It's been very good cricket since lunch. We've seen a few missed chances. We've seen some very good batting. Gillespie's bowled pretty well as well.
Around the wicket to Adams. And leg last nearly a catch, but past Ian Healy. What does the umpire signal? Leg byes. So Healy went a long way, but I can tell you that came just below us, Jeffrey, at a rate of knots.
Yes, it was motoring along. Just flicks his thigh pad. Healy tries to get across. But again, didn't get there. So the extras rise again. There's been a few extras here today, the Australians. A few no balls, a few byes, and nothing going their way today. It's amazing what 24 hours does. Complete swing around here in favour of the West Indies.
Another no ball, adding to the sundries. On 98, Brian Lara took a very risky single to Greg Blewett, and you have a look at Brian Lara's face when you realise he is in a lot of strife and the effort and the strain, and he was pleased when he didn't hear that rattle of the stumps. Well, there is a man on a mission. Brian Lara has been from the first ball that he faced in Trinidad until now, and he may have the reward of a century. Single into the gap. So the crowd now will start to whip themselves into a frenzy with Lara on 99. He's been there 276 minutes. We thought there may have been a hostile reception for Brian Lara in this match, but that hasn't been the case. He's been stoic in his attitude, his concentration, his willingness to work very hard has been exemplary in this match. And he is on 99. There's a gap at cover, and there's a gap at mid-wicket for the single. Gillespie takes a deep breath. Lara concentrates. There's the mid-wicket gap. He's gone for it. Chance of the stumps, and he's hit the stumps. The umpire will have to call for the third umpire. So Steve Buckner has called for the third umpire. The crowd has been invaded, but we don't know whether Brian Lara has got his century or not. And there is pandemonium on the ground here at Sabina Park. The fans have run onto the ground, but they may be celebrating a 99. What a risky single. So this is understandable, but uncalled for.
Well, it's a bit of stupidity, David, isn't it? I mean, they're really knocking him around there. You can see the concern on the players' faces there. It's not over that. They're just wondering whether he's out or not. They're celebrating, hopefully, 100, but we saw him take a silly single, just one over beforehand and almost got run out. This time, the throw was direct. Courtney Walsh is coming out there to get the players away.
Brian Lara doesn't look too well either. He did look like he got hit from pillar to post. And this is the run on 99, picked up by Justin Langer. Throws in one action. Brilliant piece of fielding. And he may have just made it. That's a pretty hard one to tell, but the third umpire is calling for a different angle. So great excitement here at Sabina Park. Nobody knows what's happened. And Brian Lara taking a risk on 98, a risk on 99, and then being invaded by some idiots.
Well, it is a big mix-up here, isn't it, David? I've just had that hard feeling that I think he's made his ground, but pretty hard with the umpire right in the way there. But you wonder, don't you, the way he's hitting that ball, the way he's been hitting deliveries, way go for singles like that. You can see him fairly concerned.
So a tough one for the third umpire on those two replays. You'll see the stump to the right of the umpire's shoulder in just a moment. So the ball's hit the stumps, and there's the stump coming now, but the bat is some third of a metre over the line. And I think the third umpire, Jeffrey, has to give Brian Lara the benefit of the doubt.
Well, if you can't see it, David, obviously that's the only shot.
So there's 100 to Brian Lara. His 11th Test 100. His first since June in 1997. There's been a drought. There's been 7 Test matches since a West Indian has made a century. He was under enormous pressure in this match. He was given a 2-match probationary period as captain. He served one last test. He got humiliated, and he has come out and played an absolutely sensational test match innings. The applause of the Australian players as well. He acknowledges the huge crowd here at Sabina Park. And what a relief for the champion from Trinidad. Spoiled only by the idiots that ran onto the pitch. But the drama was just unbelievable, with the third umpire being called into play. And he is relieved.
Well, that's a very relieved face, isn't it, Dave? But what a superb innings. I mean, forget all the drama and what went on around the place, but this knock today was worthwhile, absolutely worthwhile being here. He's just been on top of the bowling. A couple of blemishes we saw after lunch, but since then it's been all Lara. 195 balls, 14 boundaries and a 6.
So the end of an amazing over of Test match cricket, and I'm sure that Jimmy Adams was pleased to see it go outside the off stump. So Lara a century, 199 for 4 in the acknowledgement from Justin Langer.
Absolute pandemonium here. 8 runs from that last Jason Gillespie over. The captain on screen there, Brian Lara, brought up his 100. An almost run out. All sorts of excitement. A very relieved man there on pitch, and superb innings. This crowd just thrilled.
.62 runs from boundaries, 14 fours and 1 6. A lot of runs on the leg side, just supporting his wristy style of play. And he will block this ball. You could have put your house on that. So Brian Lara now needs to just settle himself down, calm himself down and restart. The Australians will hope that he might make a foolish decision, but he hasn't yet in this innings. It's been sensational.
How was that?
Well, he came out with his side in tatters, did Brian Lara, and he has been there for 282 minutes of nearly flawless batting. His average has gone back over the 50. His 11th 100. Steve Waugh made 100 yesterday. And like Steve Waugh yesterday, both had their first century as captains.
Well, you could just see him having a rest here. He's just regrouping himself, as you would. So much drama in these last couple of overs.
So McGill now involved in a bit more normality as far as the cricket match is concerned. Nearly run out on 98. Nearly run out on 99. And then the 100. Bad ball. And no man at mid-wicket again. So this is going close to the boundary, but Gillespie may get it in just inside the rope. He does. Good running by Adams to get free. So Lara will be pleased to get away from the 100 and bring up the 200 for his side. Michael Holding had a bet with a mate this morning that Lara would make 100 and the West Indies would pass Australia's total of 256. And that was when they were 37 for 4.
Well, Michael always did like odds, didn't he?
Clipped away. No run, Elliott doing the work. So the end of the over, just the 3 runs from Lara, and Adams doing his job equally as well. It's 202 for 4.
But sanity from that over there from Stuart McGill. Just 3 runs from it. After all the drama the last few overs, all the action, 100 runs from Brian Lara, the 200 come up for the West Indies as well. Brian Lara just taking an over off.
.200 balls and 113 balls, and that's the partnership the Australians can't break. Did a previous unbeaten partnership with Pedro Collins, who's retired hurt. This partnership is worth 146, but it's been 168 runs since the last wicket has fallen. That of Dave Joseph last night, late last night, before Collins came in as night watchman.
Well, we've got a change at the bottom end. Greg Blewett's been brought on. Jason Gillespie, well, a very good spell, Gillespie. Very unlucky as such. I thought he really tried hard, bowled some superb deliveries. Not much luck. So it's Blewett's turn here to try and break this partnership. He's pretty handy with the ball, Greg Blewett. He just happens to come in. He's got a little bit of a knack of being able to dismiss batsmen. Just moves them in and out. Got a bit of a sneaky bouncer, change up in pace. Got a good slower ball. But he's going to be really tested here at the moment. These two guys in form at the moment.
.202 for 4. Brian Lara leading the West Indies side. In 1994, the West Indies bowled England out for 46. England came back the next test match and won. Last week, the West Indies were bowled out for 51. Can they repeat it? A lovely shot. That is a sensational cricket shot. Stood there and just flicked it through mid-wicket. 150 partnership between these two, of which Jimmy Adams has contributed 32.
Well, how good a shot is this? Just flicks it through mid-wicket. It just goes like an absolute bullet. And no answer to that.
.22 unbroken, the one between Collins and Lara. So Brian Lara brought up his 100 with enormous controversy. He took a very, very short run. Langer threw the stumps down, and we had to sit and wait while the third umpire tried to make his decision. And this is how Brian Lara felt and reacted. He's waiting for the decision, and there it is. The green light came on, and the eyes lit up. Whacked away. Brilliant piece of fielding at point. The Australians haven't faltered in the field, and Michael Slater continues to field well.
Well, that was a good piece of fielding there from Michael Slater. The Australians really need to pull something out here. Still have a lead of 49.
No.
Into the over, the boundary from it, 206 for 4.
Bit of a test here for Steve Waugh. After 100 yesterday, things going all Australia's way yesterday. Today, nothing going Australia's way. A couple of missed chances. They've tried pretty well, but it's been all the West Indies. These two men on screen. Pedro Collins, the night watchman as well. They couldn't remove him. The only way they could get him off the field was a retired hurt, but he's ready to come again. And should he be asked?
Steve Waugh now ringing the changes. Somewhat surprisingly, Steve Waugh hasn't bowled yet. Just further indicating that he's not 100% fit from a bowling perspective. So he's decided to bring Mark Waugh on, who will be bowling gentle off spin. Mark Waugh bowled yesterday by an off spinner that didn't bounce at all. So around the wicket. And Adams not quite ready, so Mark Waugh still bowls it. Adams should have come back and just whacked it over mid-wicket. So a bit of byplay by the Australian. Easy single.
Well, there's the session scoring there, 101 runs. Superb cricket from the West Indies. Boundaries to all sections of the ground. And that man there brought up 100 as well. Just get that feeling, Brian Lara, just relaxing, just getting over the thrill of the 100 and all the drama before that. Just trying to regroup.
Lovely placement again. Not trying to hit the ball too hard. Just 10 minutes or so until the afternoon tea break. I don't think we were seeing too many risks from Lara and Adams, although having said that, Lara took two enormous risks on 98 and 99. Beautifully played again and placed. Goes towards the boundary and through the hands of Steve Waugh for a boundary. So Mark Waugh put it in the slot, and Jimmy Adams said, "Thank you very much."
Beautiful shot here, this time from Jimmy Adams. Mark Waugh just giving a bit of width, tosses it up. Adams obliges, dissects those two fielders there. Michael Slater, the further one out.
Bowling.
Oh, that turned a little bit. So the end of Mark Waugh's first over. 6 runs from it. West Indies 212 for 4.
Double change from Steve Waugh here. Sabina Park, nothing happening for the Australians. We saw Greg Blewett come on from the bottom end. And then his brother, Mark Waugh, brought on for the Blue Mountains then. So Australia just looking for inroads here and nothing much happening.
Blew it in the mid-wicket, in the cover area, I beg your pardon. He is just murdering this bowling now. So he had the big gap at mid-wicket to play the pull shot, but he elected to swat it through the offside. Very much like a forehand in tennis.
Well, blew it, just not quick enough. Too short, too wide as well to get away with this. Let alone a medium pacer. And he just smacks that one forward a point. Just too easy a delivery for a man of this calibre and this form. A quicker delivery there from Blewett. Just hurries Lara on, but maybe everyone should have listened to Michael Holding this morning. Michael said the only time this pitch does anything is with the new ball, and he was right there. The new ball did the damage, but since then it's been all West Indian batsmen.
Well, I would hope that everyone around the world watching this coverage would be enjoying the batting of Brian Lara and the comeback of the West Indies. The coverage brought to you by Trans World International, right around the world for Fox Sports in Australia. Good morning to everybody in Australia. CBU, the Caribbean Broadcasting Union, Sky Sports in the United Kingdom, ESPN and Star across in Asia, and Kelly Broadcasting on the East Coast and of Canada of the United States. So coverage right around the world. And if you've been lucky enough to watch Lara bat or part of his innings here today in Kingston, Jamaica, you've seen something pretty special. Not too many problems with the pitch today. Steve Waugh thought this morning that it would turn square. Certainly hasn't done that as yet. So just 10 minutes or so ago, Brian Lara brought up his 11th Test century. He pushed it to mid-wicket. He took the risky single. Langer picked up and threw the stumps down, and the umpire was forced to call for the third umpire, and he's not sure there. All hell broke loose while he awaited the umpire's decision, but the green light came on and he brought up his Test century. The West Indies 216 for 4.
.216 for the West Indies, just creeping up on this Australian total. And there's the elation there. That's Lara's 100 being brought up. Concerned, didn't know whether he would run out or not, but as soon as that green light come on, his eyes lit up, and so did the crowd here at Sabina Park.
Just explaining, Brian Lara relieved. Brian Lara, after the green light came on, to signal his century and to the applause of his teammates. Mark Waugh resuming. Adams on strike.
And this is the reason why they went for the quick single. You see the man coming to pitch it now. It's a direct hit. Lara just outstretched bat there. There's got to be indecision.
Punch through the mid-off area. McGrath's got a bit of a chase. They may look for 3. McGrath's got a brilliant arm, but they'll get to 3 comfortably now.
Back to that decision here. The umpire got a good view of that one. Still called for the green light for the third umpire. But you see that bat obviously looked like it was crossed the line. If there is any doubt, it should go towards the batsman. So that's a good, very good decision all round. And a superb innings. And a very relieved West Indian captain. And a very happy crowd here at Sabina Park.
Couple of overs remaining until tea. Brian Lara came to the wicket at the fall of the second wicket with just 5 runs on the board, and he's been there for the next 214. No turn for Mark Waugh. That is why Brian Lara couldn't whack that away on the offside. It just kept coming in towards him and cramped him a little.
Well, the way he's batting too, David, he might be there for the next 214 as well. So we've just seen one blemish other than that, it was just after the luncheon break, but other than that, he got his concentration back, and it's been all Lara. 36 runs behind. He did get a bit of a razz when he did come out here under a lot of pressure, but he's turned that around.
Lovely sort of game by Adams. He's just getting his front foot to the pitch of the ball, and he's putting it through the infield with some nice placement, and again picks up 3 runs. So the West Indies move along comfortably to 223 for 4.
Not only blazing sunshine here this afternoon at Sabina Park, but blazing bats for the West Indies. You see that crowd behind there, very happy with the proceedings today. Now the picture tells the story there. Graphics down below. The lead now just 33 from Australia, 6 wickets in hand for the West Indies, and looking good.
So they're only trailed by 33 runs, still 6 wickets in hand, and one of those men, Pedro Collins, has already been to the crease. He was off the ground, retired, hurt. He is 10 not out, Pedro Collins. Short, and I think James Adams had a thought about that. And then he thought, well, it's nearly afternoon tea. I've been here over 3 hours, 201 minutes in fact. Brian Lara 300 minutes. So they're not going to do anything foolish, one wouldn't have thought, just leading up to afternoon tea. No wickets for the Australians yet today. And beautifully played. The man is in front of square leg, so Adams waited that fraction longer and hit it squarer. And again, another 3. Langer doing the fielding. Adams' 5th 3. And it's not a huge ground, but just the way that Adams plays. And he was certainly out of sorts in the first test in Trinidad. He didn't play at all in South Africa, came home with a hand injury. But now he is playing like the Adams of old. And this bloke's playing like the Lara of old. What an innings from Brian Lara. 72 runs in boundaries. 300 minutes. 5 hours when his country needed him. 5 hours of total concentration.
Well, if they get another couple of hours after tea, David, I'll tell you what, they're going to see a bit more fireworks from this man on screen. The form he's in. ...219 balls, 113 runs. The way he's batting, he wants to stay there for a long time as well. Not much carry there for Greg Blewett. Much joy either, you would have thought.
So the last ball before afternoon tea, and Blewett has decided to go around to the wicket to Brian Lara. No ball called, so that prolongs before we go to the break.
Well, that's not what you want when you want to get off and have a drink and a rest, is it? No ball, especially from a medium pacer. And there's the session so far, just having got 121 runs.
No wickets in 4 hours for Australia, and a century to Brian Lara. Jimmy Adams has played well. He is on 46. Great support for Brian Lara. He acknowledges the crowd, who gave him a hard time when he first walked out to bat late yesterday afternoon with a score at 5 for 2. But they won't give him a hostile reception as he walks off. He will get a standing ovation from the people here in the cauldron of Sabina Park. What a thrill, even for the Australians who've come so far to support their team. They've seen a maestro in charge. So Brian Lara strides from the ground at afternoon tea with a century to his name. He's 113. Jimmy Adams on 46. And it's been 193 runs since Australia has taken the wicket. So at afternoon tea on the second day, after Australia was bowled out for 256 yesterday afternoon, with Steve Waugh making 100, the West Indies at one stage, in fact at stumps last night, were 37 for 4. And they have moved along courtesy of Lara, to a lesser extent Collins and Adams, to 227 for 4. For Australia, no joy today. Only the retired hurtness of Pedro Collins, 3 to McGrath last night, 1 to Gillespie last night. So at tea on the second day here in Kingston, the West Indies in pursuit of 256, 227 for 4. So for those of you who may have just joined us and missed some sensational batting by Brian Lara, here are today's highlights.
Leap of anticipation, shouts of catch. Just wide and dropped. Now, is that the chance that Australia will rule? He's hoisted up, down towards Lawan, into the mound stand. A superb shot from Lara for 6.
Pulled away, that's going down to the boundary for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot for 4 runs.
Lara and Warne.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Gonna go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s. He's hit that very well for 4. It's going to pick up pace on the practice pitches. Another boundary for Lara carries him now on to 96.
There's the mid-wicket gap. He's gone for it. Chance of the stumps, and he's hit the stumps. The umpire will have to go for the third umpire. So a tough one for the third umpire in those 2 replays. You'll see the stump to the right of the umpire's shoulder in just a moment. So the ball's hit the stumps, and there's the stump coming now. But the bat is some 1/3 of a metre over the line. And I think the third umpire, Jeffrey, has to give Brian Lara the benefit of the doubt.
Well, if you can't see it, David, obviously that's the only shot.
So there's 100 to Brian Lara. His 11th Test 100. His first since June in 1997. Welcome back to afternoon tea here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. Australia made 256 yesterday after winning the toss, dominated by the captain's first century as captain. And then today, the West Indies are yet to lose the wicket. That's right, 2 sessions of play. The West Indies resumed at 37 for 4. They have taken that total to 227 for 4. Brian Lara, 113 not out. Jimmy Adams, 46 not out. The only relative bit of joy for the Australians was the retired hurt of Pedro Collins, but that brought Adams to the crease, and what an innings that has been. Brian Lara, his first test as captain, following Steve Waugh's first captain century as captain, and what an innings that has been. Here are some of the highlights of Brian Lara.
leap of anticipation, shouts of catch. Just wide and dropped. Now, is that the chance that Australia will rule? He's hoisted up, down towards Lavon, into the mound stand. A superb shot from Lara for 6.
Pulled away, that's going down to the boundary for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot for 4 runs.
Lara and Warren.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Gonna go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s. He's hit that very well for 4. It's going to pick up pace on the practice pitches. Another boundary for Lara carries him now on to 96.
There's the mid-wicket gap. He's gone for it. Chance of the stumps, and he's hit the stumps. The umpire will have to call for the third umpire. So a tough one for the third umpire on those 2 replays. You'll see the stump to the right of the umpire's shoulder in just a moment. So the ball's hit the stumps, and there's the stump coming now. But the bat is some 1/3 of a metre over the line. And I think the third umpire, Jeffrey, has to give Brian Lara the benefit of the doubt.
Well, if you can't see it, David, obviously that's the only shot.
So there's 100 to Brian Lara. His 11th Test 100. His first since June in 1997. Well, different scenes. The face of Brian Lara last night and the face of Brian Lara today. Well, Jeff Thompson with me. Jeff, a fabulous innings. And given the pressure that Brian Lara was under, really special.
Oh, it was a top innings, mate. I mean, we've all known he's got talent, but it's been a bit wishy-washy lately. But all of a sudden, when it was needed, that's when champions show through, and that's a magic innings.
Sometimes it's a bit like your last steak. It's always the best one you've ever had. And this innings of Brian Lara's, given the pressure he's under, all the extraneous pressure from the press, the media, his own team, you have to put it as one of the best we've seen for a long time.
Well, it'd have to go down pretty sweet for Brian. I reckon he can't wait to get off the ground and see the press this afternoon or get back to the hotel. But it's been a great innings. I thought the Australians were a little bit complacent this morning. I think they expected it to happen, as we all did. We're a little bit stunned. But they've come out there. Brian Lara has batted superbly. And they've still, well, they've got 11 overs to go before they get a new ball. And the only thing standing between them and an early day is one man, and that's Brian Lara.
You thought the Australians were a bit complacent this morning. I thought after lunch they were very good, and Lara and Adams withstood the pressure immediately after lunch and played well.
Well, there was a couple of half chances. We say they're chances, but they're really half chances. So other than that, Brian Lara has done it superbly. Jimmy Adams at the other end has played an absolute foil to him, and it's been a great effort all round.
Well, all in readiness for this last session. Brian Lara has settled down, no doubt. 113 not out, Brian Lara, in 5 hours of batting, 16 boundaries and 1 6. As Shane Warne marks out his run-up at the Blue Mountains end, we can go to the commentary box. Tony Cozier, and with him, Michael Holding.
Thank you very much, Hooksy. 4 hours of cricket, and the West Indies haven't lost a wicket. That's pretty unusual in recent times, but very much welcomed by this West Indian public. Jimmy Adams on 46, looking to get to his first landmark of a half-century. And of course, Brian Lara has gone past 3 figures. This will be Shane Warne to continue the attack. Would sweep that by Jimmy Adams, got on top of it, just the single. Jason Gillespie, the man out there at backward square. Lots of spin there for Shane Warne, but Jimmy Adams making sure that he gets over the ball, eventually losing grip on the bat handle. That man still in at forward short leg. Steve Waugh making sure that he doesn't go totally defensive against Brian Lara. Lots of turn again there for Shane Warne, but obviously turning past leg stump. Again, very watchful, Brian Lara. A new session, a new start. 113 to his name, but he has to forget about that now. Start all over again. Very good over from Shane Warne. A very watchful Brian Lara. End of the first over after tea. 2:28 for 4.
So the resumption after the break, we'll have Greg Blewett continuing. West Indies building up this total here with Adams playing one of the best innings he's played for some time. Coming back into the West Indies team, was picked for the tour of South Africa, but because of the freak injury on board that flight out to Johannesburg from London, couldn't partake in that tour. Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-British and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 50 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Very, very valuable 50 that by Jimmy Adams. The West Indies needed it. He needed it. And he has provided. .208 minutes at the crease. Typical of the man. Jimmy Adams has for a long time had an average above 50. Slipped below 50 when he failed in that first test in Trinidad, Port of Spain. Just slipping back over 50 now. Of course, that is before he's dismissed in this innings.
Running between the wickets has been very positive in this partnership. Cause for some heart-stopping moments, more than moments, when Lara got his 100th run with Justin Langer's return, but they've been very positive.
Good understanding as well. There has been no stuttering. Whenever there has been a call, the other person has either responded very quickly by running or responded by answering yes or no. Always something happening there. No stuttering, no guessing.
Sure that all of our listeners know, Mikey, that before the day started you made that prediction that the West Indies would go past Australia's total. First prediction was that Brian Lara would get 100. Well, you know what that means now. You'll be getting calls from bookmakers in Bombay by the dozen.
Well, I can't give them too much advice, Tony. I've used up all my energies predicting that this morning. I've got nothing left.
Plenty of time for two there. Well, ticket information, there are 2 more test matches to follow this one, and then the 7 one-day internationals, and they're the numbers to call if you're in the Caribbean. 1-800 number 1-800-744-GAME. to book your seats for the forthcoming test matches. And if you're outside the Caribbean, there's the number. It's 1-268-460-9925. That's an Antiguan number, the headquarters of the West Indies Cricket Board of Control. So just mark it down if you're interested in getting tickets. Examining the ball as they did during the last over. In its 72nd over now.
Adams making sure that he plays no cross-batted shots except for the sweep. He doesn't want to be pulling.
Good bowling.
Really has been a very disciplined performance by Jimmy Adams, and a very convincing one as well. A lot of doubts about whether he had completely lost it here in the Caribbean. Just falling short, shot of catch it. Not that indicates that it has come off the bat or glove, but it dropped short in any case.
Did get a chance earlier on in that very same position, Jimmy Adams. This was the previous delivery from Shane Warne. A bit of glove, I would think. Jimmy Adams pushing forward. Glove pad. Luckily for him, just falling short of Justin Langer.
Almost identical to the chance he gave earlier. There's the one he gave earlier. Very, very similar. That's in fact, that's the one just now. We'll have a look at the one where he did actually give a chance when we come back. 235 for 4.
Constantly having these little chats, Brian Lara and Jimmy Adams, captain and vice captain. Two of them put in a very good partnership together.
So 234 for 4, 201 runs since wicket last fell for the West Indies. Here's Blewett. We have had a batsman lost in that period, but not out. Pedro Collins, the night watchman, who played very well, in fact, was in there for just about an hour before he was struck on the box. Half an hour yesterday, half an hour today. Struck in the box by Gillespie and having to retire.
West Indies inching towards this first inning score of Australia's 256, just 20 behind, 6 wickets in hand.
Lovely shot by Adams, beautifully played. That's vintage Jimmy Adams. That's Jimmy Adams of, let's say, 5 years ago.
He picked his spot perfectly there, Jimmy Adams. Found the gap between the man at point and the man at extra cover. And not only that, but just in the area where that ball hit the ropes, there's a sign that says, that's the shot. Just about to come up now. There it goes, that's the shot.
It's been an object lesson. There's that sign that Mikey was referring to. It's been an object lesson here as well for those young viewers in calling. You heard how definite Jimmy Adams was there. No, no, loud. Lara was anxious to come through. So vital to have good communication between batsmen. We saw all sorts of confusion in South Africa with West Indies batsmen not communicating properly against high-class fielding. End of the over, 240 for 4. Just 16 runs behind now for the West Indies. Michael Holding tells me that the lady on your television screen there was Miss Jamaica 2 years ago, and I would definitely believe it. Mikey also informs me that she is now qualified. She is a doctor, Dr. Kim Brown. I've just developed a very serious ailment here, and I need attention from the nearest and most attractive doctor in the ground. Glorious shot. Typical Brian Lara square drive. And even the doctor can't find anything wrong with that.
Absolutely brilliant. Looking for that rough area outside the off stump, Shane Warne, but didn't actually pitch in that rough area. Just giving Brian Lara enough width. Full flow of the bat through the line of the ball, and 4 more. Steve Waugh just having a quick chat with his vice captain Shane Warne to find out exactly where we go from here. Still no discernible change in the field.
And now off the back foot. Won't go all the way this time, just a couple.
Really batting well now, Brian Lara, on top of his form again. Lots of his shots that were missing the last 18 months or so are back in the repertoire. And another field change. Offside field being strengthened. There were just 4 fielders on the offside originally, including the slip. Now there are 5. This man has been brought over to strengthen the offside from the onside. Those 3 were already there previously. Steve Waugh has come in a bit closer at a shortish extra cover, doesn't want to be getting too close.
Well bowled, and in the end well played too. These two have carried on a great battle over the years, going back to 92-93 when they played against each other for the first time in a test series in Australia then. End of the over from Warren, 2:46 for 4.
The mandatory little chat in between overs. Quick punch of the gloves. Just reassuring each other that they're not alone out there. It's always different for the fielding team than the batting team. Only 2 batters are in the middle, surrounded by 11 fielders, 11 hostile gentlemen.
Going to have a change in bowling now. Blewett has come off. 6 overs for 26. It's going to be Stuart McGill, who bowled his 11 overs previously from the Blue Mountains end, the northern end. Now he's switching, going to the George Headley stand end from the south. Another 6 overs before the new ball becomes due. So this is a critical period too. Australia itching just to make a breakthrough before that new ball is due.
It's not easy for Steve Waugh because with only 2 fast bowlers in the Australian team, they have had to do quite a bit of work already. Jason Gillespie was bowling pretty long spell as well, just perhaps about 10-12 overs ago. Hasn't had a lot of rest.
I think he's hit himself on the boot there, hobbling down at the non-striker's end. He hit the ball as well, but pretty sure he hit his boot just on his toes. It just seemed to have caught the maybe the inside of the leg, just inside of his knee. He's had some problems with his left knee. I think he had an operation on that left knee a few years back. Just wonder if he actually did hit the knee with the bat or whether it was just twisted in the shot. Perhaps just swiveling around. Dennis Wade has come out to see what the matter is. Let's see where, well, he's just gripping, that's now the left hamstring, it looks like. The first impression was that he had just hit the toe with the bat as he swept, but in swiveling to play the shot, they seem to have twisted it a bit, and some work there for Dennis Wade. I can feel the hole right there, he says. So that does seem as if it's a problem for Adams up on his feet, and doesn't seem too discomforted.
Got up a bit stiff-legged there, Jimmy Adams. Seems to be a lot better now though. Just a bit of a rub there by Dennis Wade, the physio. No magic spray required. Long time at the crease, Jimmy Adams. 225 minutes. 6 threes, has had to do a bit of running as well.
Quite a bit of turn on that one for McGill. Bunks as well. going for the drive, which has got him so many of his runs so far. A bit wide. Adams comes down, just looks at him, and a cautionary nod there from Adams.
That's good fielding by Steve Waugh. That was very powerfully hit. Very, very powerfully hit.
Cheeky shot. Time enough for them to get two.
Coming up to the end of the Stuart McGill's 12th over, none for 47 so far. Just about 4 runs per over.
Well, he's put that away now. That'll go for 4. Another short one. Hit the one in the previous one in the over, straight to a fielder. This time he's pulled it wide of the field for another boundary. 253 for 4.
Just 3 more runs and the West Indies will have caught the Australians' score. Another boundary and they would have gone ahead. 5 more overs as well before the new ball is due. More than likely Steve Waugh will take the new ball. Spinners haven't really been too penetrative. Glenn McGrath with 3 wickets.
Last ball of the previous over. Lara putting it away much too short, and Lara very quickly onto the back foot and now finding the gap, whereas he had hit the previous one straight to mid-wicket. Just delayed the shot some so that he got it between mid-wicket and deep backward square. Adams will be in strike, still not 100% with that left hamstring of his, which he just seemed to have damaged a little bit in the previous over.
That forward short leg remains for Shane Warne bowling to Jimmy Adams. Already had 2 close shaves in that position. No reason for Steve Waugh to take him out yet.
Well, that was extremely close. Went right through Adams. One of the best deliveries you've seen from Warne today.
Jimmy Adams looking for this ball to spin back into him. It didn't. Went straight on.
Just missed the outside edge. The slip is in there. As you heard Carl Rackerman say earlier, he hasn't seen many googlies today from either Warne or McGill. And again, misfielding in that position, and will just not have the legs on it to go for 4. So they'll come back for yet another 3 for Adams. That's his 7th 3 in the innings. And the West Indies now level up with Australia with 6 wickets standing, and it really has energized the crowd here at Sabina Park.
How long have they waited for this? The West Indian batsmen to come good. Well, Jimmy Adams and Brian Lara have given them something to cheer about. 200 partnership as well between these two.
Well, he saved it this time, but a couple have gone straight through. Extra cover. Australian captain Steve Waugh wouldn't be happy with his work in that position. There are the partnerships. Nothing at all yesterday afternoon when there was a depressing sense of deja vu about what was happening. Lara looking for the pull shot.
But importantly enough, keeping his eyes on the ball, looking to pull, but he's waiting to see if it's going to be spinning back into him before he actually plays a shot. This one really spinning quite a lot to Brian Lara. Previous one didn't turn as much.
Beautiful placement. Long chase in the outfield for Elliott, and they'll come back for 3. A lot of running between the wickets between these two. End of the over, 2:59 for 4.
Excellent partnership between these two left-handers. That certainly has helped the situation, them both being left-handers, batting against wrist spinners, meaning that the ball is spinning into them more than going away from them, and so a second line of defense, those pads.
So Adams with 60, but it's Lara in strike now with the 3 off the previous last ball of the previous over. Now a magnificent hit, very similar to the one he had earlier off Shane Warne, and this goes all the way for 6 as well. It's celebration time here at Sabina Park. Lara's second 6, and very similar to the previous one against Shane Warne. At the opposite end. And there he goes again. That's another one. Brian Lara in full flow. His third 6, his second in succession. He's now moved on to 143. Beautiful use of the feet, full flow of the bat, and the certainty of another 6. Field dropping out now, mid-on, backtracks to long on. And it's gone through Steve Waugh again. We'll come back for a second. Excitement's too much for me, so let's hand over now to David Hooks, and with him will be Carl Ruckerman.
Thank you, Tony. And the palpitations in this commentary box are growing by the minute, but what an over by Brian Lara, and it's only halfway through. Half volley. There's a man sweeping out at cover now. And who would have thought 24 hours ago that Steve Waugh would have had 3 men on the fence? Just changing it to be a little bit more normal now that Jimmy Adams is on strike. Mid-on is still reasonably deep. Perhaps a single to mid-on if it's hit softly enough. A record 5th wicket partnership for the West Indies versus Australia between these two, Maurice Foster and Rowan Kenai, here in 1972-73. It's actually 240 runs since Australia has taken a wicket. And that's a bad ball. And that is 4 byes again. Not Healy's fault on that occasion either. It was very, very wide. So that is the end of a very expensive over. The West Indies 278 for 4.
Well, there's action aplenty at the moment. 6-6-2-1 a dot ball and then 4 byes. Runs coming thick and fast here at Sabina Park. And I think the Australians can't get this new ball quick enough. Taking a pacing at the moment.
So it's Lara's day. It was Steve Waugh's day yesterday with a century, and Brian Lara has eclipsed that. He's 146 not out. Both men making their inaugural centuries as captains of their country in the same game, a most unusual event. Shane Warne from the Blue Mountains end.
Brian Lara, 3 6s and 18 4s. 252 balls his innings to date of 146. 4 short of 150.
Didn't quite get onto it. Just looking at this partnership record again for the 5th wicket. Morris Foster and Rowan Canai, men that held the previous record. So this is now unbeaten, 222, 12 runs better than that one way back in 1972-73. Single to Brian Lara. Adams will actually look for 2, but he won't get it. McGrath gets there easily. I just rang former Australian captain Ian Chappell to ask him about that partnership. He had any story. He said yes. He said our overweight wicketkeeper missed a stumping off a part-time leg spinner from Rowan Canai early in that partnership. And he was, of course, referring to Rodney Marsh. And Ian Chappell himself was the bowler. So that record should have been broken, or shouldn't have been 210. If you listen to Ian Chappell. Still 27 overs of play remaining today, and it's been a long day for the Australians and wicketless.
Just a week ago in the first innings they couldn't bat 2 sessions. The second innings lasted just 20 overs. But this partnership may not have got as far as it has had Australia taken 2 very, very difficult chances. Sometimes they've just got to be taken. Big price being paid now.
Ball kept low and just chopped it out. Dangerous shot, and Shane Warne just can't believe it. But nobody denying just a little bit of lady luck going with the West Indies. 279 for 4.
Shane Warne yet to take a wicket in this series. Bowled quite well, but it's just not happening for Shane at the moment. And when things like that happen, more often than not, they'd be chopped onto the stumps, be out bowled. But things are going the West Indies way for a change.
Three men on the leg side fence and a man at cover point on the fence. So 2 chances have been given, one by each of these men. Jimmy Adams on 13. He has moved along to 60. You'll see off the pad to the glove and just into the fingertips of Justin Langer at bat pad. A very difficult chance. Adams sweeps. Lara sweeps, I beg your pardon, to backward square leg, and one of the three men on the fence. This one is Justin Langer, does the fielding. And Brian Lara on 44 was also missed. McGrath, Lara thrashed the second slip, and Mark wore a sensational effort. Got a fair bit of hand in that one, but couldn't hold it. So one chance each. Brian Lara, 149 not out. $150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain. And the little milestones continue to come for him. And those teammates are going to get sick and tired of standing up and down and clapping.
Well, I don't know about that, David. Certainly the crowd's not getting sick of it. Brought up his 150 in just a little less dramatic fashion than he brought up his 100 when going for a very hair-raising single. And there was a rare wrong. And Justin Langer threw the stumps down as he went for his 100, but got away with it. He found the outside edge of Jimmy Adams' bat.
And a bit of turn there for McGill, but this really is creating a headache for the Australian captain, because the two leg spinners are getting plenty of turn, but it's the two left-handers that are causing them the problems. Ball's coming into the pad, sliding off the face of the bat behind, backward square leg. Oh. Good delivery from McGill. That's the end of the over. 282 for 4.
So a record partnership to Lara and Adams. And when you consider the West Indies at one point in time were 34 for 4. They are now 282 for 4.
The man of the series wins that fabulous Rover 400. The man of the one-day series wins the Rover 200. And you can see there a lot of runs on the leg side, a lot of those coming from the two leg spinners, just off the bat, behind square leg and just in front. The 45 on the offside, the majority of those have come quite late in his innings. In the last probably 60 or 70 runs, the majority of those have come on the offside.
Brian Lara's first century for the West Indies as captain. And the new ball, of course, is due in 1 over. And Jason Gillespie and Glenn McGrath will both be loosening up. They're the only wicket takers for Australia in this innings to this point. Same thing existed last night. Glenn McGrath had 3 and Jason Gillespie 1. Close of play last night, Brian Lara was not out 7, and with him was the night watchman Pedro Collins, who's retired hurt today, which brought Jimmy Adams to the crease. But Australia yet to take a wicket today.
The bad ball is pulled. There is a couple of men on the fence on the leg side, but one bounce over the fence. Beautifully placed. A rank long hop. It got what it deserved. And Peter Willey is seeing something pretty special, as we all are.
Once again, right off the meat of the bat. And once again, into the gap. Brian Lara really has been avoiding fieldsmen today with his straight play.
end of the over, 287 for 4. In fact, no, not the umpire's just going in to help fix the stumps up. One ball remaining. Bad ball and got away with it. So that is the end of the over. 5 runs from it, 287 for 4.
Well, that should be it for Shane Warne for a little while. Only 1 over remaining before the new ball will be taken, and you can bet your life on that. They'll be taking it. And it's very, very important that Australia get the breakthrough with this new ball. In fact, that is the 80 overs up now, perhaps. So that's it. I've got my mathematics sorted out. 80 overs gone and the new ball being taken immediately. And Australia want to see McGrath and Gillespie do the same sort of damage they've done with the new ball in the series every time to date. Because if this doesn't get a breakthrough, Australia could find themselves a long way behind on the first innings. So there it is. It's shiny, round, hard. It's a Duke made in England, Duke and Sons. And the Australian team will be very, very relieved that the 80 overs is up the way Lara and Adams have been going against the spinners. Australia needs wickets. 2 slips, a floating 4th or 5th slip, and a gully deep point, and a cover.
Now, sometimes the second new ball can do one of 2 things. That can be a lot of free scoring for the batsman, a nice hard ball, bit of extra bounce, and the bowler's a little bit tired, of course, more tired. I think if you had a long partnership, which this one is, or you can get some wickets. And sometimes when you haven't got a wicket for so many overs, that old ball, you don't feel like actually giving it to the umpire. You feel like throwing it over the fence, never to be seen again. But I think umpire Steve Buckman did pocket the old ball. But it's McGrath with a new ball, and swing and a miss.
Well, that'll give some encouragement to Glenn McGrath and all the waiting slips catches. The wicketkeeper behind the stumps. They haven't seen a player miss for some time.
On line, but to the inside edge, around a backward square leg. So both batsmen being pretty watchful again. Just a new little period for these 2 batsmen now. We showed you the Rover 400 that is the prize for the man of the series. That website, www.cnw.cricket.bb, a lot of people have been hitting that site and voting themselves. You can vote as a member of the public for your player of the series. At the moment, Glenn McGrath, one of the favourites, and well played by Adams. And Brian Lara at the other end with a very good 62 in the first test, and now 156 not out in the second. Is also a candidate.
60 not out, Jimmy Adams. After 2 failures in Trinidad in the first test. He's been there a long time, 251 minutes, but that hasn't been a problem. He's stayed there with Brian Lara. And rotated the strike. And together they have broken the 5th wicket partnership record for the West Indies against Australia.
So Steve Waugh thought Christmas, Easter, his birthday and his wedding anniversary came all at once last week in Trinidad. And suddenly now it's Black Friday. Certainly Black Sunday for him. So just a 1 run off the over, 288 for 4.
Well, just the one ball in that over that caused an error of judgment from Adams. Beat the bat. The ball coming through with a great deal more pace and bounce now, and there'll be some movement off the seam.
.288 for 4. Who will believe it? The West Indies lead by 32. And the last ball of the previous over just caused a bit of a off balance for Adams, but no harm done. And now it's the man of the moment back on strike. 156 Lara, Adams on 60. Jason Gillespie, who has 1 wicket for 50. Gillespie got Raghunath out 24 hours ago. Shane Warne wicketless in the first test. Of course, didn't bowl in the second innings. And still wicketless now. 19 boundaries, 3 sixes. Coming up to 6 hours at the crease, Brian Lara. And a loosener.
Well, Jason Gillespie and Glenn McGrath should feel reasonably fresh. They've been out there all day, granted, but they haven't bowled a huge amount of overs. This is Gillespie's 21st, and McGrath's just completed his 20th, but they'd each bowled 7 yesterday afternoon. So they should have plenty of petrol in the tank for this very important spell of bowling now. It's just crucial to Australia that this partnership's broken, and broken at both ends. I want to see Adams and Lara back in the pavilion.
Lara tries to give himself some room, and just a bit of the bottom edge. The single, he hasn't missed too many of those in the last couple of hours. He played so well in Trinidad in the first innings. He was run out for 62, and he came out nearly 6 hours ago in batting time as a man on a mission. His eyes were wide, his concentration was there, his footwork was very good, and he made sure that he survived last night. 4 other wickets fell at the other end. He made sure that he survived this morning with Pedro Collins, the night watchman, until he was injured. Then he restarted it with a partnership with Adams, and that has continued now, unbroken. Adams is caught in front, and a shout by Gillespie, and not a big shout from behind the wicket. Gillespie oohs and ahs, but he didn't get much support from behind the stumps.
No, it was hitting the stumps, but pitched outside leg stump, quite a long way outside leg stump. But just watch this, that arm movement. It may have been both arms together, but you see that arm moving if you're the batsman, and there's a bit of a heart flutter. Oh no, what's he doing?
Very spectacular island, Jamaica, just near Cuba, and part of the fabulous countryside. Quite a mountainous island. And when Christopher Columbus first viewed this island, he said it was the prettiest isles that he'd ever seen, but he'd ever laid eyes on. A lot of rivers here in Jamaica, winding its way through the countryside. Can't beat cover who comes across. So plenty of discussion up at the top of your screen between three experienced players. From Healy, War, that's Mark War, and Shane Warne. Well bowled, well played by Adams in the end. Took one hand off the bat to ensure the ball didn't go anywhere. Just a single from the over, 289 for 4.
Well, the Australians would never have expected that this story could have unfolded today. They went through the West Indies batting with relative ease in the first innings in Trinidad, and then the second innings was only 20 overs. 4 for 34 at one stage. 37 runs for 4 wickets overnight. Not another wicket to fall since then.
Lara tries to pull it bottom edge, and Healy can't stop it either. Gillespie, who's just getting back into his position, has to do the running around. So maybe a bit full to pull, and maybe just a little bit of a lack of bounce for Lara.
And maybe another narrow escape. This has almost hit the wickets. Goodness me. I think you were right on both counts, David. A bit too full. And as a result, not enough bounce. How did he get away with that? Deep in thought. Not impressed one little bit with that narrow escape before. Bottom edge almost played on. So Shane Warne at first slip, Mark Waugh at second slip. 2 slips, a floating slip, Matthew Elliott, Steve Waugh in the gully, and then Greg Blewett at a deep point. And there is a leg gully as well, just there for Jimmy Adams, not for Brian Lara. So Steve Waugh's got 5 close catches, plus Blewett at deep backward point.
And beautifully bowled. Acknowledgement by Adams, and frustration by the look on the face of Glenn McGrath.
Beautiful delivery. Can't ask any more of the bowler than that. Adams not really forward, playing a forward front foot shot, but he's stuck back in his crease. Didn't get really forward to the pitch of the ball at all.
So, quite obviously, Lara and Adams are going to make these bowlers work very hard yet again, and they're going to be the men to try and get through this new ball, the second new ball. They're the last of the recognised batsmen. Jacobs next, then Collins, and then the bowlers. So they are going to make these new ball bowlers for Australia work very, very hard. Lara and Adams. Ball played by Adams. 290 for 4.
Glenn McGrath's sense of humour is being stretched somewhat here. Shouldn't complain too much. He got 10 wickets in the first test and 3 under his belt here for 48. It's not as if things haven't been going his way at all. It's the roll of the dice just going Lara and Adams' way. Well, he knocked it into the stumps.
.290 for 4. Glenn McGrath. 3 wickets last night, none today. And Lara just makes the mistake. That's twice he's misjudged the length of the ball in 3 deliveries, Brian Lara. Once off McGrath, the pull shot, and then that shot.
Yes, and I think part of that is just the psychology of the new ball. As you said before, David, 2 things can happen. Well, any number of things can happen, but typically you'll see runs coming at plenty or wickets falling. Jimmy Adams troubled again by cramp. But Brian Lara aware that from West Indies' point of view, having a good result with the bat against this new ball be just icing on the cake for the day's play. So he's keen to be positive against the new ball. Adams in a reasonable amount of distress here. 290 for 4 is the score, and with this hold up, drinks are being taken. We'll be back in a minute.
Back here at Sabina Park, the mound is jumping and the colour is red. There is the Trinidad and Tobago flag, the red, white and black in the front prominent, alongside the Jamaican flag, and the t-shirts are going on. They are very colourful, those t-shirts, but on some bodies I would rather see that they weren't put on. We saw it today. There's the doctor having a wonderful time, and all the West Indians are having a wonderful time. it has been a tremendous day for the West Indies, dominated by Brian Lara after so many matches, 6 successive test defeats, all out for 51 in Trinidad last Monday. You just wondered how low West Indies cricket could get after that. This morning they came here with the West Indies at 37 for 4, their top order being blown away by the Australian fast bowlers yesterday, and today a transformation led by the captain Brian Lara. He's 158. It's 60 to Jimmy Adams, and the West Indies have gone ahead. They're 290 for 4. They haven't lost an actual wicket today. Pedro Collins, the night watchman, having to retire hurt with 10. New ball has been taken. This is the 4th over with it, and it's Jason Gillespie resuming after the drinks break to Brian Lara.
Well, Gillespie running up into this stiff breeze. Bowled pretty well today, Jason Gillespie's. Just been too lucky. I thought he bowled quite a good spell here earlier on. Beat the bat several occasions, but that was the only joy he had. No edges coming his way. He hasn't been alone. It's the Australian bowling so far. McGrath, the main man, those wickets came yesterday. Not a wicket to fall today. Gillespie 1 for 51. Tried a few others without much success.
Have to hurry. Putting some pressure on Jimmy Adams with that leg injury of his. Adams responding right away.
Yeah, Jimmy Adams having a bit of trouble. I don't know whether he's got a strain or it's just cramps coming in. But the infielders there, the Australians are really testing him out on these quick singles. There are a couple of half chances when Brian Lara was nearing his 100. Other than that, the running's been pretty good. There's the fielding there.
Neatly played off the legs, and we'll come back for a second.
Steve Moore's kept the field up. They've been attacking most of the day, but hasn't been a lot of joy. A couple of half chances is all that's come their way. That's the offside field there. 2 slips, 2 gullies, men at point, men at mid-off. The onside, and they're just around the corner and leg gully. A mid-wicket and a man at fine leg. Pitch playing pretty well here, Sabina Park, the second day. Not a lot of grass on it, but a little bit of moisture in it yesterday. But today, there's the umpire just looking at the foot marks there. Jason Gillespie's been pulled up already today, once when he bowled around the wicket. That danger area there. These 2 guys, left-handers, that's what he's got to watch for. These areas here, that one there is the real danger area. Gillespie tends to get in straight and run down the wicket. He's had to watch his footwork here today and get off a lot quicker. Well, he's got himself in a tangle there again, Jimmy Adams. We saw him do one earlier. Just checking his helmet. Is he overgone? 4 for 293. Jimmy Adams just getting himself caught up there. That over, that last delivery, just off the back of the bat, and I think it's come up and hit him maybe on the earpiece or on the jaw there. See him just stretching his jaw. Nonetheless, Lara's on 159, Adams on 62. Very, very good partnership.
There's the last ball of the previous over. Good bouncer. Adams not quite sure what to do, in 2 minds in the end, and taking it on the body. We'll go out to Lara now. West Indies ahead. The first time the West Indies have got a lead on first innings in 7 test matches. They've lost their last 6, all 5 in South Africa. On no occasion did the West Indies get the first innings lead there. Came very close in the first test at the Wanderers in Johannesburg, which was the closest of the test matches. South Africa winning that by 4 wickets. And then the first test match in Port of Spain. So this is the first time they've got ahead on first innings since the last test match of the series against England last year at the Antigua Recreation Ground.
It'll be interesting to see, too, Tony, what sort of lead they get, what pressure they can put on. Glenn McGrath just digging a good bouncer in there to Brian Lara. When you consider that man's 158, and that bouncer made him hurry on a pretty even wicket, it's not a bad delivery.
He remains the key to the kind of lead the West Indies get. Ridley Jacobs, the keeper, who has shown himself to be a very capable batsman, in fact headed the averages in South Africa. He's in next. Nehemiah Perry, who is not a rabbit with a bat by any means. Of course, Pedro Collins still has to come back, but the eventual lead you still feel will depend quite heavily on Brian Lara. We've seen the effect on the West Indies team many times in the recent past on his dismissal. Certainly in Trinidad in the first innings we saw a collapse after he went, and on a couple of occasions in South Africa as well, most noticeably in the third test in Durban when he was out immediately after tea. Wickets fell very rapidly after that.
Mind you, a few of the locals, Tony, have been telling me that Nehemiah Perry is not bad with the bat. And we saw Pedro Collins, as you said earlier, he's got to come back yet. He was retired hurt. He's not too bad with the bat either. And this pitch playing pretty well. It depends, I'd say, a lot on how long they can see this new ball off before, if a wicket does fall, they can get the shine up there. But you see they're pretty happy with the day's proceedings. Much more happier situation than last week.
Very hard ball, so that even though he didn't quite connect as he was hoping, the ball will just have enough on it to reach the boundary. So another 4 for Lara. End of the over, 297 for 4.
The 300 looming for the West Indies, just 4 wickets down. Brian Lara got more than half of that score on his own. 85 overs, quite a good run rate. The Australians struggled yesterday. I know they got a reasonable total, but today the West Indies have come out blazing. And the man on screen is still on fire.
Brian Lara with yet another boundary. His 20th boundary off the last ball of the previous over.
Well, he didn't get this one in the middle, did he? But it's just interesting to see that onside field on the western side of the ground. This ball just kept rolling and rolling and rolling. It's quite a big boundary too as well, but Field had no chance of cutting that one off. Jimmy Adams on strike. Jason Gillespie, the bowler.
No ball. Rare to see Jimmy Adams go for the hook. Completely mistimed it.
Well, he must have picked this call up early, or he's decided to get on with it a bit, but it didn't matter anyway. It was a no ball. Just a top edge there. Peter Willey, you just see the foot fractionally over, but near enough's good enough. And that also helps the extras on their way. Extras showing 37 at the moment. Well, that was up in the slot, Brian Lara thought. It was a little bit wide. He's tried to hammer this one through the covers. We've seen a couple of glorious shots like this throughout the innings. Trying to hit it on the up. But just couldn't quite reach that one. Bit of anguish there for the bowler, but this man hasn't played a miss too often.
Wonderful return to form for Brian Lara. From every conceivable point of view, this would have to have been the most important innings of his life for Brian Lara. With his team spirit shattered by the events in South Africa and then those in Port of Spain on Monday. He himself under pressure, but on probation for 2 test matches as captain. That's a quick one. No ball again.
Well, Gillespie bending his back here again. Just that indiscretion, probably an inch or so over. But this was a very quick bouncer. But Brian Lara able to get out the way. You see his major scoring areas there on the left and right. Mid-wicket bit on, and it's also brought up the 300 with that no ball.
First time the West Indies have raised 300 in 7 test matches. They didn't get there in any of the test matches in South Africa, nor of course in the first test in Port of Spain. Gotta go back to that test match in Antigua last year against England when they made 500 for 70 cleared in their only innings. And since then 12 innings have passed without them reaching 300. So the first 100 by a West Indies batsman since that Antigua test match. For the first time in a series, let's say first time since 1928, and that was only a series of 3 tests. That was the very first series the West Indies played in Test cricket, and for the first time since then, no West Indian batsman scoring 100 in a series of 5 test matches against South Africa recently. Oof. That was very close. Really good delivery from Gillespie. Got in between the bat and pad.
Well, this one just comes back between the gap here. You see it just decks back inside. Could have quite easily gone inside edge and chopped that back onto the stumps. Just a bit of late movement there from Gillespie, just beating the bat there. Brian Lara, keeper Healy, had to scramble across to his right.
Squeeze it past, and they will look for 2 and get them 2. Just trotting through. Lara moves up now to 165, and the West Indies on to 302 for 4.
Not the best of overs there from Jason Gillespie, just overstepping a bit, trying to get into these batsmen, just coming into a strong breeze as well. So the extras mounting here, 38 on the board as extras, still 19 overs remaining in the day's play.
New ball now in its 7th over, taken when it became due after 80 overs. Score was 288 at that time. So 24 runs put on with the Second new ball from the 6 overs with it.
Well, there is a man there behind square, but Jimmy Adams, knowing he's there, just bunted this one squarish for an easy single. So not only the boundaries coming at the moment, as you'd imagine, new ball being taken, their score rate just slowing a little. These two just seeing off the shine again. It's the stages you go through in a cricket match. You see how square he's hit that one there, straight past Peter Willey, the umpire.
Just kept on a little bit low. Hurried Lara in the shot.
Yes, that one not bouncing much at all. We haven't seen too many keep low. The pitch has played pretty well. But Lara, as you'd expect, on 165, able to compensate for that lack of bounce. The Australian bowlers having to work much, much harder this weekend, in contrast to last weekend, where wickets came easy. For this innings here now, they've really had to work today. Not as much in the wicket as what we saw at Queen's Park. Shane Warne, McGill, Gillespie, all of them really working hard.
That's hit very well. He dragged that from outside the off stump. It wasn't all that short. And once again, he'll have just enough on it to go for 4. Lara's 21st.
Well, that shows you how easy he's seeing him out there. He still didn't time it. And that's a long boundary out there, but that ball just rolling on. Yet another boundary. Drags that one from well outside off stump through the mid-wicket area. Whitish mid-on more than mid-wicket. Just rocks back on his back foot and bangs that one.
Even a forward defensive shot now is coming off the bat so quickly that a fielder at mid-off, albeit close in mid-off, has to scramble to save it. Michael Slater it is. End of the over, 307 for 4.
Umpire Steve Bucknell there, not having a big job to do today. Hasn't had a lot of decisions. Has Peter Willey from the other end. It's been a pretty easy day after last weekend's proceedings. And of course that girl there, along with all the other locals around here, pretty pleased with the day's proceedings.
Very happy crowd today. Well, in most areas. Big invasion when Lara got his 100. Lara's 100th run today came in high drama and influenced an invasion of the ground by dozens of jubilant spectators. Here is Gillespie. Wow, lovely shot from Jimmy Adams. Very rare to see him play the pull or the hook, and he's played it very well.
Well, as you say, Tony, they might be rare, but I tell you what, that's as good as you'll see. He just waited for that delivery and just punched it. Didn't try to overhit it, just controlled it, whacked it down along the ground. That one racing just behind square. It's a very good shot, just rolled the bat there, keeping the ball down.
Dogged innings and a very vital one from Adams here.
Well, that one there had a bit of pace on it. Jimmy Adams not moving his feet. He realised it's a silly stroke. After the hook shot, Gillespie's followed this up. A very, very quick delivery outside off. You can see the way that's hit Healy's gloves. Surprised Healy as well. I see Gillespie bowled a few of those today with that much luck. And there's the batsman, rather annoyed with himself there.
These two have put on 255. Adams 68. That means he's just over a quarter of the partnership. And Brian Lara just under 3/4 of it. Just a push down the ground. They'll come back for a second. Carries Adams up to 70 now.
Jimmy Adams playing a very good support role here to his skipper. Just been pushing the ball around, ticking over with 2s and 3s and singles. Done a really fine job. While the master at the other end has just basically torn the bowling apart. Big variation in pace of some of Jason Gillespie's deliveries. I think sometimes he just gets everything right and the timing just comes out beautifully. Other times he struggles to get the rhythm right and it doesn't come out so well. I know he does bowl slower balls, but I think often he just gets out of sync.
End of the over from Gillespie, 313 for 4.
Six off that over. The man on screen, the main man, hooked away at 4, then pushed to 2. Took over from his captain, gave his captain a breather. Lara and Jimmy Adams gradually building this score. The lead, 57 runs already. 7 overs been bowled for the new ball for the Australians and still no joy.
So these two building up the partnership. Brian Lara with 100, his first 100 since 1997. High drama with his 100th run. The return coming in from Justin Langer, breaking the stumps. And the third umpire, Thomas Wilson, having to make the decision on the request of Steve Bucknor. And that's the first really rash shot we've seen from Lara. Completely rash, just a rush of blood perhaps. And he just made it home. There was a long agonizing wait. Not that the dozens of spectators who were on the ground at the time engulfing Lara who sought refuge down by the George Headley stand. Walsh also came on the field to tap him on the back, and there he is hugging him. But they were oblivious to all what was going on. Heaven only knows what the reaction would have been had the red light gone on instead of the green. Lara scrambling home and just making it. Very good piece of fielding from Langer. But Lara running in the approved fashion. Back stretched well out. Just made it. For his 100th run. First 100 since 1997. June against Sri Lanka in St. Vincent. Just getting a little bit loose here. Perhaps the concentration just lapsing a little bit, and this is understandable. He's got 169.
Well, not a bad delivery either. Extra pace there and bounce from McGrath. Lara chancing his arm, but just seems to have lost it a bit in this over here. Lack of footwork again, but we've seen him hit those balls earlier on today in the same situation, but just standing and delivering a new ball in McGrath, sand, just giving that little bit of advantage.
No, the crowd approves of that. Right in behind it, a loud no from the crowd. Lara just talking to himself there, trying to get his concentration back. And how wonderful it is to see him back to his best. I had a long chat with him in South Africa towards the end of the tour there. Spent about an hour and a half together talking about the difficulties in West Indies cricket and his concerns about the future for the game. And I know that he was really crestfallen about what happened in South Africa. West Indies had already lost the Test series 5-0. We're down at that stage 5-1 in the one-day internationals. He wasn't playing. He had a chipped bone in his just above the wrist in the right hand. And he's come here and given the lead once more. Lively bouncer from Glenn McGrath, maiden over, 313 for 4.
Better over from McGrath. Umpire Steve Butler just having a word to him about where he's running down the pitch. We've already seen his partner Jason Gillespie warned earlier on today, following around the wicket from the other end. This time it's McGrath. Butler's just had a few words with him. So still no joy. The Australians still well into this match. The day's play and still no wicket. Well, we've got another change in the bowling here at Savannah Park. A few of the interested spectators. It's going to be Greg Blewett from the Blue Mountains end. And in the commentary box be David Hooks and Michael Holding.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And it's Steve Waugh just trying to rotate and shuffle the pack to find a combination or just somebody that can find him a wicket. Who would have thought this 24 hours ago? 2 slips in the gully, 3 men on the offside, 2 men on the leg side in front of the wicket saving a single. And the man down it finally. Blewett. And immediately goes past the outside edge of Jimmy Adams' bat, slid past. So the newish ball, still with a bit of bounce and a bit of seam.
Well, I think that delivery just shows Jimmy Adams and Brian Lara that they certainly cannot get too complacent. Greg Blewett, not really one of the front-line bowlers of the Australian team, but capable of getting it past the bat.
Well, you could have a little bit of fun with this batting lineup, Michael. Cricket continues to bring up situations that are unusual, and Jacobs is scheduled to come in next. Pedro Collins was the night watchman last night. If wicket falls next half an hour, Pedro Collins could be the night watchman again in the same innings.
Certainly could be. the night watchman twice. And I did jokingly say that when I was on air, Hooksy, that Pedro Collins had his pads on earlier on in the day. And I said, well, I'm not too sure why he has his pads on, because he should be coming in his regular position now that he has been retired hurt. But perhaps he was looking forward to coming out as night watchman again with these two batting right through the day. And look at that. I was saying it jokingly, and it could happen.
Lovely shot. And I just went downstairs to the print journalists. So there's Mike Cowd from Australia, covering it for the national broadsheet. And I went downstairs to borrow a form guide, Michael. Because this morning, when many people were organising deep sea fishing for 2 days' time and golf, you were saying, Peter Roebuck, formerly of Somerset, that you were suggesting that Brian Lara would make 300, would make a century, and that the West Indies would pass the Australian total. They have done that now to 313. So I just want to sit next to you with the form guide. Gully. So I made an over, and I'm sitting next to Nostradamus. It is 313 for 4. Good song, bad hat. That is a bad hat. That might be the one-day hat for the West Indies for the World Cup. Certainly not playing like clowns today. They're playing like kings. And this is the Prince of Trinidad, and he has pulled another 4. So Lara goes to 173, and the West Indies to 317.
Well, it's late in the day. Pretty difficult for the fast bowlers to really motivate themselves with charging in and bowling at top pace at this time of the day. Even though it's the second new ball, which is fairly hard. And a very good shot again by Brian Lara. A dismayed look on Glenn McGrath's face.
Well, Pat Rousseau, the chairman of the West Indies board, made the point when giving Brian Lara just 2 test matches as captain that he had to improve his relationship with his players, his discipline, his interaction with the coach and manager, and his punctuality. I'm sure the Australian players had wished that Brian Lara hadn't been so punctual this morning and missed the team bus, because he has played one of the best innings you would ever see. Given the amount of extraneous pressure placed upon this man, he's been fabulous.
No.
He must have been down in the dumps yesterday, batting and seeing the wickets just falling at the other end. Even coming back this morning, even after getting a good night's rest, he must have thought to himself, 37 for 4, not much to look forward to. But there certainly has been a lot to offer. 54 runs off Stuart McGill's 39 deliveries. Pretty expensive, that to Brian Lara. Won the next highest.
No.
So the 2 spinners have really been punished by Brian Lara in this innings. Have another look at that. 47 runs off 75 deliveries from Shane Warne. Not much from Mark Waugh. Only 5 deliveries, bowled 2 runs. But Stuart McGill, those 6s really shot up that run rate.
Wide and chased it. 3 or 4 times he's played it to the talkative Glenn McGrath and missed. Just a couple of tired shots, and I'm sure that Jimmy Adams is trying to just get him to stay there until stumps. He acknowledges Adams.
Yes, it is a bit wide. His momentum taking him forward after he played a shot, Brian Lara, trying to get closer to that ball. Glenn McGrath being a bit frustrated at not getting him out and telling him exactly what he thinks.
Yeah.
And McGrath tries to chase Brian Lara. He's forced to take a wide berth. And the school bully aspect of the fast bowler on show here at Sabina Park. West Indies 3-18 for 4.
Must be a bit frustrating for Glenn McGrath. 25 overs, 3 for 62. We got those 3 wickets very, very early in the piece. Since then, absolutely nothing going his way. It's been a long day out in the field. Slater just giving him a bit of encouragement.
This is what happened last ball. Glenn McGrath goes dancing with Brian Lara. He goes outside and buys a couple of red stripe Brian Lara. That's how wide he went. Had his ticket stamped to get back into the ground. And McGrath just letting him know. Very aggressive fast bowler, Glenn McGrath, but the honours totally and wholly with Lara today. Certainly doesn't stop the effort that Glenn McGrath puts in. Now that is a damning sight. If you are the opposition captain or fieldsman and you've been out there all day, you haven't had a wicket, and late in the day the man on 174 wants to block the part-time medium pacer, that is a sign that he is still there for the long haul. It's a great sign for the West Indies and a fabulous sign for Brian Lara himself. Well placed.
Obvious intention here is to bat through the day. Brian Lara looking to really hammer home this advantage. Very upright seam, looking to get some swing. No real swing there for Greg Blewett, but at least he's giving the ball every chance.
And pick the bones out of that. .175. Jimmy Adams has gone to 74. Brian Lara 175. 304 minutes Jimmy Adams has been there. 401 Brian Lara. Well, the Australians can't be accused of not spending time trying. So that has beaten Seymour Nurse and Sir Garfield Sobers as the record 5th wicket partnership for the West Indies in all Test matches. They passed the Australians about 30 or 40 runs ago. Test matches against Australia, but that is an all-time record for the West Indies. So congratulations to the men in the middle. The West Indies 323 for 4.
Then McGrath, having been frustrated in the last over, has to come in and try again. Only 2 fast bowlers in this Australian team, so a lot of work to be done by them if the West Indies can bat long, and this occasion they are batting a bit longer than expected.
McGrath will resume his hostilities. Lara on strike on 175, Adams on 74. And we saw the aggression shown by Glenn McGrath late in the last over to Lara, and we asked him, does he accept that he's not only one of the most physically aggressive, but also one of the most verbally aggressive? And this is his answer.
I wouldn't say too verbally, hopefully. It's more frustration at yourself in the past, but also if it does unsettle a batsman, then a few choice words always helps.
Well, just a matter of looking up the Macquarie dictionary as to the word choice. You were never like that, Mikey, were you? Just a gentle, fast bowler.
I wasn't quick enough to be aggressive with my mouth, Oaksy.
Now, that certainly could have been called a wide. It never is, for some obscure reason, but Brian Lara would have needed a step ladder to play that shot. And another warning to Glenn McGrath.
Well, it's gone completely out of shot. Very, very high bounce, that delivery. That just shows that obviously there's a bit there for the fast bowlers.
So that is a no ball. We saw umpire Buckner put up 2 fingers to suggest and tell everybody that McGrath had bowled his 2 bounces to Brian Lara in this over. And it always amazes me when fast bowlers want to try and have a chat to the umpire about the line and where my foot was and spike marks. Because after nearly 2 days of play, it's pretty hard to show exactly where your foot landed. Great stance for Brian Lara. He's very relaxed at the crease, very settled over the bat, and is able to put it through for 4. Great shot by Brian Lara. He sat, he waited, he's taken the verbal abuse that Glenn McGrath has handed out, and he is dishing out some of his own by way of his bat.
That's why perhaps he wasn't a very vocal fast bowler. What's the point in being vocal when the batsman can do things like this? It's better to let the ball do the talking, just as the batsman allows the bat to do the talking. For the first time now we are seeing a 3rd man being placed. Steve Waugh was very aggressive with his field placing, but now with Brian Lara and Jimmy Adams looking so comfortable, and Brian Lara playing that shot so easily in that gap between second slip and the first of the 2 gullies. Well, 1 gully has disappeared and there is now a 3rd man.
It was easy last week in my first game. What's happened today? And that's hit him. He'd already bowled 2 bounces in the over, and that has hit Lara maybe under the grill. And that has hurt Brian Lara. He's gone down, and the Australian players have gone around to see if he's okay. Nobody likes to see anybody hit in the head or in the face. It may have hit the side of his head, just behind or below the ear. So Glenn McGrath may not be up there talking to Brian Lara, but I can assure you that he will be as concerned as the other Australian players that Brian Lara is okay.
It doesn't seem too worried, Brian Lara. He's quickly back up. Has enough protection around that face of his to not make it be too dangerous a blow. It's always pretty disconcerting, though, when that ball thuds into that helmet or thuds into the face guard, as it did then. I think it was more frightening than really doing much damage.
And Brian Lara was very lucky that his bat didn't go on the stumps. You see him put the bat down and it fell away from the stumps, but it could quite easily have fallen towards the stumps and on the stumps. Well played by Lara. That is brilliant. That's probably the most stunning piece of batting that we've seen today. He leant onto the ball. Glenn McGrath can only shake his head and wonder. That is a stunning piece of batsmanship. 332 for 4. Blewett. Just keeps it a little low, but Adams, who's been there for a long time, able to keep it out. We'll see Brian Lara get hit from this McGrath delivery around the umpire didn't call no ball, which we'll discuss in a minute, but just the bat of Brian Lara goes very close to stumps. Unfortunately for he, it falls away from the stumps. It was level with the stumps. Only had to do a couple more revolutions and fall the other way, and that would have been out. Now, umpire Buckner had already signalled that McGrath had bowled 2 short deliveries in that over. The law says that in the event of a bowler bowling more than 2 fast short pitch deliveries, see the dust on the helmet fly off, but either umpire shall call and signal no ball. So I don't know what else you could call that apart from a fast short pitch delivery.
And as the last time I checked, Brian Lara's head was above his shoulder. And it still is.
Oh, that's a big shout by Blewett, and Blewett thinks he had a fair chance of getting an LBW decision. Jimmy Adams didn't appear to go too far forward and was probably a little bit lazy in his shot, Adams, on that occasion.
I agree with you there, Hoops. He was a bit lazy in coming forward, Jimmy Adams. That right pad didn't come a long way forward. Well, where did it pitch? As you can see there, he's not a long way forward. His ball hasn't hit him very high either, hitting him pretty much on the roll. Getting a little bit lazy there, Jimmy Adams.
That's better from Adams. Up on his toes. Langer, the fieldsman. So Jimmy Adams, who missed the tour of South Africa, showed scant form last week in Trinidad, has played the way that he plays best. Knocking the ball around, turning the strike over, giving the strike back to the man at the other end. And he came in this morning when Pedro Collins was hit and he retired hurt. So the end of it, blew it over. 3:33 for 4.
Greg Blewett just having a quiet word there with umpire Peter Willett, perhaps to find out from him exactly why that wasn't out, whether he thought that perhaps the ball had pitched outside leg, because as we know, if it pitches outside leg, the LBW decision is not going to be going in the way of the bowler. Was a very, very close call.
Some thought processes going through the mind of Gregory Blewett. Now McGrath has been relieved after striking Lara on the helmet, being replaced by Jason Gillespie from the George Headley stand end, as McGrath wanders down to fine leg. He kisses his crucifix to give himself some luck. And he's talking to himself, Jason Gillespie, trying to get himself fired up. 2 slips, 2 gullies. And maybe a leg by to start this new spell. Dead ball, in fact. Well, Jimmy Adams is facing away from us in the commentary box. He's saying, well, hang on, I tried to turn it to leg side. I tried to make a genuine leg glance. Steve Butler's probably saying, well, that's not how I saw it.
And I think I would tend to agree with Steve Buckner. I'm not too sure that Jimmy Adams made a genuine attempt to play that delivery. Initially, perhaps did think about playing at it. We have another look at this delivery to Jimmy Adams. You can see initially thought about it and then just left the right leg in the way to make sure that the ball did brush the right leg. Of course, Steve Buckner won't allow Jimmy Adams to confuse the situation whether he did offer or not.
Jimmy Adams there just requesting the sight screen being moved a little bit further because Gillespie coming around the wicket must go a little bit wider than McGrath's angle. Gillespie going wider than McGrath. We see Gillespie going right out wide. Now, this is the non-run, non-leg by. Certainly hit his pad, and as Michael Holding said, the umpire quite rightly deeming that he got into position, then realised that he couldn't hit the ball, so he let the ball hit his leg. Ten overs remaining after this, and Australia has continued to go wicketless. It's been a long haul. Fortunately, it's been a nice breeze for the fieldsmen and bowlers out on the ground. Brian Lara not out 183. James Adams not out 75. Pedro Collins retired hurt earlier this morning for 10. He batted for an hour, 20 minutes last night and 40 minutes this morning, so he'd done his job.
Steve Waugh must be wondering now where the next wicket will be coming from. They have thrown everything at the West Indies, both fast bowlers Gillespie and McGrath, and they have both bowled well. Certainly have done a pretty good job, just haven't had too much fortune.
A maiden over to start Gillespie's new spell, 333 for 4.
Well, Buckner and Steve Lara just having a bit of a chat here while they were at the non-strikers end. I presume Steve Buckner telling Brian Lara exactly how to sway out of the line of those short balls. Once you're not facing up to it, it's a lot easier than when you're actually facing.
Some water has come out to the two batsmen, and given these days of cricket where we're going overtime all the time, play due to finish in 2 minutes time, but we've got 10 overs remaining, so we're going to be 35 or 40 minutes overtime. The amount of water that comes out to the bowlers and the batsmen and the fieldsmen, we're probably at a stage where we don't even need drinks breaks anymore. They just waste 3 or 4 minutes. Plenty of times for players, bowlers down on the fence to get a drink. The wicket falls. Well, there you go, thirsty today, to get a drink. And just in front of Elliott at gully. Just in front. And Brian Lara's played a few rash shots the last 20 minutes or so. And he's got 10 overs to bat through the day.
I think both Brian Lara and Jimmy Adams are just relaxing a bit, getting a little bit careless. That ball didn't bounce a long way in front of Matthew Elliott. It has been a long haul for these two, but at this stage they really need to concentrate to make sure that they go through the entire day.
And you can't bowl 23 miles an hour and short to a bloke on 183.
Definitely not the pace to be bowling like that. That for bringing up the 300 runs since Pedro Collins. That was a good shot again. much too slow to be bowling short.
And over the top, and that'll go to the boundary as well. Consecutive boundaries, and that is the 26th boundary for Brian Lara. 26-4. 3 sixes.
So it's been 307 runs since the last wicket fell. Of course, Pedro Collins had a bit to play in this. It's not a partnership of 307 between Lara and Jimmy Adams, but 307 runs since the last wicket.
And Lara decides to go over the top. So this could be the 3rd boundary in a row. That is the 3rd boundary in a row.
Making it look very easy at this stage now, Brian Lara. A pull through mid-wicket. A lofted shot over the slip cordon for another boundary. And then the drive. Another lofted shot, but this time in front of square. 195 to Brian Lara. They are dispatched all over the ground.
And that is a lovely shot. Lara goes to 199. 4 fours in a row. And just to take you to task, Michael, they're not quite dispatched all over the ground. Not at long on anyway.
And I was wrong again with my prediction this morning. I said Brian Lara would get 100. Well, it might be a bit more than that.
So the end of the over, Brian Lara 1 run away from a special double 100. Adams 25 runs away from a century. 199 not out. 4 consecutive 4s in that over. 349 for 4. That same picture showed faces of doom and gloom 24 hours ago when the West Indies were in the midst of losing 4 wickets for 34. And what a difference a day makes. It is just a frenzy here at Sabina Park, with Brian Lara at 1 run shy of his 3rd double 100 in Test cricket. But it's Adams on strike to Gillespie. And we were talking about Tendulkar earlier. And Tendulkar's highest Test score is 179, even though he's made 19 Test hundreds. Brian Lara has made his 11th Test 100 today, but already 3 scores in excess of Tendulkar's highest. That is a magnificent record. Has been over 60 for a long time, and then under 50 recently.
And while Brian Lara is hammering away at one end, Jimmy Adams is unperturbed at the other. Just quietly going about his business, Jimmy Adams. 75 runs, 326 minutes at the crease. 5.5 hours almost.
Good bouncer, good short ball by Jason Gillespie. We had 4 consecutive 4s off the previous over, and some normality has come back into the game with Gillespie bowling to Adams. 199. 75 for that man Adams. Steve Waugh has certainly tried his bowlers all day. They haven't let him down in the trying stakes, that's for sure. And you must give a pat on the back to all the Australian bowlers today. They have tried their guts out and never stopped charging in. Steve Waugh's given them good aggressive fields to bowl at. Shane Warne had a great battle with Brian Lara, as did Stuart McGill, with Lara winning comprehensively. Some big sixes, lots of boundaries. So they all tried it very hard. And so far today they've been defeated by a man who started so slowly in Brian Lara, so stoically, so quietly, so much concentration, and in the last hour and a half or 2 hours he has shown us the Lara of old. .375, 277, 199 not out, and he's talking to himself to concentrate, to survive the remaining 8 overs after this ball. And all the kerfuffle that has surrounded Brian Lara, this has been a pretty special day to be at the cricket. Half volley and punch through the covers. In fact, that has been well struck. That is a much bigger punch through the covers than I saw last night between Holyfield and Lewis. West Indies 353 for 4.
.97 runs the lead now for the West Indies, and Brian Lara is back on strike on 199. That was the last delivery of Jason Gillespie's over. Beautiful shot that by Jimmy Adams. But all attention is now on this man. 199 not out. And a change of bowling as well. Shane Warne is the man. Obviously not a very attacking field. Just this one slip, no forward short leg.
I don't think he'll take a short signal like he did 100 runs ago. There it is. He has whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs. And this is one of the problems, because it's the safety of the players that you feel for. You've got idiots lying on the pitch. And this is a slur on the game of cricket. It's a slur on the supporters here, both Australian and local supporters. And we know that it's a great moment. But if the people are fair dinkum cricket supporters, they would allow Brian Lara to enjoy the moment in peace and afford him the applause and the space that he so thoroughly deserves on the ground. So we have to check, did the umpire signal 4? Or has Brian Lara only received 2 runs for that shot?
That is where a lot of the fans, if you may want to call them fans, have emerged to run out onto the field. Last year there was a fence in that lower section of that Sandal stand, And if you wanted to go out onto the field, you'd have to jump from that second story, which not many people would attempt. Now, without that fence, what is there to prevent them from going out onto the field? Absolutely nothing. And the Jamaica Cricket Association took down that fence, and now they are paying the penalty. They are seeing now why they should not have done that. Umpires trying to restore order. We saw so many people running out onto this pitch. This test match is not over. This is ridiculous.
Well, the umpires have really got their hands behind their back here. There's a couple of problems with this. Well, the most important problem is the safety aspect of the players, of course. Some injury could occur to the players. Steve Waugh not too pleased about being hit, and rightly so. And it's easy to sit and be critical about. This is not what the game of cricket or sport is all about. We know that it's an emotional moment that Brian Lara brought up his 200. But let him enjoy the game, let him enjoy the moment. The applause of the crowd, the applause of the Australian team, the applause of his teammates. Not have to duck and fill for his safety while idiots run onto the ground just to behave like gooses. So Brian Lara emerges now for the change rooms. He obviously went into the change rooms while all that was happening. Ian Healy is just in front of him, so we can assume that both those men went from the ground as quickly as possible. So Brian Lara, 2 runs for that shot because a spectator jumped the fence and fielded the ball and threw it back to Matthew Elliott. So he hasn't been able to afford the applause of his opponents. And he hits it wide to long on. Elliott does the chasing. He would have gone to the boundary. But instead of Steve Waugh having 11 fieldsmen, he had 3,000 fieldsmen.
Well, immediately he played that shot, Brian Lara. He knew it was going to be the double century. Attempted to take the helmet off while running, then changed his mind and took it off while running again, but this time towards the pavilion, trying to evade all the people that ran out onto the field. And this is back live. Peter Willey trying to restore order to try to find out exactly what transpired, whether there were 2 runs, 4 runs. I think they are now calling the third umpire to find out exactly what they needed to record for that particular shot from Brian Lara. They are now signaling for it's 4 runs allotted, so it's no longer 201, it's 203 to Brian Lara.
I would say that Ian Healy's asking how he could tell, but the third umpire helped out. Captain and vice captain of Australia in good spirits, and that man right of screen will be in exceptional spirits. 203 not out. He came to the crease at the fall of the second wicket when the West Indies had 5 runs on the board. Now he's signalling 2 runs only. So he has cancelled the boundary. He's saying that the shot was worth 2 runs. Quite rightly so. Even though the ball would have gone to the boundary, it was stopped by a spectator. So the umpire has no alternative but to deny Brian Lara the 2 runs that he would have deserved. So now the 203 has gone back to the 201. So the double century makes Michael Holding's bet null and void this morning, who said that he would make a century and the West Indies would pass the Australian score. And straight through the legs of the Australian captain. 4 more runs.
Well, I think Brian Lara is saying, well, if you're depriving me of those 2 runs just now, well, I'll double what you're depriving me of with 1 shot. Right through the legs of Steve Waugh. Another glorious boundary.
Test match cricket at its very best. Brian Lara has given his teammates the lead, followed by Adams. And his ability to whip the ball has been fabulous today with the spin, and it really has hurt the Australian leg spinners that they've had these two left-handers all day to bowl to. They've been unable to do any damage. The West Indies started this day some 6 hours ago at 37 for 4. They're now 360 for 4. The only change to the batsman at the crease is Collins, who retired hurt. But Brian Lara has been there all day. Adams for 338 minutes. Lara for 435. Well, we've extolled a lot of virtues onto the two West Indian batsmen, and rightly so today. But again, the comment on the way the Australians have toiled today. They've been very good and just beaten by two men playing for their country. Another no ball to Shane Warne. And the sweep to Gillespie. So the end of the over that Brian Lara brought up his, in fact no ball, one more ball to go, brought up his third double 100 in Test cricket, 375, 277, and now another one. That completes another long over. 362 for 4. Brian Lara, 206 runs, 29 boundaries and 3 sixes. And that's how Brian Lara brought up his double 100, with Matthew Elliott being confronted by 3,000 idiots. On this occasion, not Greg Ritchie, as we saw on this ground 4 years ago when Steve Waugh brought up his double 100. So all in readiness for McGill, a change in the commentary position, Jeff Thompson, and with him Tony Cozier.
Adams now 80. And in all the excitement, the West Indies have gone 100 ahead. In fact, now are ahead by 106.
Well, everybody's forgotten about Jimmy Adams as well, Tony. Unfortunately, the man at the other end has taken control of proceedings and just taking all the glamour today. Jimmy Adams has just sat up the other end and watched it all go before him, but there he is, 80 runs. So you would be hoping he didn't get 20 tonight for another pitch invasion.
Well, if he does get 20 tonight, there's nothing more guaranteed that there will be, because he's here on his home ground at Sabina Park. Plays for the Kingston Cricket Club. He's played for them all his life. And the great favourite here has been through some rough times recently, lost his place in the West Indies team. But now back. Chance for a run out. Adams holding up the restraining arm, and Lara scrambling home.
Yes, Lara backing up pretty well. Jimmy Adams says no. Matthew Elliott is the fielder, but that return is not what we're accustomed to.
They've run very positively and generally speaking very well. Single off the last ball, 363 for 4.
That's a pleasant change for the Australians. One off the over. It's something that hasn't happened for a while. We've seen boundaries galore. Brian Lara was just banging Shane Warne's previous over everywhere. Stuart McGill's been brought on from that bottom end, and fortunately for Steve Ward, just put a halt to the proceedings. So a magnificent effort here from the West Indian batsmen. These two on screen. Absolute run feast.
So leg spin from both ends now, with McGill from the George Headley stand at the south. From the Blue Mountains end at the north, here's Shane Warne. Adams has put that away. Joining the stroke making. He's got more and more confident as he's gone on in this innings, Jimmy Adams.
Well, I think that pitch invasion's headed this way. Jimmy Adams just rocks back. The length not right there from Shane Warne. Probably getting a little tired. And he just bangs that one forward a point. Beautiful shot. A very quick side of the field out there as well.
Well bowled. Beat him certainly in flight.
Well, there hasn't been many. Let's just hit his back leg. It's a good delivery there from Shane Warne. Big shout. Probably going over the top. It's hit him outside the line. A little bit of bat on it as well.
Not dissimilar to his dismissal by McGill in Trinidad. Was driving there. The leg break turned back a long way and bowled him.
Just the 8 boundaries to Jimmy Adams. And that's how he scored his runs there. See that offside. 35 runs. Chipped him around the corner too as well. Glancing the deliveries, 22 in that area. Straight down the ground, both sides, not too flourishing for him. He's just been working the ball around.
Now some close fielders for Shane Warne. Encouragement for him as the silly mid-off has been brought in. There is that man, he's been there all the while. And dropped the catch off Adams from Warne earlier. A difficult one to his left just after lunch. Just the 2 opportunities Australia have had to separate these two. In fact, 1 each. And that was just after lunch when they really came out charged up, Australia, looking for the breakthrough.
There is a man out there. It'll be straight to him. Jason Gillespie has picked him out. Let's see, into the over. 4 for 368. Well, that's a bit better, Shane Warne says. Just 5 from that over. He's been copying a little bit of stick Only from Brian Lara. Just see the shake of the head there. It's been a long day at the office for the Australians. Not much joy. A couple of half chances, a couple of near run-outs. But it's been a very, very tough day. All the West Indians. McGill lets this one wide. Jimmy Adams doesn't want to know about that one. Just watches it go past. Well, 5 more overs remaining. Already 368 runs to the West Indies.
Just a bit of misjudgment there on the part of Lara. He said no initially, not quite appreciating the distance that Elliott had to run. And of course he is a left-hander as well, so the ball was to his right-hand side. Always an easy single.
Well, a wrong one as well. We haven't seen too many of them today. I've only seen a couple between Shane Warne and McGill. He's been giving Steve Waugh a bit of a workout in the cover region. This time Steve Waugh's at mid-wicket and he's banged it to him again there. So he's giving him a tough time, not only with his batting, but in the field.
Been a quite hot day here in Kingston, but there is a cooling breeze across the ground, but unbroken sunshine throughout, as we had on the first day.
Oh, a ball.
Just the 2 chances Australia have had. Right after the interval, Adams was 13 at the time. Shane Warne was the bowler.
Justin Langer is the fielder in close. Jimmy Adams pushes forward, didn't get to the pitch of the ball. You see it spoon up. Langer lunges at it, just got a bottom couple of fingers on that one. It'll go down as a chance, but possibly a half chance. It's another over gone. 4 for 3, 6-9. Day's play nearing an end here. Sabina Park, magnificent effort from the West Indies so far. 332 runs already, still 4 overs remaining. And Jimmy Adams nearing his century. His captain already at the other end. Chalked up a century, now a double century as well. And the lead 113.
Well, we just saw the chance to Jimmy Adams when he was 13. And he now has gone on to reach 87. Just after that, Brian Lara was 44. And McGrath, in a very good spell, found his outside edge.
Yes, it was just after lunch too. He didn't move his feet, found the outside edge. Steve Waugh did his, Mark Waugh did his best to get there. A Superman effort, but just couldn't hold on to it. So Mark Waugh fairly disappointed. He does pull off some spectacular catches, but had he rolled that one in, that would have been an absolute classic.
Well, that's really well bowled, right through him again. Shane Warne getting some purchase here.
Yes, giving that one a bit of a rip. It's actually a bit more of a top spinner just going on with overspin more than anything. And Jimmy Adams just pulling the bat back inside. You see the frustration there in Shane Warne's face. He wouldn't be the only Australian out there with that look. There'd be 10 others as well, and plus the ones in the dressing room. It's been a long, hard day.
In 1995, we saw Ian Healy resort to using a helmet to keep wicket in the final innings. I don't know if he'll consider it this time.
Well, this one's straight out of the bowler's foot marks there. You see that extra bounce, bang, right in those foot marks, right onto Healy's jaw, I'd say there. Does bring about a smile to the keeper.
A maiden over from Warren. 3 overs to go for the day's play. 369 for 4.
Shane Warne wipes his brow, just talking about how the balls are coming out, or how they're not coming out, probably for the Australians today. Not much has worked too well, so can't really blame themselves. The wicket's pretty good out there, but the batting, the wicket's pretty good. The batting has been superb, and that's been the problem. The man in charge, Brian Lara, still out there, and the way he's going to have a long day tomorrow as well. McGill again to bowl. Lara on strike. Well, I think Brian Lara's had a little glance at the scoreboard, seeing 3 overs remaining in a fairly long day, but that look on his face just looks as fresh as when he started. In a day of a lot of drama, a lot of incidents, a lot of emotion. He's kept his composure throughout. We saw that half chance Mark Waugh put down off Lara. Other than that, there was a couple of near misses when he was around 100, but since then there was a period of a couple of lapses where he lashed at a couple of balls and missed. But other than that, it's been absolutely superb, faultless display basically.
Been quite a day in Test cricket around the world. This is the 4th double century in Test cricket for the day. Ijaz Ahmed and Inzamam Ul-Haq for Pakistan against Sri Lanka. Blow to the body. He's got one on the air flap earlier from McGrath. He's got one in the chest, but somewhat slower.
Well, they still tickle, as you can see by the look on Brian Lara's face. Hit him on the lower rib.
Pulled away, but there's a man down there. He'll get a single. So Lara now moves on to 206. Second, it's 207 now, in fact. Second double 100 against Australia. He's at the top of the list for West Indian batsmen as far as scores are concerned against Australia. Gordon Greenidge in Barbados in 91, 226. Dennis Atkinson, 219 in that huge partnership with Claremont de Pisa back in 1955 for the 7th wicket. End of the over. 2 remain for the day. 370 for 4.
Stuart McGill takes his cap. It's a better over there for McGill, better over for the Australians as well. Just 2 remaining, just 1 run from that over McGill, 1 from his previous as well. So I think it's more the end of the day's proceedings. I don't think the run rate has slowed. Both these batsmen be fairly well leg weary. It's been a big effort from them.
Lara will be in strike now against Warren. Warren's last over for the day, then we'll have one at the opposite end, and that'll be it. Just about 20 minutes to 6 o'clock here in Jamaica. Cover has come off the boundary, still relatively deep. Now he's being drawn a bit straighter by Warren. Michael Slater in that position.
Well, he almost had to go back out there, didn't he? Brian Lara was eyeing him off and just thought the better of it. Shane Warne just saying, I'll go back over the wicket now. Got one ball around. Upton to pole over the wicket to Brian Lara.
Several times Peter Willey has shaken his head during the course of this innings.
Well, that one's hit him outside off. He's tried to drag it behind square. Sweep shot, just couldn't get a hold of it. A long way down as well. There's shade over the ground now. There's cloud cover out to the west. Just taking the sun away from the Australians. They'll be fairly relieved with that situation. It's been a long, hot day.
Well, he has got the sweep shot now, just for a single. So that moves Lara up to 208. Brings him down to this end. We just have the couple of balls left in this over, and then one to go from the opposite end for the day.
Well, they brought in the leg gully as well now to Jimmy Adams. Slip, leg gully, and mid-on, silly mid-on, silly mid-off. They're all around the bat.
How was that? How was that?
Well, anything's worth an appeal this time of the evening. A long day, and relatively close to the glove there. Didn't quite pop up to take the glove. And here's Warne's last ball of his day. Warne ends his day 23 overs, 5 maidens, none for 78, 371 for 4.
Shane Warne looking to the skies, saying, what have I done wrong? There's not a lot he's done wrong. He's just been outplayed. Shane, you can see him talking, thinking, thank heavens those clouds have come in. There's his figures below there, 23 overs, none for 78, wicketless again. You'll be wondering when this is going to turn.
So Stuart McGill will bowl the last over of the second day's play in this, the second cable and wireless test. Brian Lara is in strike, and we have 6 balls to go. Just chipped away for a single. Public address system was just announced asking the patrons not to invade the field at the close of play. King Canute did the same thing, trying to keep the waves from lapping at his feet, and I think King Canute will have just about as much effect, or the other way around, these will have just as much effect as Canute did all those years ago.
Another wrong in there for McGill. Brian Lara just digging it out, kept a bit low as well.
Come back for a second. Very close to a deflection back onto the stumps. I think Adams' bat would have been back, but always a danger when you get a straight drive deflecting from the bowler's hand.
Well, Brian Lara hit this one really firm too as well, but McGill's got too much hand on that. I think he wasn't trying for the run out, more trying to stop the boundary.
Policeman just relaxing in front of the side screen. That's a good place to stand when you're wanting to keep the spectators off the ground.
Well, he probably thought there's nobody standing here. This looks all right. Well, a fair bit of turn there from McGill. That's hit basically on the edge of the pitch. Come right back in. Just watch this one for a leg spinner. Whoa.
Last ball of the day's play. Well, it was going to be before umpire Steve Buckner spotted the no ball.
Well, we saw that happen on one of their previous breaks. It was an no ball as they were going to walk off. This time it's McGill that's done it. Prolonged the proceedings by maybe one ball.
And a single to finish off the day. The West Indies finish the day 121 runs to the good. Brian Lara has got 212 to his name. Congratulations from Michael Slater. 99 runs in the session. And a day on which the West Indies haven't lost a single wicket. The only setback for them as Brian Lara, the West Indies captain, the hero of the day, shrugging off all the despondency, his own personal problems, to lead the West Indies to this position at the end of the day. A magnificent innings, his third double century in Test cricket, and all of his teammates and all the spectators around Sabina Park are claiming this great innings by this great left-handed batsman. And here we come to the start of the third day of the second Cable Wireless Test. Gillespie to Lara. Lara off the mark with the first delivery. But as Lara was saying at the start of the programme this morning in that interview with Carl Rackerman last evening, still a lot to do for the West Indies. They're in a good position. They'll want to consolidate. So Adams now in strike. So a couple of deliveries, and it's good morning to Jeff Thompson.
Thanks, Tony. Good morning to everyone. Let's hope that maybe it's a little better morning for Australia. Well, that's what they'd be hoping anyway. But the West Indies, like Tony said, a long way to go. Jimmy Adams, the man, the next milestone coming up. Just 12 ball runs till he gets to his 100. That's what he'd be looking at. And Gillespie, of course, and the rest of the Australian bowlers will be looking for a wicket. Wicketless all day yesterday. Bowled pretty well, I think, Jason Gillespie. The wicket did flatten out a lot. Not much happening unless you've got a new ball in your hand. Of course, they've got the second new ball at the moment. It's about 26 over, so no, just the one wicket. There's the wicket that Michael Holding spoke about this morning. You'll see those cracks as compared to the other day's play have definitely opened up a lot. But whether you can hit them or not is another question. Well, it certainly won't matter if you hit them outside leg stump. You've just got to get them on line. But you can see some of those have opened up a fair bit. It's been fairly warm sunshine the past couple of days here in Jamaica. And some of them are right on line on the middle stump, as you can see there. A little bit more cloud today. It's been very blue skies, but yesterday afternoon a bit of cloud moved in. There's still a lot heavier cloud around, a little bit more humidity there. The breeze, as you can see on that scoreboard there, back in early.
puts our camera up on Strawberry Hill, overlooking Kingston. Looks about as clear as it was yesterday. It was a bit hazy on the first day. The weather has been fine. Did have a few interruptions in Trinidad for the rain, but nothing too serious. And there are the Blue Mountains. Lovely backdrop here to Sabina Park. That's the end of the first over of the day's play. Just the one run coming from it. 378 for 4.
That's the lovely Blue Mountains behind the ground here. Kingston, Jamaica. Hotel just there, about halfway up. Just see in the distance. Fairly heavy cloud cover hanging over those mountains. It's usual here of the morning. You see the clouds up there. Yesterday was a bit lighter, but still brilliant sunshine. Good crowd just starting to build. This is the Monday, the third day of the test.
As you would expect on the Monday, a working day. Not a very big crowd. Some school boys there from the sixth form. You can see them in their ties up there. They would be sixth formers. I'm not sure the school they're from. They'll be watching with interest.
I hope their headmaster isn't, or their teacher. Hope they're marked on the roll and disappear.
If they were Australians, I would say they were sent here in detention.
Well, he's well covered, isn't he?
So Glenn McGrath starts from the George Headley stand end.
It would have been a while too, Tony, since he'd have spent a day in the field without picking up the wicket, the way he's been getting wickets lately. 3 on that first afternoon, but not much happened for him yesterday. 71 runs, 26 overs, bowled pretty well. His pitch played pretty well yesterday, but I think it was more the batting. Lara, you know, you can say the pitch flattened out and all that, but the man just played so well yesterday that it didn't matter who bowled.
Started very circumspectly yesterday, Lara, and then built up. Momentum gathered as the day went on. He's gone. Breakthrough early on for Australia. Lara goes with just a single added. McGrath gets him, a touch to Healy, a breakthrough for Australia, and smiles on Australian faces for the first time in a long time.
Well, they had to get him early. That was obviously the plan for Australia. Here it is, Glenn McGrath, just a little outswinger who's just feathered that one. Healy takes it right around the bootlaces. And it's the first catch in the series as well for Ian Healy. And there he is, Brian Lara leads the field. A magnificent innings of 213, just 1 run scored today. And the 5th wicket falls for the West Indies, 378 runs on the board.